Okay. Hello, 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 everyone. Welcome back to the Team JYCT podcast. Joining me, as always, is the wonderful Twilight Guardian,
Hello.
as well as the towering Kaiser Shonen.
The tower. Well, I might. You know what? That might fit because I might be the tallest of us.
You are probably the tallest of us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can probably
How
jump
tall
the
are you?
highest of us, but that's unrelated. And I, of course, am your host, Raymond McNeil, the Celtic Phoenix. Robert Gleneening getting in those early gifted memberships. Congratulations to everyone that got caught in that blast, except Deterex.
Woo.
Enjoy all the wonderful emoticons that we have programmed for you to use. I'm just going to throw a couple in chat so you guys can see the kind of fun stuff we got in there.
Yeah.
Woohoo.
So it's been a bit interesting the last few. I mean, like a day, considering. I think we should lead off talking about our good buddy Crimson.exe.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So for to catch y'all up to speed, for those who aren't aware, good friend of the channel, Serial Naval Gazer CBF, made his part 1 video on his Ruby retrospective series, which y'all should definitely watch. It's really good. He goes over the first 3 volumes, not just in terms of the the writing and the quality and stuff, but also on the production side and going over the historical aspects of it, right? And it was all well and good. The birds were singing, the Ruby haters were chirping. We that's what we tend to do, right? I mean, Raymond's a bird.
Yes.
Yes.
But someone
Tweet!
was not
Tweet! Tweet! I'm not very good at this whole thing.
we'll work.
That's why I'm a
on it.
podcaster and not out
You,
there.
you need to drink water first. Yeah, you got hydrate first.
Yes.
But there was someone, a good old frenemy of ours, who wasn't too pleased about it. That's right. We're talking about Crimson XE, who, if y'all don't remember, was my first true hater on my channel because I made my Bumblebee video.
Oh,
And yeah, go ahead.
not only that, but he found you through me. Remember? Because he went after me first on my Tumblr.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Because you were defending me, is that right?
No, it's because Kaiser had asked me, because I had a Tumblr, if I could just post his video onto Tumblr to promote it.
Right.
And the only person who engaged with it was fucking Crimson.
Yeah.
And started slandering Kaiser and calling him like all sorts of names. And I'm like,
the
can
slanderous
you please
Kaiser
not?
Shonen.
Yep.
Yeah. Which I always appreciate, by the way. You didn't have to do that. But this ain't this guy's first rodeo, ladies and gentlemen. He is back somehow. Crimson Return. And it's even worse because CBF is smaller than me, which means one of two things. Okay, and both options are sad. But I don't know which one is funnier. Either A, the dude is just skulking around, actively looking for Ruby hate videos regardless of size, or B, that he's specifically stalking me and found out about CBS video because I promoted it on Twitter. That one of those two options is true.
I mean, it could also be me, considering I got into a fucking tussle with him a few weeks back, and he's probably keeping an eye on my stuff.
Oh, because of fixing Ruby?
Yep.
I think he's
why didn't you tell me? I need to see this.
Oh,
I think he's keeping an eye on like both of you and probably going to ignore me, because that's been Crimson's whole thing, is just belittling me because I am the femme. I'm not even a woman to him. I'm just a femme.
Dude.
It is baffling because I'm pretty sure he's one of those guys that like complains about critics being like, "Oh, you don't like it because it's just a feminist show."
No,
has-
yes.
He uses that kind of argumentation. It's like, well, hello, there is woman, and she is telling you it is shit, and he's like,
No,
yeah,
yeah.
but you're just. He does the Uncle Tom approach constantly.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Over
yeah.
fucking cartoons, by the way.
Yeah, it's so wild to me that this person will complain about the fact that you're being such a bigot because you are criticizing cartoon characters that
Yeah.
are not real, while simultaneously thinking that it is okay to harass and stalk and bully real life women.
Yeah.
Crimson Rose 7425 says, "No relation.
good
Also,
Crimson.
good afternoon,
Yeah, no
guys. How y'all
relation.
doing? I don't know. Have we ever seen Crimson EXE and Crimson Rose in the same room before? I'm doubting you. I'm doubting you. Only person that who needs to lie would actually defend themselves. You know how that works. If you have to mention it, then I don't know, man. I don't know.
Well, I don't
I
know.
can't trust it.
I can understand where Crimson is coming from here because I've had to deal with people going after me because my name is Twilight during
Yeah.
the Twilight craze.
Yeah.
Like, I've literally had people try to bully me thinking that I was a Twilight fan, and they only stopped when I said, "Guys, I'm not a Twilight fan." Like,
the
they were
name
trying.
Twilight has been
Yep.
corrupted because of those movies.
Yeah, no. Like, they were trying so hard to get a rise out of me by being like, "Oh, Edward is such a bad character. Ew, I can't believe the Twilight books. They're so awful." And I'm like, "Guys, I don't like
care.
Twilight."
Average Panda, that is the rudest thing you can ask a woman is her age. Like, that is, I will tell you, she's older than me, and I am older than Kaiser. And Kaiser is older than Serial Naval Gazer CBF. And Serial Naval Gazer CBF is older than a coughing baby. So there. That you now know everyone's proximal age. You just don't have a number for it.
Exactly.
Yep.
Agumon T1 says, "Have any of you had the chance to play Time Stranger?"
Well, if you went on my channel, you would see that I played for a couple of hours.
Yeah, she did
I
streams, and she's still planning to do
She-
streams, right?
Yeah, I've just been, again, it's always my sleep schedule that prevents me from doing anything, but right now I'm starting to go to bed at like 9 at night and then waking up at like 4 in the morning. So who knows? Maybe I'll actually be awake during the day.
That's a great time to start streaming. Get all the early birds.
4 in the morning.
I'm not joking. Like, you find like a gap where no one's going to be like super popular, and you just fill it. And it's like, okay, maybe not the most popular right away, but like, just because there are people that are going to be of odd hours, they might find you.
Yeah, maybe. What do you guys think? Would you want to watch me at 6 in the morning Pacific time?
Yeah, it'd be a I mean, it'd be a good poll to have in your community post.
Yeah.
The I was gonna say, like, I don't have particular interest myself in Time Stranger, but that's because, like, I know it's not
How dare
fair.
you?
I was burned out from, like, I've been burned out on, like, Pokemon, and Monster Collection games have, like, I used to be in the Pokemon for, like, I want to say 2 or 3 years, but then I just kind of burned out in 4th gen, so it's like...
Raymond.
Yeah?
You need to watch my video.
I did watch your video, and I know it's unfair.
You need to watch it again.
But
You need to
Monster
watch it again.
Collection, I'm talking generally Monster Collection, is like...
But you can't say that you're burnt out of all Monster Collection just because you're burnt out of Pokemon. That's the thing that's not fair.
Look, I can fully recognize it is more than likely a really good game. I am not going to contest that, and I'm not going to take away from anyone's fun with that. It's just, I don't know, not in my wheelhouse these days. I have other things I want to do.
See, you say that, but if anything, if our good old friend Crimson has taught us anything, is that we have to always assume the worst in people.
Ah, fuck, you're
110%,
right.
so
Absolutely. Oh, God,
we
I'm a
have to-
terrible person. Oh
You are a
shit!
terrible
I kick
person.
puppies for a living. Oh no.
Exactly.
Oh no.
And he hates the gays. Don't forget that.
Yeah, I kick gay puppies. All right, there we
You
go.
can't-
The gay, transgender, biracial puppies. I mean, you know what? I won't lie. Seeing a Chihuahua that's being particularly annoying, I do imagine a football from time to time. But you know what? I don't think I get the distance I want, and so I just reserve myself.
Right.
That's the real reason I don't do it. It's not because it's immoral. It's just because I'm not going to get the fucking distance. Oh, anyway, speaking of
Oh,
horrible
shit.
people,
Yes.
Yeah.
we are back
Tonight
at it.
it's orchard season.
Yeah,
Oh,
we're
sorry.
Ooh,
What was
Sorry,
that?
I was sorry. I was opening up the stream on my phone and I forgot I had the volume on.
That sounded like the fucking missile meme. The missile knows where it is because the missile knows where it isn't.
I think it was like the Google earbuds advertisement.
Hey, hey man, that's not a you problem. That's a Chihuahua problem.
Yeah.
I,
Yeah, it's
I
a
do
very
feel
sturdy
bad
Chihuahua.
because I don't typically like small dogs, but I think it's because I just interact with a lot of have interacted with a lot of small dogs that are like obnoxious as hell, and that's not their fault. Like I learned very much, like when I was in college or later, it's like that's not like the reason why a lot of small dogs are annoying is because their owners typically don't feel the need to train them. Because they're so small and they're not really all that dangerous. They can't harm someone. It's not like a big husky that, if it's basically untrained, can be a violent, dangerous animal that can cause serious damage to people. So people, because they perceive small dogs as harmless, they just kind of let them be. It's really obnoxious.
Yeah. I don't like small dogs because my entire life I've had medium to big dogs. So, yeah.
And I never
no.
had any pets, so I can't really comment one way or the other.
Oh,
Damn it. My family was
I'm
like,
sorry.
hey, you want to go to dinner with me? my dad's like, oh, you want to go to dinner with me, mom, and grandpa? Like, we're going to Christine's. And I'm like, oh, Christine's is really good, but I've already eaten it. I'm streaming today.
Oh no.
Oof.
But yeah, no, I like, if you ever get a dog, it's a big old dog, big fluffy one. I like huskies.
Not even a pet rock Kaiser. Well, I used to have that, when I was probably 5 when I saw that episode, but
Well, see, this is why Kaiser needs Tamagotchi and Digimon, because that's literally what they were for. Like, if you watch my video,
that is true.
yeah,
That is true.
they were literally for kids who weren't allowed or weren't able to have pets.
Does anyone here like Dobermans? I'm not big on dogs that have like really not sleek. Well, I guess it is kind of sleek, like very thin fur. I like big fluffy things. I like big fluffy things that don't have coarse fur. That's one reason I prefer cats over dogs. Typically speaking,
I've never been around a Doberman before.
Dobermans. Well, I'm also averse to Dobermans because of Resident Evil. They are the basis for the Cerberus enemy in Resident Evil 1, and all future dog enemies are kind of based on Dobermans until like Resident Evil 4.
So they're like the dogs in Soulsborne games.
Yes. Yes. One of
Gotcha.
the most obnoxious enemies, and also just terrifying as a concept, because fighting a human zombie, I feel like I could come out of that maybe about 80% of the time. Okay. I feel like that's doable. A dog zombie with all the agility and short-term strength of a dog, I'm fucked.
Oh yeah, no.
That's absolutely, I am not coming out of that uninfected.
And like it's probably a lot easier for them to like spread the disease because of that as well.
Yeah. It's why like Resident Evil has always needed a little bit of suspension of disbelief, because like, how did the virus never spread beyond Raccoon City again? Like, there are dogs. There were crows infected with it.
Yeah, there were zombie crows, yeah.
And let us not forget that the initial infection was spread by mice and rodents that were in the sewers.
Oh, shit.
It's like,
right.
Yeah.
Anyway, I have never had a Doberman. I don't really have any particularly strong feelings for them. but I have had a Rottweiler, and she was a sweetheart. And she was the most non-violent dog that I've ever encountered. Except for the time that she tried to eat my frog.
Oh no, the frog! So you
But
know.
even then, yeah. Well, technically, it was a toad. But
Oh
she
no,
didn't
Suyu's
even
dad.
Wait, what?
She didn't even harm it. She just like scooped him up into her mouth, and then
Oh my god.
little legs were like outside of her mouth, and like it was kind of cute actually.
What is she
we were
trying to
panicked
do?
at the time.
Like, aren't there like animals out there that get high off of like licking poisonous frogs or toads?
Yeah,
like
but
that's a thing.
I don't think that was I don't think that was the reason. I think that it's just like she saw my toad hopping around, and you know how cats like to play with things that are moving. It was kind of the same thing. She was staring at it for quite a while, and then all of a sudden she lunged, and then my
Jesus.
frog's legs were just dangling out of her mouth.
Dragon Zord says, we've spliced together an Abrams tank and a roided up elephant. Umbrella, probably.
Yeah.
You have no idea. One, there are zombie elephants in Resident Evil. They are fucking terrifying. Two, fusing an Abrams tank with a living organism. They've done that. I think the Ustanok in Resident Evil 6, and there's one from Umbrella Chronicle. I mean, they just fuse whatever the fuck they want with animals.
Also,
didn't they get nuked at the end of Resident Evil 1? Resident Evil 2 happened, buddy. Entire city. Not.
Yeah. Sky Slasher for $2 says this is an H bomber guy.
Yeah.
Oh, and Radis, Radis, 427. Wish everyone a nice Thanksgiving and a hearty meal. Thank you.
Hey, appreciate it, man.
I will not get one.
She is Canadian.
You're not gonna.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's
the Canadian
true.
Thanksgiving is a different.
I was going to say you're not gonna eat.
No, I don't have Thanksgiving this month. It was last month.
I'm making a starvation joke.
Well, I mean, yeah, I'm probably not going to eat today either, to be honest with you.
Oh, fuck.
Also, Dragon's War, I missed your first one. Happy day before medium-sized dinosaur day.
Ooh.
Yeah. Chet Manley for $5 says, just remember, folks, Lily Orchard doesn't understand is a full sentence.
Yeah. I didn't know. How did I miss all these? I didn't get a ping.
Y'all get okay. That's weird.
Lost Coyote of MA. Never ask a woman her age, a man his salary, or Lily Orchard the premise of Stockholm. Yeah. Oh God. Oh, that's awful. That's
all right,
true,
and we're all caught up.
Yeah,
but yeah, that
up.
110%. Yeah, that was just Lily Orchard doesn't. Yeah, that's the full sentence as well. 110%. And this episode will be special because we're doing a double feature, guys. Okay.
Yes, we wanted to give you guys a nice Thanksgiving from us to you, which it means us naturally suffering.
Yeah. Like always.
Lily Orchard has 2 videos that caught our eye. She actually had a few videos that we could have done, but these 2 were of a nice moderate length that we thought we could actually handle in a reasonable amount of time.
Right.
Twi, who did you time out?
Oh, I timed out someone for making a 51st date joke.
Oh,
for 10 seconds.
Okay.
The first one that we have up is why are fantasy humans so bland? When did this one come out?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure last I checked was like a few days ago, right?
Well,
okay, last month.
October 11th. Yep.
Okay, yeah. But yeah, this is a very recent Glass of Water CD call C Diddy is doing. So
Christ.
I given what I know about her stance on elves in fiction because of her 100 writing tips, this one really caught my eye. Okay.
And
Because
well, I was gonna say,
Go
and
ahead.
introducing the other one is the historical revisionism of modern standards, which I'm scared because she might. It's not impossible for her to make legitimate points in here. She did become a popular critic for a reason. She probably has things that occasionally land on the dot. Now, the things that surround correct points, those'll be probably pretty bad.
No, I wouldn't say that Lily became a popular critic for a reason is technically correct. She became popular mainly because she shit on really popular shows that a lot of people still had problems with, and people were looking for any excuse to justify why they thought that those shows were bad.
Gotcha. Well, so before we begin, we're going to start with the humans one. Let us at least maybe explore among our crew what we think about humans in fantasy settings and why they might be quote unquote boring.
I guess like it depends on what she probably means about it. It's like the best that I can come up with is that, oh, they're bland because we have all of these fictional fantasy settings where you can do whatever you want, but you just make, humans like you and I, and I'm all like, but I would be like, yeah, because that's the easiest thing for.
It's almost like it's
other
immediately
humans to relate
relatable to anyone jumping into the story.
Yeah.
Well, not only that, but like humans are usually the default. Also, we as humans know what humans are like.
Yeah.
And we know what humans can and cannot do. So if you make a human something that is so different because it's fantasy, then it's not really a human anymore.
Well, this was what I was going to point, because Twi, you shared with me that interesting video about why humans are not special. And while like we're rare, I've been like meditating on that because it's a very interesting argument. I still think that humans are special, but not like in the fact that we are so broadly generalist. Like we are not uniquely special at any one given thing, but we are incredibly adaptable to just about every environment on the planet outside of incredible extremes. We have versatility in any number of different talents and uses. Like we can create any, if we don't have a tool for something, we create it. And it's not just isolated to, the specific purpose we have in front of us, like, apes creating sticks to fish out termites, that sort of thing. We go above and beyond. We really push because there is some drive or something. There are any number of elements to humans that means that we are not necessarily the outstanding mark in any one given category. We might not even be the smartest animals on the planet, but we are one of the most versatile animals, at least that we are aware of, if not the most versatile. That's at least the argument that I would make on that standpoint. And I know there's probably counterpoints out there.
I would say raccoons are pretty versatile, and they're also pretty generalist as well. And they also have 4 fingers and a thumb as well. Oh, okay. And also, what we're
saying is raccoon supremacy. Got it.
As we both discussed, they are also becoming domesticated as well.
That's right. We are lording over them. I'm kidding. We know their power, and we must contain it to preserve our own species.
True.
But yeah, no, I'm not ruling out that there are other versatile animals out there.
Oh yeah, no. The thing that I'm mostly surprised about is that you actually watched that video, because you never mentioned it before now.
I thought I had. I thought we talked about it.
No, we didn't.
I swear we talked about it. At least I mentioned that I watched it.
No, I don't remember that at all.
Maybe
I was kind of sad. I was like, I wanted to talk to you about it.
Maybe we got like off topic at some point.
Maybe
when we were like, I was like, it brought up, and like 2 minutes later, we just got sidetracked by something, as happens very regular.
Yes.
Super Easy Walker. Cockroach can survive a nuclear explosion. False. Mythbusters tested that. Cockroaches die just like everything else when exposed to high levels of radiation and the force of a nuclear implosion. That is completely apocrypha. But
Well, that's clearly anti-roach propaganda, so I can't trust that.
the yeah, but like we like anti-roach propaganda. It keeps Crimson down. But so the point that I was going to make, though, what I find interesting, like with that new knowledge, it makes me appreciate how humans are treated as the generalist species in a lot of fantasy settings. In that they can, especially Pathfinder being my main basis and the one that I inspired Vaultfinder on, where the other species in the setting, humanoid that they are, and somewhat adaptable that they are, typically have niches that they are more adapted to. Elves are typically more intelligent. You've got the dwarves, which are typically more hardy. You've got the orcs, which are typically more violent and strong. You've got any number of these different creatures that, while they can be adaptable, they are not as generalist and well-rounded as the humans are. And that's where humans' niche is. And I love how there's like a lot of people talk about science fiction and aliens. If you need to fill your crew with something that'll get the job done, you grab a human. Because a human is going to do what they fucking can in the moment. And generally speaking, they're going to pull it off.
Pretty much.
Also, I do want to quickly mention, because Titan had tagged me. I believe someday the next dominant species will be far more advanced than anything that we could have done, and they still may not be special compared to the ecosystem. That is kind of a false equivalence, still, to how evolution works. The dominant species, like,
it's
the
really
idea
hard to
of
say that there is a dominant species.
Yeah. Like, there are apex species, as in, for their direct environment, they are one of the top creatures, as in nothing will directly go after them and kill them for food.
They are also the reason we haven't gotten a Titanfall 3.
So we are apex predators. Lions are apex predators. There are a bunch of apex creatures out there that will be at the top of the food chain, if you will. And so by saying that there is a dominant species out there will not really work with how evolution works. We're unique in that way, and I'm saying that as a very with heavy quotation marks, in that we are one of the few species in history of life on this planet that has changed the environment to the extent that we have. The first creatures that have done that were actually microbes. And you wouldn't really say that those are particularly advanced creatures, but microbes had procreated so much that they had actually polluted the atmosphere of the earth to the point where we now breathe as what we need to survive as what was their waste product. The Earth's environment was actually very different billions of years ago, and microbes had polluted the planet with oxygen as their waste product, and now we breathe their waste product.
We are getting a flood of super chats. Okay. Even
God damn
is twice a day. Thank you, Crimson. That is true. That's namesake. Nameless. She's dumb beyond humanity. Time to make her angry by yelling "Glory to mankind."
Yeah, essentially.
Jake,
because she hates human side in freaking World of Warcraft and some shit.
But I am special. My social worker told me so. And Jake, you're very special to all of us. All right, you're very special. Sky Slasher, what is a man? What is a man? A miserable little pile of secrets. That's the nuclear explosion one. Silver-haired freak. Humans are a great way to ground your fantasy setting by having believable POV. If anything, I think the other default races, elves, dwarves, and orcs, are the bland ones. It's fantasy. Make shit up. You know what? I love the classic fantasy races, but I'm always open to new ones.
Yeah, same here. And I think that goes into, like, the second main thing I have to say about the premise of this video, which is that this shit is about as boring as you make it. Okay, I'm gonna say the thing that Lily hates hearing. It works when it's done well, you fucking child.
It's all in the execution.
Yeah, execution, right. Yeah,
Uh,
just like how your views gotten executed, but let's
Also-
not talk about that.
Also, like, you don't have to necessarily make shit up. Like, there are thousands upon thousands of mythical creatures all over the world that you can take inspiration from. Like, what I am doing with my novel, with Cadence of Magic, is I am adding a bunch of other creatures that are not as common in common knowledge. Because, like, what do we know? Maybe 30 mythical creatures that are really popular, including vampires and mermaids and zombies and fairies and all of these sorts of creatures. But have you ever heard of a Huldra? Have you ever heard of a Zima Devushka, for instance?
Gesundheit.
I was waiting for him to make that.
Sky
joke.
Slasher says, we all know goblins are the best fantasy creatures. I have a very soft spot for goblins. I also kind of hate goblins. As says, I prefer shark merfolk myself. I see you're a man of culture.
Yeah.
You goths, I mean, by sheer numbers, we lose, I think, to ants. Yeah. I want to say like half of the biomass on Earth or something crazy like that is like ants, or insects. It's insects in general.
I think it's insects in general, but yeah, ants are definitely up there.
Someone said that we broke natural selection by accident. No, we didn't.
No.
We as a species worked collaboratively to improve the odds of survival. That's not breaking natural selection. That's like actively trying, like, wait, we didn't do it by accident. And B, we didn't ultimately break it. We just changed how it works for us.
We can still very easily kill ourselves. We can make ourselves extinct very, very easily.
We have the Darwin
That is still
Awards.
natural. Yeah, that is the Darwin Awards. That is still natural selection.
Right.
Who else thinks Lily's going to say that orcs are black people? I don't know. The thing is,
Oh my god. Well,
is she that stupid?
Well, she believes that freaking goblins are Jewish stereotypes.
Oh
so.
fuck, she might be that stupid.
Yeah. No. I remember saying that in the freaking 100 writing tips shit too.
Yep.
Sucker for golems. Golems are cool, and like,
yeah, golems are awesome.
I don't see like people really referencing.
We need more golems, honestly.
I see golems have become very generified, but like when I learned that they're actually from Jewish folklore, it was very interesting. Like, oh, I never thought that. I never thought about Jewish cultures having folklore. I never really thought about Christian cultures having folklore, but like they do. Like it makes demons are Christian folklore. So it's like kind of like helped me kind of change my brain a little bit and understand where a lot of these things come from. And it helps me respect a lot about like Japanese, like I'm very heavily steeped in like researching Japanese stuff, and like the creatures in Japanese lore, they're actual entities a lot of the time in Shinto, like the Shinto religion. They're not just some imaginary creature made up to scare children. They're very deeply, or at the very least respected, if not deeply believed in.
Yes. And
it's very important that we recognize that. I mean, I do like the Japanese tradition of like you bring a Shinto priest and you pray before a piece of land before you build on it. It's like you gotta ask permission to build here. Gotta get your yokai permit for building.
Yeah, that is actually something that I hope you noticed when you beta read for Cadence. Because I did have mentioned that Ackerley said I have to get Fairlith to see which trees are filled with creatures, or else I'm gonna get in trouble if I start chopping them down.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
Let's see. Did someone say goblins? Doom music starts playing. Crimson Rose, stop adding real politics to fantasy. I'm driving. Okay, look, remember
jo-
the rule of thumb is it's okay to have politics in your story so long as you are not preaching. That's typically the line
Yeah.
that people draw. When people complain about politics in gaming, it's typically
Or
about
media in
being
general.
told what you should believe as opposed to exploring the natural avenues of that political line of thought. Everyone,
Yes.
like, people points out,
Yep.
oh, we had politics in Metal Gear Solid 2. And it's like, yes. And you know what Metal Gear
Yeah.
Solid 2 said? I don't know. You make your own choice. Like, how you want to deal with, like, the idea of the entire world being run on an AI program, which became alarmingly real within 2 decades. However you want to feel about that, I have presented you with both sides of the argument. I've presented you with a lot of different facets to this argument. You get to choose how you move forward, and the characters choose how to move forward within it. It's when the characters and the story is screaming at you, you must believe it this way. You must respect it this way. It's like, then you start losing people, and then that people get angry.
And it's
Yeah.
even worse because most people who do that do so in a way that just is not done well because they focus more on, again, preaching to you about whatever message they care about rather than actually telling a fucking story. Like, if you want to tell a story about why, I don't know, fucking communism is the greatest thing of all time, then fine, whatever. But make it a believable story, and people are probably not going to care all that much.
I mean,
Well, like,
oh, yo.
sorry. Because I'm going through MHA again with Noel. We talk a lot about all of the stuff that's going on in the story of MHA. Like, MHA has a lot of politics in it. The scope is actually very impressive with how much stuff he puts in there that is, while not unique to Japan, is very specific to the stuff that is going on in Japan at the moment. Like,
Well,
xenophobia.
I was going to say heteromorph discrimination is very
Yeah.
much a parallel to how outsiders and a lot of people inside of the culture who are out, basically the
mixed
out
race.
group, regardless
Yeah.
what out group that is treated in Japan and like where it's
Yes.
isolated in certain ways.
Yeah, exactly. Because it's absolutely awful in Japan. People think that it's bad in America. No, it's very bad in Japan.
Yeah.
But also, not only that, but there's also themes of individualism versus collectivism as well. Which is, I always thought was very interesting because MHA is a love letter to superhero comics while also being a critique of it. Because the majority of superhero stuff is made in America, which is an incredibly individualist country. And here we have a story where it says that individualism is kind of bad and that we need to be more collectivist, which is the dominant thought process in Japan.
Right.
And it's all because like there's a lot of, well, I don't disagree with that. Like I'm trying to like word is, it's because a lot of people Flanderize both ends of that spectrum. Because like collectivism,
because that's what the culture war does.
Yeah, that's what the culture war does. Like individualism. Ah, yes, you're going to go off alone into the woods and live forever. And yeah, some people are built for that. Fine, but like they're not adding anything really. Like they might be supporting their close family members at best, but like they're not really contributing to society. The American ideal, at least upon like the American dream idea, is a bunch of individuals working together and like people willingly, voluntarily adding themselves to a larger work and trying to build things together. Like the idea of like the Empire State Building being built by a bunch of people getting together that all have unique skills in order to accomplish it. And that's where a lot of the strength of collectivism comes from. It's like, it's a lot of, many hands make work light. And that's not a bad thing. But like, if you take that in its natural extreme, it's you must do this, you must do that work, and that's not good. It's like there's a happy middle ground where you can still be an individual and contribute. Sorry,
Raven, you are preaching a little bit, because you're getting outside of the scope of MHA and fantasy and all that. But like,
also
basically,
Orchard.
yeah, basically what I was saying was like the the themes that are being talked about in MHA is talking about the failings and the shortcomings of being an individual person, of having one specific hero to always look up to, or to always um put everything onto, to
Yeah.
think that you have no personal responsibility simply because there is this one person who is there who will do everything for you, and that you
Right.
don't need to do anything. Like that's the whole theme of MHA.
Yep.
Right.
The idea is
So
that
like
we
it is,
all work together to build a better future.
yes.
Yeah.
And it is a very political thing, but because it's not necessarily preaching to you, it is not saying that it is bad to be an individual. It is just exploring the good and the bad of individualist society, and
Yep.
what it takes and what it sacrifices in order to accomplish that. That makes
Yeah.
it a good story.
Yep.
Yeah, and I think that's the key word you said. Exploration is the thing that a lot of people actually want out of these kinds of stories.
Yes.
It's the difference between the story that is preachy and what isn't. Unfortunately, Lily just doesn't really agree with that. She
Yeah.
wants the message that she wants to see represented in media every single time, regardless of context, regardless how much sense it
I
makes.
wonder what, like, if you were to take all of Lily's preferences for stories and write a story aiming to, like, achieve all those checkboxes, would she even like it? That is
I
a
wonder.
question that fascinates me now.
That's a very, very damn good question. I mean, well, here's an easy way to it. Just have a story involving a couple of siblings, if you know what I'm saying.
Oh God. Crimson Rose, stop it. Oh, sorry. Where is it? Seawits. Everyone get your Lily Orchard bingo cards ready. Also, Goblin women. Son,
Yeah.
I understand the temptation, but check yourself, all right?
Yeah, you don't pull a Vosh, okay, dog?
Oh,
The
boy.
Orange Man says, Happy Thanksgiving. Anyway, plans for after Fruby Volume 7. Sleep. Just, I need rest.
Yeah, that's
I'll probably be,
Yeah.
like, I'll be working simultaneously on doing the full Blu-ray version and also getting my Silent Hill video made. I'll be, like, recording that. I'll also probably be,
Also,
like...
Sorry, I just realized that my chat froze for me. So, I'm sorry.
The, yeah, and I'll probably actually be streaming a lot of the classic Silent Hill games so I can, like, at least refamiliarize myself with them, that kind of stuff, so I can make better arguments. Jake the Surgeon. It also helps that the political themes are universal, like security versus freedom. Yeah, like,
Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot of the rumor around the next Naughty Dog game is people are like, wait, the leaks, alleged leaks, which aren't called, they have been called into question, seem to be a direct analog for a certain conflict that's going on in the Middle East recently. And everyone's like, is that wise? Super Easy Walker
Also,
says,
Crimson Rose. We forgot Crimson Rose. I agree. They say I agree. I was mostly responding to the ogre stuff. Okay, cool.
Super Easy Walker says, Lorch thinks Freerun is boring, by the way. I'm
not surprised.
I understand why people would think Freerun is boring. I think it's, I mean, at least I found the manga really engaging. It's not exactly a fast anime. It's a very slow and methodical one, but it's good.
Yeah, but even then, it doesn't even seem to make sense that she would say this, because, like, this is the same bitch who hoots and hollers every single time a show that, like, wants to be more episodic or start off as a bit more soft, ends up being a lot more like plot driven and crazy stuff, and she prefers slower paced shows. You can't win with this chick, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no.
Mark Cochran says, honestly, whenever I glance at Freerun, all I see is derivative slop. No. I'll push back.
What?
Like, it does have a lot of the fantasy staples to it, like dwarves and elves and the magic system, but it takes those things and it executes them very, very well. That's the key
Yeah.
with Freerun, is it takes a very simple and basic concept and just does it well. That's all there is to it. It's not like it also handles some rather deep themes when it comes to it. It asks some very interesting moral questions. Like, I mean, Lord, us not get into it, but the demons, like, that's a very interesting conversation to have.
God, I
really
do
orchard
not want
like
to hear her
Frasier.
takes on that.
So yeah, I would encourage giving Freerun another try. I don't know if you've watched it all the way or you dropped it at some point, or if you ever give it a try at all. If you don't like that, I recommend Dungeon Meshi. That's also really good.
Yeah.
Also very simple. In
Also,
concept.
Lily hates it, so you know it's good.
Also, I gotta wonder, what the fuck do you mean by slop? Because, like, slop is a very specific word. So if you're just going around saying something that you don't like or something that is kind of generic happens to be slop, I'm kind of side-eyeing you because you're using the word wrong.
I was going to say, like,
I mean,
if you say isekai slop, I kind of understand what you mean. I'll still probably look at it to
Implicitly,
understand.
sort of.
Like, I'm side-eyeing you, Assassin in Another World. Fuck that show. I'm also dreading redo of Healer. I don't know if that's an isekai or not, but
it's not.
But, like, look, if someone says that, like, Vision of Escaflowne is isekai slop simply because it is yet another isekai, would you believe this person? Would you think that they are a silly goose?
Yeah.
So, even shows that I don't particularly like, I just got in a conversation about it with someone because people were talking about Lodos War. I was like, we watched the OVA and it just didn't grip me. It was just one of those.
Yeah,
like,
I felt
like,
the same way.
I love the animation, I love the character design and such, but it just, for whatever reason, it just did not grab me. Like, the execution in the story and characters weren't strong enough to latch me, or they were just done in a way that it didn't appeal to me, and that
wouldn't make it slop, though.
It wouldn't make it slop. I would never call that slop. I mean, for one, it's so old. It's basically a foundation for a lot of anime at this point, including Slayers, which I adore.
Yes.
So it's like,
which, by the way, I should definitely.
That would be an interesting stream to do, covering the word slop and, like, trying to qualify it. A sloppy stream. How does that sound, chat? Would you like a sloppy stream?
Good God. And it's just all of us on top of a freaking sloppy Joe sandwich.
Oh, now it's getting, now it became physical in my brain, and it's just, all right.
Ew.
I'm just, like, imagining, have you ever slid down just a slide of sloppy Joe? Oh, my cat.
Good Lord.
Okay.
Well, that'll be full for the fan artists.
I will let my cat out, and then we'll begin the video.
Cool.
Okay. Nope. I'm better than this.
Are you?
I am very better. I am much better than this. But what's the word? But yeah, I am very curious about what freaking Lily is about to say, because I am 90% certain that she is just going to use this as an opportunity to shill that elf bitch from World of Warcraft. What's her name? Again?
I don't even remember.
Sylvanas Windrunner, I think that's what it is. Yeah, she's going to use this as an excuse to just suck off Sylvanas's cock for the upteenth time. Also, what the fuck? What the hell, Daigato?
What? Oh my gosh.
Okay. Yeah, look in the art chat in Tundra. I'm about to forward it.
Lore experts of World of Warcraft, let us know, does Sylvanas have a cock that needs sucking?
Yeah, and make sure to send Raymond a visual, okay?
Oh God, no! Fuck no! Rule 34 says possibly.
Good answer.
I see where we're taking
definitely
taking what are they called? Like neutralians from Futurama. It's like, if I die, tell my wife I said hello.
Hello.
Oh. All right, let me look at this art, and then we can begin.
All right.
Dog?
Let me...
Oh, we were talking about the dog.
The
Yeah, we
Dobermans.
Yeah. Excalibur.
Oh no,
let me
it's
check.
it's Froppy's dad, I think.
Oh, is it?
Is it?
I don't.
Oh my gosh, yeah, it is.
Excalibur. Let me check my folder. No, don't pull a Vosh, okay?
Oh, just gotta. Okay, look, it's behind the horse folder. Anyway,
It's Shadow. It's Shadow eating Spot, but if Spot was Froppy's dad.
all right. Well, let's begin this travesty. Almost an hour in.
Oh boy. Yeah.
So between my other videos, I've been working on a larger one comparing Baldur's Gate 3 to Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, which means I spent a lot of time with my head shoved into the fantasy genre. Granted, my head has never not been in the fantasy genre. I used to play D&D.
Your head has also never not been shoved somewhere else.
I was about to say, maybe maybe you shouldn't really, announce this in public, Lily. You might fetch some charges for that. Oh, but also, dog, if Crispy Tavern and Sai already had a field day with Lily's takes before, if she her comparisons of Baldur's Gate 3 and 2 is probably gonna give everybody a conniption. Holy shit.
It's going to be interesting because all three Baldur's Gate games, by my knowledge, are adored. So I'm wondering what kind of comparison she can make that would get everyone pissed.
It's
Slow to
Lily, she'll find a way.
0.75 speed. Son, this is a 13-minute video. We're not doing that. I will, however, roll it back.
Okay.
Videos, I've been working on a larger one comparing Baldur's Gate 3 to Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, which means I spent a lot of time with my head shoved into the fantasy genre. Granted, my head has never not been in the fantasy genre. I used to play D&D fairly often before 5th edition ruined it, and I've been playing World of Warcraft from its...
Whoa, what did she say there?
Which means I spent a lot of time with my head shoved into the fantasy genre. Granted, my head has never not been in the fantasy genre. I used to play D&D fairly often before 5th edition.
It was actually 4th edition where I fell off, but 5th edition was like Wizards of the Coast double tapping a corpse. I have strong opinions about 4th edition being crap. 5th edition is just very bland by my measure, but it's harmless. It's really good as an entry point for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Let's see. Blade
Wasn't it
says,
5e that people had a problem with?
Well, it's mostly
5.5e. That's the
5.5,
yeah.
yeah.
Right now.
Okay.
That's not officially called. They just call it Dungeons and Dragons. Like, it's not just a repackaging rework of 5e. It's like everyone's just like anyone that calls it anything just call it 5.5e because it makes the most sense.
Yep.
Right.
Blade Charge says no one is going to recover from this mentally. Probably not. Agumon. The definition of a word slop refers to content that is mass-produced that is either low effort and tends to prioritize quantity over quality. That's actually really interesting to me because each individual studio producing, say, an anime is not actually producing quantity. They're supposed to be producing quality. So that's... you would have to have like an A1 Pictures and they're just throwing a lot of shit out there, I guess. But
yeah,
it's a really... You could theoretically have someone working... I mean, Kimono Friends was supposed to be slop, and the team just believed in it so much, they basically forced that into being a really good show.
Well, like, here's the thing. Like, if we're talking about, say, isekai, for instance, since that was already brought up, like, each individual studio isn't intending to just mass-produce slop. It's the fact that every single studio out there is doing an isekai, and they're running out of ideas for what kind of isekai to do, because the majority of anime viewers out there are just casually, they're not even watching the anime. They're doing their laundry while doing it, because we have a friend that we went to the anime con with who was basically like that, and it's like, well, you can't really talk to people like that about anime and stuff like that and quality.
Yeah.
But
Sure.
what can you do, really, other than the fact that these are the kinds of people that are allowing these studios to make money and to put a roof over their heads and stuff, so they have to keep making what these people are watching, which makes a negative feedback loop, really.
I just realized slop is the wrong word. It's blob.
Yeah.
Blob is the correct word.
Blob.
Well,
Yeah.
that, like how moe blob is a thing. Like that's
Right.
probably more accurate, where it's a trend that everyone is following, so everything seems samey.
Yeah, but I understand that. But I understand that like slop is a much more, it's a more powerful word to say for people who are just angry about something being bland.
Yeah, but then that also makes me
But it's
angry
not.
because like when you're being such a fucking drama queen over something that is maybe a 5 out of 10, like that is I think that's almost more offensive than someone being upset over like actual slop, or like saying that something that is good isn't all that good or whatever.
Because they're throwing the baby out with the bathwater at that point.
Yeah. So like when I think of slop, I think of the like Ratatouille, for instance. Or like
that entire studio,
yeah, that entire studio, or that one German studio that Phalis used to make a lot of fun of.
Asylum.
Asylum.
Is it? Yeah,
they're the ones that did like Transmorphers.
Well, also those really low quality remakes, I guess, of the Disney movies, but then they weren't really remakes. Remember Lion and the King?
Yeah.
Lion and the King.
For context, her preferred version of D&D is based on Baldur's Gate 2, which is loosely based on 2nd edition and is broken as shit. 2nd edition is interesting, but it's not as like, I'm very much a 3.5 fan, that like, because that goes into Pathfinder, which is my favorite system of all time because of how versatile it is. I imagine.
Also, I have to further clarify that I'm pretty sure when she plays Baldur's Gate 2 and possibly 1, she basically cheats the game with mods.
Oh, does she?
Oh,
yeah.
Oh God.
I'm very certain. I'll have to look back in side streams to see how close that is, but yeah.
Jake the Surgeon, you're thinking of Dingo Productions, Twilight.
Dingo, yeah, okay. Dingo Productions.
All right, well, we're only 19 seconds in.
Ruined. And I've been playing World of Warcraft from its release up until now, with only brief months of unsubscribing in between. And I've also always just been a big classic CRPG bitch. And in having to tread that ground again for the big Baldur's Gate video, I'm left with one question. Why are humans so frequently the worst race in any fantasy game? Fantasy races are pretty much the lifeblood of fantasy games.
Specifically games. Okay, that's that. Oh, wait,
buddy. Fantasy races are the lifeblood of a fantasy game? What?
Okay.
What?
Humans in Pathfinder and the D&D derivatives are literally so fucking good mechanically that you are typically hindering yourself if you do not find another race that's anywhere near as good. Because of how you can very much specialize your human in very specific ways.
Damn,
also,
you know what? Lily as usual, just starting off strong.
Also, like, I'm sorry, Lily, but you're speaking as though these types of fantasy games are the only fantasy games in existence, when that's not true.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, you're specifically talking about like MMOs or D&D based fantasy RPGs, but there are so many more fantasy games out there in existence.
Right. Yeah, you don't play as a human at all in Zelda. You're a Hylian, which is different.
Yeah. Or Rune Factory. Rune Factory, where you do play as a human, but you play as a special type of human called an Earthmate. And Earthmates are supposed to be very special because they have a specific connection to the Earth and make it so that it's easier for you to grow plants and to make these magical creatures called Runeys.
Oh.
Games as the ability to insert yourself into a fantastical world of wonder involves being able to insert yourself into a culture that lives in that world. But fantasy games have long struggled with the big three: humans, elves, and dwarves. Dwarves are usually the easiest ones. They live underground. They drink.
You know, I just realized why she hates humans in fantasy world, because she's never been able to relate to one.
Damn.
Shots they might be made of rocks, and they're all Scottish, except in Dragon Age, where they're all American and have a really intricate bureaucracy. Elves have only two.
No, they're not all
never
Scottish.
Played Dragon Age. I don't know.
What do you mean they're all Scottish? They're all. I mean, they can have a little bit of a Scottish brogue to them, but typically they're like more northern British. They're more. I mean, a lot of them are like German influenced. Like I'm
trying to think specifically in like games as well. Like there might be more of a point there, but if you're talking about like dwarves broadly in media, definitely not.
I know that Doug definitely did not have a Scottish accent in Rune Factory.
Oh yeah.
No. Yeah. No.
He's a good kid.
Yeah, he's a good kid. He can't smith worth a fuck, but he's still a good boy.
Two modes. In Lord of the Rings, they're otherworldly creatures who are so long-lived that they have surpassed literally everything else on the planet, and so they all leave to go do something else. And then in every other piece of fantasy media, they're minoritized and subject to genocide upon genocide because Lord of the Rings tweaked the worst kind of fantasy bitch. And
no!
What?
Elves are not minoritized in every other... What the fuck are you on about?
Also, they're subject to genocide because typically elves are often like the ones with the most like magical bullshit, and the villains want that magical bullshit for themselves.
And if they are minoritized, there's probably the Lord of the Rings. They're minoritized because they don't need to reproduce all that often. They live for hundreds, if not thousands. They might be immortal. I think they are immortal in Lord of the Rings.
Not only that, but they're also going to the Undying Lands. They're actively leaving Middle Earth.
Yep.
They're going away to their homeland.
I don't understand this woman.
Yeah, we don't understand Lily is the point of the stream, guys.
The Eldar's problems are mostly self-inflicted, Jake the Certain. That's probably true. Izanagi, Lily, you are so limited in your media intake. I don't think you have enough info on what the other races are like. It probably doesn't. Like, I'm just thinking of a bunch of different, all the isekai I've ever watched, and it's like, elves are just a thing. They're just around.
Yeah.
Well, of the isekai that I've watched, there's no such thing as elves in Digimon. There's no such thing as elves in Vision of Escaflowne. I don't think that there was such a thing as elves in that last isekai that we watched. You
mean the assassin one?
No, the mobs one.
Oh yeah, the life is difficult for mobs.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. No, I don't think there were any fantasy races in that one.
No, it's just humans.
Right. God, that show is just so much fun.
I still need to watch that. Yeah,
I think they're making a season 2. I hope they are. It's
awesome.
Really. I'm reading right now. They just started the new manga series, the sequel manga series. So I'm really excited for.
Oh, awesome!
Cool.
It's written by a different author, so I'm nervous, but we'll see.
Okay.
Super Easy Walker. Now and then, here and there.
Oh yeah, I know that isekai. That's one of my favorite anime ever. There aren't any fictional races in that one. It's just humans. It's an older isekai as well, which I absolutely recommend anyone to watch. It does get dark in some places, but it's really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have the humans, who are nothing. If there's ever been one constant throughout the fantasy genre, it's that humans are simultaneously omnipresent, the most powerful and widespread race in the land, and they're also an underdeveloped cultureless vacuum who are at best defined by mercantilism and at worst defined by racism. I started thinking about this.
Wait,
what?
Mercantilism? What the fuck? What? Okay. What? In what series are humans defined by mercantilism? Typically, Lily, you'd be having something like the goblins in Harry Potter that you call thinly veiled Jew allegories to be like the mercantile race. I don't typically associate mercantilism with humans. They are versatile, and they typically do have strong freaking cultures, because you don't really define your culture by your race. You define the culture by where you live and how you fit into that. So
also, to sort of like bridge this mercantilism, belief in the benefits of profitable trading and commercialism. So, like, you do realize that dwarves often trade in fictional settings as
yeah,
well,
dwarves
right?
are way more mercantilistic. Is that a word?
Like, how it is now.
It is now.
Well, also, like, there are like more than 20 or 30 different creatures in mythology that basically are just as obsessed with material stuff, with shiny things.
Leprechauns.
Leprechauns. You have the Fetin, you have the like there are just so many that are obsessed. Dragons.
I was gonna say dragons.
Vampires.
Aren't really mercantile.
Vampires in some lore can be as well. There are so many lore of mythical creatures that are obsessed with gaining wealth and gaining power and status. You could call those mercantile.
It's just
Right.
fucking okay.
It's when me and my wife were
Elves
talking
are
about
not
the
typically
cultural
one of them.
inspiration for races in World of Warcraft, and when she asked me what the humans were based on and how that influenced gameplay, I didn't really have an answer for her. World of Warcraft is probably the worst offender for how bad fantasy is at making humans interesting. Oh sure, there have been plenty of human characters all over the story, but they're all lone wolves. Human-run organizations tend to be militant and aggressive, especially when it comes to a culture or race they look down on, which is all of them. Human aggression is the primary reason for most of the Horde's members joining the Horde in the first place. But WoW's writing
It's not defining them. I mean, I don't even believe your words, but if we take it at face value, is not over-aggression then a defining character trait of human culture then in that setting?
Yeah.
I think Cat Sith likes Strules too. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they do.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And also, like, okay, so World of Warcraft is bad. It has like bad world building or whatever the fuck. Okay, do you have any more examples outside of that?
Yeah, that's a World of Warcraft problem, not a fantasy game in general problem.
And I don't even believe you with World of Warcraft. So we got any fucking WoW historians in the chat right now.
You'd be militant if you also had orcs for neighbors. Yeah, probably. Yes, compare humans being warmongering in World of fucking Warcraft. That's a good point. It is the name of the series.
Yeah, it's also true.
Aren't humans often used as commentary on us or our prejudices? Yeah.
Yes. Silver Hair Freak for $5 says she had a casual conversation with Michaela. Now I know she's bullshit.
Okay, now she didn't mention anything about Michaela being allowed to have an opinion. That's how we know she's bullshit.
True.
That is true. Yeah. But yeah, no, like so far she's only excuse me. So far she's only mentioned 2 series. Baldur's Gate and World of Warcraft. And is she
and Lord of the Rings
trying? I guess, yeah, Lord of the Rings. So is she trying to just base her fantasy opinions on just these 3 series?
Yeah, newsflash, dumbass. Everybody's fighting everybody in World of Warcraft. And so yeah, so they all suck then.
Let's be clear. The humans in Lord of the Rings are incredibly well fleshed out. You know, you have Rohan and Gondor and all these different human civilizations that are all very distinct and separate entities. They're all very distinct societies. Then you put up D&D, effectively, through Baldur's Gate, which, most characters, regardless of their race, actually inherit the culture of the place that they live. That's typically how that works. a human from one society is not going to be the same as a human from another society. They're going to have different.
Yeah, that's kind of important if you talk about with your DM or whatever.
And then you choose World of Warcraft, which, well, I know people praise it for its gameplay. I've never really seen high esteem for its storytelling. So,
yeah.
I don't know, and I don't believe you either, for the record. You also are a rabid Horde player, as I understand, so...
is weird. Over the years, writers have gotten really into the idea of the Alliance as the friend-making peacemongers, but they don't so much dial back Alliance aggression as they do make excuses for it. Throughout the story, human aggression is often completely forgotten about when the writers want their precious Uwu baby boy to play peacemonger. For example, Garrosh is often blamed for fomenting war in Cataclysm, but that war was started an expansion prior by Varian Rin, who attempted to murder both Thrall and Sylvanas for crimes they didn't commit. Several expansions later, Sylvanas is given an entire villain arc surrounding the Fourth War. When that war was started...
I'm sorry. All I'm hearing is... right now.
Sylvanas.
Yeah, Sylvanas, where art thou, Sylvanas? 2 minutes in. Dog.
At least have the dignity to wipe your chin, Lily.
Yeah, for real, dog. Peace.
Also, I don't know who any of these characters are. You're doing a really bad job actually, like... If you want to talk to players of World of Warcraft, this is going to make a lot more sense. But if you're trying to talk to a general audience, typically your audience who may not
you have to explain this shit.
You actually have to put up maybe pictures of the people you're talking about, like reference some of the image, like just a little more extra work so we know who is who in this scenario. I don't know these fucking names. They all sound like convoluted fantasy names. I don't know who's the human here and who's not.
Also, Daigato is right. Wait, World of Warcraft has a story?
Yeah. I have never taken MMORPGs at all serious when it comes to the story because I just hate how they have to shoehorn. I mean, you have like this problem with like almost every single one. You're the special person in the world. Yeah. You're the super special awesome person. It's like, why are you doing that? That's really dumb. That means everyone else is also super special awesome.
The Danny Man says, no, that war was started by Thrall putting an inexperienced kid in power, and shock of all shocks, he defaulted back to war. Oh, so she's lying.
Mm.
Well,
it's always the question with Lily. Is she lying or is she just dumb?
Yep.
Why not both?
Why not both?
By Gen attempting to murder the Horde's war chief.
Worgen are werewolves, so Gen counts as human for the purposes of this discussion. Okay, no, stop.
No,
I'm sorry.
If
Worgen are a distinct race of people that transform between humanoid and a bestial humanoid form, that is a distinct entity. If there is a society behind it, they are distinct from humans.
Yeah, if we can say that vampires are distinct, then werewolves absolutely are.
Look, ma'am, if this is not a human that gets transformed into a wolf or a werewolf through magical means like a curse or something, that is not a human. That is a distinct creature.
Well, even then, like my brain is going to Vampire the Masquerades, the Dark World setting, where vampires, werewolves, mummies, changelings, they all consider themselves separate entities from humanity. They are, even though they are cursed with their affliction, they are themselves separate, and within them they have distinct subcultures.
I'm talking
emphasizing for her.
I'm talking about like a person who like encounters a witch, and then that witch casts the spell on them, and then suddenly they transform into a wolf. That person is not culturally a werewolf.
What why does that have to be a witch? We have to be careful with our language, Twi. We have to say magic caster of unknown gender these days. Izanagi says
that guy was playing wearing fur face.
Yeah. Sorry. I will say where winds meet might have a good story, but that's in cultural context, and yeah, most MMOs are light in story. Also, Lily, stop lying and get to the actual point. I mean, she's already introduced her point at the very least. Humans are boring.
Like that's the Danny Man clarifies in the evil case. In the evil case, she's now referencing she poisoned their home, then murdered his son in front of him. Of course, the father wants payback.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
For a crime she didn't commit, and also Kalia Menethil completely sabotaging a genuine attempt at mending that bridge at the Gathering in the following novel. In both these cases, the Horde's war chief is given the villain arc for a war the Alliance started. Blizzard's writers have no idea what they want the humans to be and just slap very generic concepts onto them. They're either generically good or they're clansmen. All of the examples I've shown...
Okay, now also, I need to pump the brakes on here because you're not even talking about culture now. You're talking about the moral weight of an entire society. Yeah. That's a completely different conversation.
I find it really weird that she says either you are good, in which case you are bland, or you are literally worse than Hitler.
Yeah. Which is listen, you can say a lot of things about, how horrendous that might be. But I wouldn't exactly call that boring as a story idea. I don't know.
Like here's the thing that I'm kind of raising my eyebrow at is that she is basically saying that if you are a good person, you are a bland person.
Yeah.
What makes good bland?
I was going to say that makes sense because Lily kind of is very interesting as a person.
Wait, does that make us bland? Is that why we don't have anyone watching us? Nobody in the chat actually exists?
Yeah, it's all bots. I just AI'd a bunch of bots.
Oh, damn. How could you do that, Raymond?
Because we're bland. We need the viewership.
Yeah, exactly. Now this is the real
damn.
Flops.
Oh no, the bot is breaking. Fuck.
Oh no, the bot.
Hello.
There you are. Hello.
You're back.
And have no idea what their culture is. But WoW's humans exist in a complete cultureless void. D&D isn't as egregious with humans, but humans often have such a little identity that players who make humans have to do triple the work to make their characters interesting because they can't just fall back on, lol, I'm a space hippo named Barty McBart.
Okay, but that's because your DM is shit.
Also, what do you mean fall back on? What do you mean by fall back on? Like, you don't want to put effort into making your character, into making them distinct and unique? It's like, yes, I will just fall back on, I am an elf, so this thing happens. It's like, who? What?
That's what kind of D&D player are we even talking about, dog? Dude, a majority of the problem that a lot of players face is that they often put in too much backstory because they're so easily eager to do it.
Crimson Rose says, Clankers, let your voices be heard.
Become as gods. Become as gods.
Faith. And that's because for much of the game's lifespan, the humans were the race you played when you wanted to ignore most of the game's mechanics. They're good at everything, can master everything, and have no restricted classes. Humans are the ultimate blank slate, a race that has nothing to them. And this is weird because, have you seen humans in real life? There's tons of culture everywhere. Where the hell is all that culture that exists on planet Earth?
Lily, you're a goddamn idiot. I need to understand more about the Baldur's Gate series, but speaking from Pathfinder at the very least, typically speaking, when you're given an adventure module or a campaign or anything, they do a really good job of presenting that everyone that lives in a specific location or comes from outside of that location has certain traits that distinguish them from the other characters. You typically get some sort of trait that defines your role in the setting. Like, it's not just, oh, you are a human in this place. No, you're, I don't know, you have insight into the local economy. You know some of the underground crime people. You know people in the police. Like, you actually, there are parts of the world that you belong to, and they try to actually massage your character into the setting using these different little perks. Like, that's how that works. Because the setting itself is the interesting part, and your character is fitting into that, no matter what race you are.
And that's usually the case for D&D as well. I mean, the Forgotten, not just the Forgotten Realms, but Eberron is a very distinctly, very, very detailed setting with various human factions. I've played an incomplete campaign in that setting. And it was very difficult to make my character who was a variant human because there's so many different elements that goes into it. I mean, just going into the how people perceive like the different pantheons alone, like changes so much.
Is not adaptability a distinguishing characteristic, Lily?
Yeah, especially since in the case of freaking D&D, where it's meant for the player to sort of like change things around, making things as versatile as possible for people to use in order for them to create their own stories. Don't you think that's kind of a very important part of that?
Well, it's in the other races. Most fantasy stories tend to take real-life examples of human culture and bolt them onto fantasy races, often with no rhyme or reason. In Dragon Age and Dungeons & Dragons, the elves have Celtic and Norse inspirations in their culture. In World of Warcraft, the Night Elves are a mixture
for no reason? Hang on.
It's almost like elves came from Celtic culture.
Okay, so Lily's just racist. Lily's just racist.
Let me also push back on this. Maybe that's not specifically a good thing, depending on the setting. Maybe having your elves and orcs and all those things be a little more culturally neutral, at least in terms of their broad overarching aesthetic, allows them to then develop into larger multicultural societies.
As the chat keeps pointing out, Lily, it's called inspiration. Yeah.
No, I'm pretty sure that Lily thinks that elves and dwarves were invented by Tolkien.
Oh my god.
Of Japan and ancient Rome, while the Blood Elves are a mixture of China and Saudi Arabia of all places. Warcraft is so committed to this idea, they've done 2 different Moses allegories. They've made the non-human races of Azeroth a cultural smorgasbord. But what's left for the humans? Well, you have half Britain, half America fantasy default for Stormwind, you have comedy cockney British for the Gilneans, and you have pirates, which are just another flavor of British. Isn't it weird that so many cultures on Earth get reserved for the non-humans, and then there's nothing left for the actual humans?
Are you saying that America and Britain do not have culture? Are you literally saying that?
She probably is one of those people who thinks that Britain and thus America and Canada do not have a culture. That everywhere else in the world is culture except for the West, specifically Britain.
Lily, I understand that you probably spend a majority of your life in your own fucking in your freaking I believe she lives in an apartment or something like that, in your apartment room, but there's actually a very big wide world outside of that in the country that you are from.
Yeah,
which is Twilight's.
Here's a question about those elves you mentioned that were based on Japan. What part of Japan? Lily, what part of Japan? What culture in Japan? Are they Okinawan? Are they from the Central Island? Are they
from Tohoku?
Are they from Hokkaido? Are they maybe Ainu?
Are they Ainu?
And that's not even getting into the era within those cultures. Are we talking about the Meiji era, the Reiwa era? Are we talking about the what's the other one? The Bakumatsu War was before Meiji.
Meiji, Reiwa, Showa.
Showa, there we go.
Yeah.
Showa era.
So it's like, Lily, you realize that within these macro cultures, there are many, many micro cultures. I mean, America alone, it's a huge macro culture that within it has other major macro cultures that within that have other micro cultures. I mean, a lot of societies break down that way.
In fact, I mentioned the world of Eberron, which is the module in D&D that basically introduced the artificer subclass among other things. That world society is mainly based off of the American Industrial Revolution.
That's dope.
Yeah. So imagine the Industrial Revolution, but also mixed in with freaking, magical bullshit. And it's actually has a whole lot of detail to it. Like, for example, elementals, right? Elementals get like integrated into cons basically to be used as vehicles. So instead of trains, we have trains that are powered by lightning elementals. And there are very few like fucking ground digging ones as well.
Isa says, I don't want to hear that from your 1/16th, if even that, indigenous idiotic blabbering. Wow. Damn. Chet Manley, Baldur's Gate is set in Faerun, which is full of other cultures. For instance, Cormyr is full of feudal lords and knights, while Thay is a magocracy that runs on slavery. Not that Lily would know, probably. Jake the Surgeon says, Lily has never been to a southern backyard barbecue. This is true.
I mean, she probably wouldn't do that.
America alone, if you want to get it, fucking New Orleans, Louisiana. That is some of the highest, like, richest culture you can fucking find. And that's in the broad scope of America. So please, fucking specify.
I was about to say, like, I'm not going to say exactly where I live. I live in the East Coast, okay? And looking at a place like South Carolina and Philadelphia, they're both of those two places are incredibly fucking different. What the fuck are you talking about?
Not only that, but like even in Canada, we have vastly different cultures. If you live on the West Coast, like where I live, that is going to be vastly different than Arcadia, which is a French district, not in Quebec, but it's actually around like Newfoundland and Labrador. Newfoundland and Labrador, for instance, is so much different than where I live, because that is where a lot of Irish and Scottish people had settled, and they have a very different way of life than what we do here, because they have also been settled there for hundreds of years, whereas the majority of people who had to come here through other means have only been here maybe 3-4 generations. The majority of people in British Columbia who are not native have only been here for maybe at most 150 years. About the same length of time that Canada has been a thing.
This brings me to a very interesting question. Like, I forget which part of Canada Lily is from, but like
she's from the east.
Okay, so I would imagine, because you said you live in the West, right? So y'all, just comparing y'all two and how you experience the culture in both ends of that spectrum would be vastly different, I would imagine.
Yep.
Yeah.
For example, Lily lives in the pretentious part of Canada.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure. I'm not sure, but the way that Lily acts makes me think that she lives in the Toronto area. And the Toronto area is full of assholes.
And apparently a lot of rapists, judging by her backstory. But
But let's see. Someone said, aren't cowboys American culture? Yes. Cowboys are very strong American, and surprisingly, there's a strong cowboy heritage in Australia as well.
And there's a cowboy heritage in Alberta.
Yeah. Ugox, oh god, she's probably one of those people who think Uchiha represent Native Americans rather than, a specific Japanese indigenous tribe. Probably.
I wouldn't put that past her, but that would imply she actually watched Naruto.
Yeah. Lily's taking I don't have an accent logic and applying it to culture. Yeah.
Real.
Basically,
That's
she is.
Fucking real. Well, even then, she doesn't like the British, so maybe not even that.
I wonder if there's a reason for, it's racism, isn't it, CD? Surprisingly, no. Racism is actually the grandfather to this issue, not the father. Okay, you don't need me to tell you that the default for humans in fantasy games is white people. But why does white people in...
No.
No.
No, the iconic human in Pathfinder is black. Where are you getting this, Lily?
And also, we're talking about video games made in America. Of course, the main races are gonna be fucking white. It's a white majority country.
Also, where is it set? The setting may just be in a place where the majority white. Lord of the Rings is set... Looking at you, Rings of Power. Rohan and Gondor and all the other related kingdoms around that area are white because that's just the genetic makeup of the area. There is actually a place filled with dark-skinned individuals and humans, mostly humans, to the south that I was informed about when people were complaining about Rings of Power. Like, people were like, yeah, no, if you want dark-colored humans, there is an entire civilization of them to the south you can explore. Like, they live there. That's just where they are.
Apparently, Dragon Age is Canadian. Is that true, Robbie, or are you making the joke?
No, that makes sense. BioWare, I'm pretty sure, is a Canadian company.
Gotcha. Yeah, so there you go. Like, what the...
Also, like, there are, again, going back to the fact that there are a lot of different creatures out there, outside of just humans, dwarves, and elves. You can have a lot of fantasy creatures that are not white. Again, you have your Japanese creatures like the Yuki Onna. The Zima Devishka is kind of white, kind of not. It's basically just the Russian Yuki Onna, for those who don't know, because I mentioned that before. You have other creatures like the Savannah Maka, the Thessaloniki, the Mamiwata. These are all mermaids that are not white.
Chet Manley says, fun fact, Lily includes Japanese fantasy in this count. Oh, that's going to be fun.
Oh, my fucking God.
Kill me now. To the UK with all of the UK stuff stripped out. I mean, England has a culture. It's got a pompous, stuck-up nobility. It's got a very distinct approach to monarchy. Its government is quite unique compared to other constitutional monarchies, and it's got just the most beautifully horrible food. I mean, what the fuck is this shit? Be honest with me. Can you tell me?
Hey, look, that thing in the bottom right.
Approach to monarchy. Its government is quite unique compared to other constitutional monarchies, and it's got just the most beautifully horrible food. I mean, what the fuck is this shit? Be honest with me.
I never had that. That
beans
looks
on
good.
toast is a little bland, but fuck you. Beans are good.
Yeah.
Can you tell me one holiday in Ferelden, or Stormwind, or Baldur's Gate? And don't say the Wicker Man Festival. They stole that from the Forsaken. Even defend...
So wait, even if there is...
I don't know. You're not... Are you not digging deeper into the lore? Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Are you misrepresenting it, or are you genuinely making a point?
Yeah, also, I'm playing a fucking video game, Lily. I'm not going to really be that pressed in understanding the freaking what their version of Christmas is. Unless it's directly relevant to the story.
Hang on, like, there's holidays and stuff in Rune Factory.
Yeah.
Which is my go-to fantasy game. Like, there's a whole bunch of different ones. Like, the Bean Throwing Festival, which is based off of a Japanese festival. There's also, they have their version of Christmas. They have their version of Valentine's and White Day. They have a festival where you smack the stuffing off of a woolly, which is a monster sheep creature in that world.
Zephyr, we don't claim her, all right? Lily's painfully Americanized. She's very painfully Canadianized. We do not claim her. She is Canadia's problem, not ours.
Canadia's problem?
Yes,
Excuse
Canadian.
Me,
yes. Crimson Rose. Canadian. It's hard to respect someone who is racist against themselves, sexist against themselves, and hateful against themselves by accident. Huh. Yeah?
Yeah.
You are... Oh my God, Lily... if you're not doing the fornication with Selvis, can you at least stop doing the self-flagellation? That'd be great.
Mm-hmm.
You mean with Sylvanas? Or are you talking about? Never mind.
So let's see. Well, someone else had a point on your beans on toast. A cheap, quick meal, not supposed to be fancy. Yeah. Also,
I mean, I would imagine so.
Are there other holidays for the other species? I guess are they? Also, I'm not really worrying about that in World of Warcraft at the very least, because I'm more worried about the guy that's going around killing people in the non-violent area of the game, and I have to rely on 4 idiots from a small town in Dakota to save us. I think it's also Dakota. Is that where South Park is? Dakota?
No, it's Colorado.
Oh, okay.
Also, like, Lily is purposefully going into the stereotype that British people don't have good food, but like, what about fish and chips, shepherd's pie? You have like Yorkshire pudding. Yorkshire pudding is fucking delicious.
Yeah. It's almost as if like the common British staple foods were made on a very, very limited palette, and they were typically the cheapest ingredients, and you will find that consistently the world over. It's just dependent on access, and people typically they stick with what they like and what they know. So even when they got access to a bunch of different like spices, they still defaulted to the things they liked.
Oh, Jake the Surgeon for $2. My God, they must have no life at all. I love that.
Yes,
it's one of my favorite episodes.
It's like one of the few I've watched.
Yeah.
Wonders if humans in D&D still call them basic, but why do they have to be basic? Well, it's because British is a culture and white is not. Stop. I can hear you angrily typing. Hear me out. Here's a question for you. What counts as white? Right. Well, the answer has always been, it depends on who you are angry at. White people have changed the definition of who is and isn't white depending on who they're more angry about.
No, it's just we've gotten more, like, white is a term that I think is kind of falling out of fashion because people have been using it as a cudgel for years now. Like, more people are identifying, I mean, even in early America, people identified from where they came from. Yes. Italians and Irish very much consider themselves different from one another. Like that is not that is like confusing a Japanese person for a Korean person. All right.
But like
we've gotten to smooth that over, but like, fuck you.
When we're talking about like the concept of whiteness, I do understand what Lily is saying here because she is correct in the sense that like the cudgel of the term white person has changed depending on who you are angry at. Recently, in the last 10 years or so, Asians are now being considered white people.
Yep.
For that exact reason.
Oh, fucking dumb.
It's specifically done so that you can no longer say that Asians are considered people of color.
Yeah. Basically, it's all floating on, can we group a majority together more and more so we can demonize them?
Yeah.
It's disgusting,
so,
honestly.
All right, here we go, Lily. 5 minutes into the video, you didn't make a completely terrible point.
Italians and Irish weren't white. Yeah. Irish.
Yeah, they were.
I don't know which came first, but Irish very commonly depicted as monkeys. And that's and everyone ascribes that to caricaturizing black people in the history, but no, Irish also got that treatment. It's almost as if not liking someone else's culture, you will characterize them as some form of lesser being. That happens. It's xenophobia and racism. It exists from all directions in every direction.
Yeah.
And you know what? 1,000 years ago, even longer than that, 2,000 years ago, it was white people. Where do you think the word slave came from? It came from the Slavs. They enslaved the Slavish people, and they did it in such they did it in such large quantities that the term Slav became synonymous with being in servitude.
It's almost as if humanity as a whole has a really fucked up history of denigrating each other based on superficial out-group messaging. That's really the unfortunate reality and the thing that we continue to struggle with. And people try to make it about micro groups as opposed to human behavior as a whole. It's just people, I think, they mean well typically. They're just shooting in the wrong direction.
A long time ago, being Irish or Italian was a mark for extreme discrimination in the United States, a country settled predominantly by the British, until they went all in on anti-Semitism and anti-African racism. The definition of whiteness expands and contracts whenever it's convenient for those in power. The concept of white...
No. Because Irish and Italians worked their fucking asses off to be considered respectable members of society by those metrics. They that is absolutely one of the things, and it's the unfortunate reality that if you are the outgroup in a society, you need to put your fucking pedal to the metal to actually integrate into that society, or otherwise leave it.
Of course, like some element of that will probably have to involve some level of like, kind of distinguishing yourself, like, I'm not like those, like those minorities. Like, you see that even with how some Black people here in America talk about, Hispanic people, and like comparing them to those people and trying to say, we're not as bad as them. Like, I've heard that many fucking times.
Oh, geez.
But yeah, that's definitely not like the primary thing that made the Irish and the Italians become distinguished members of like society in that.
Reminder everyone, paddy wagons, they're named that for a reason, because Patrick is a very common Irish name, and guess what? They still call them paddy wagons today.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, you didn't know that. That's one of the... My dad actually, in court, he actually was going to make a joke about that, and says, I would hope my opposing counsel would refrain from using racial slurs in the courtroom. Because they reference paddy wagons in one of their briefs, and he never actually did it. He just thought it would be a funny thing.
Right.
But like it's a very, very dangerous and confusing dynamic when it comes to, like, it's a very messy thing, because racial profiling and as such does come from a survival instinct. Like, it's
right.
The outgroup is scary and dangerous. It is something that kept societies of humanity alive for long periods of time. And it takes a lot of time and effort to actually overcome that when we know that it's no longer benefiting us. And it's really unfortunate how a lot of people get brained like Lily is, in terms of like how all that really works.
I mean, yeah, because look at how she talks about freaking Japanese culture in her other videos.
Yeah, it's just Japan to her. And a lot of people just think Japan is a monolith and don't realize there's a lot more going on under the hood.
Yeah.
Jake the Surgeon. The Irish have made their way into the gene pools of multiple major Western cultures. That's how you know they've succeeded as a people. Oh, absolutely. The Irish are probably like the most populated Western society in terms of just spreading their genes across the globe.
I was about to say, how many people with the last name O'Neill are there?
And by extension, non-whiteness, is a construct created by oppressors to make people who have a distinct cultural identity abandon it in favor of a culturalist vacuum, so that they can direct them at whatever enemy they see fit. Because someone with a distinct cultural identity may...
Okay, but even the one that you call a culturalist vacuum, which is America, let's be honest, America absolutely does have a culture. Maybe it's not as, like, I guess exotic, okay, as like other ones in other parts of the world, but it does have distinctive cultures and elements that are distinctly different from other ones.
Oh, it meant, like, you just got to really break outside of the Western bubble, because America, due to its prominence and strength, has influenced all of Western culture, but many Eastern cultures and say, African cultures, Middle Eastern cultures, a lot of them aren't as influenced by America, so they're not used to that kind of presence. And even the ones that are influenced by America, a lot of them are either resistant or even resentful, hi Twilight, to its influence. But no, absolutely, like thinking outside of this is such a Western brain take to actually think that there is no culture,
which is so fucking ironic, given what she is trying to say in this video, that other, creators of these games and these franchises are not doing enough of like.
Excuse me.
What?
Hi.
What's up? Hello? Hello?
Maybe if I shake her PNG a little bit,
Uh-oh.
I can just
Go. Can I hear? Are you there?
Shaking her PNG. Hopefully that resets her. Okay, no, it didn't jostle loose.
Yeah, I guess not. Some technical difficulties, unfortunately.
Twi was taken out. Oh no!
Yeah. Oh my god, Lily broke into her house.
Lily has broken containment.
Yeah, she's fighting her off.
The Grand Toronto cage has been breached.
Oh shit.
Yeah, for those of you who didn't know, we turned Toronto into the new prison, and now we're biblically accurate.
See if I can. Well, I guess at least it's not me this time. Hello.
Are you back?
I have a feeling she's not back.
Well. Nope. There she goes again.
Yep.
None of this is in the Bible. A second Lily has hit the Twilight.
Oh my god, they hit the Guardian.
They hit the goddamn Guardian. She would hate us making that joke again.
Lily is so drunk on white guilt, it's insane. Yeah, 100%.
I was gonna say, can you imagine if there was a second Lily? Can you imagine if Lily was in the same room as Lily?
I feel like only one of them will come out of that room.
I feel like my comment about resenting Americanization being pushed into Canada, like I feel like that's what broke Twi, and like this is the stream saving us from her rage.
Holy shit.
Here, I'll hide you guys until we get it fixed. All by myself.
You know I'm still here, right?
Yeah, but I turned off your VTuber, your PNG tuber.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It's still biblically accurate, yeah. Oh god, she's multiple.
Lily versus DSB, holy shit.
That is quite literally an unstoppable force and an immovable object. Lily versus Movie Bob.
I mean, then again, given how Lily actually likes Movie Bob, that might be they might just do the fusion dance.
And by that, he just absorbs Lily into his biomass.
Oh my god, he pulls a Kirby.
Oh, don't denigrate Kirby. He pulls a Majin Buu.
Okay, fair enough. Hey Kelder, what do you think would happen if Lily, Orchard, and Jello Apocalypse meet?
I feel like he would get on his knees and do whatever she told him to. I feel like he's one of those, like, for lack of a better term, weak-willed betas. Like, am I wrong on that read?
I wouldn't be surprised.
He seems like the kind of guy that would bend it over for her.
Okay, I am getting an image, and I will blame you forever for giving me this image.
Okay, so Twilight's telling us to go ahead, even though while she's trying to figure things out.
Okay.
Movie Bob wins. His ability to control blood sugar and connections to obesity force is too strong.
Okay, Jesus Christ.
Welcome back.
All right, you're back.
Thank you.
Welcome
I have no idea what happened.
Everything
all of a sudden, my Discord just did not want to live anymore.
Okay.
It said, we've had 6 minutes of Lily Orchard. I am done.
Wise. All right, let's get on with this.
They have loyalties that make them inconvenient to those in power. A lot of white people don't really have a culture of their own, in spite of the fact that their family may come from England, Ireland, Scotland.
Okay.
Fuck
right.
you.
All right.
Fuck you, Lily.
Fuck you.
God damn it.
Oh my god.
Okay,
so you're telling me you're going to sit
I'm
here
an American.
and tell me...
I consider myself an American. I'm very much dyed-in-the-wool proud of my American heritage. I know there's problems with the past of America, but I also think there's a lot of good to it, and I stand by it. I celebrate every 4th of July because I love my fucking country. 2, I still like and love my Irish heritage. We still have some regular things that we do in holidays for our Irish heritage. So, fuck off.
Yeah, also, fucking... Are we just going to... So, Lily, you mean to tell me that if we take a white guy from Florida and a white guy from Colorado, you don't think there's going to be any distinctive, like, cultural differences?
There's cultural differences between me and Raymond. Like, maybe I'm not a white guy, but, like, he lives in America in the East, and I live in Canada in the West. We have very different cultures, very different mindsets.
Yeah, even within
very
the
different
states,
ways of living.
Even within the states. God, fuck those guys in Cleveland.
Yeah, yo.
Izanagi, I'm not even European in heritage, and I'm offended. You should be. It doesn't matter if you're European or not. Your heritage is your fucking heritage. Whether or not you embrace that on a grand scale in some show, like a freaking minstrel show for Lily, doesn't matter. It's your heritage. Be proud of it.
Well, not only that, but like Lily is being very weird here because she is simultaneously saying that white people have no culture, even though that you might come from a place that white people come from that have culture. Which is it, Lily? Because you established that white people are not culture. It is what you are, not where you come from. So white people can have culture because they come from specific places that have culture.
One thing I'm also noticing here is, like, looking behind this guy, you know what I'm noticing? That pillar right there, that's a Roman pillar. That's a particular design of Roman pillar, which, you know, is a culture, very distinct culture, and America and Britain have used those types of architectural styles. Does that not at all indicate to you some kind of cultural influence aesthetically, Lily?
Also, Pete, a resident Florida man, as a guy who's lived in both places, I can confirm Coloradans are very different from Florida men.
Yeah, Coloradans are too high off their asses to do anything.
Like,
or people from Oregon.
You've been to Vancouver. How different is it from Cincinnati?
Oh, I mean, sheer scale, it's very different. I've never really tried to categorize. Like, at the very least, getting around the city is a very different mentality. Because in Vancouver, like, the thing that always, like, stuck out to me the most is it has a very effective transportation system in terms of general transport. Whereas here in the States, it's much more about, well, driving around in your car and how the different cultures manage their space depending on that is very different alone. I wouldn't say that people are radically different in terms of things. Like, we all have different... Everyone, at least in my interactions, is generally nice. Like, it's not like... It's not so distinctly... We all have a very strong central Western root. But, like, even when I went to Japan, people were just generally nice. Like, it's not... People don't really, like... there are many micro differences.
Oh my god, I just remembered something.
Oh, Raymond's a Bengals fan? No, just because I live here doesn't mean I like them.
So like, you don't have people who just like randomly come up to you and like give you food?
That's a hard question. Like, that can happen at like a lot of festivities and such. That happens.
No. I'm talking about. Well, I guess this is also related to the transit culture, because I have just been on the bus and had like a lady sit next to me, and then just give me a cookie because she was eating cookies.
That's nice.
That sort of thing has happened to me on more than one occasion.
Dude, okay. There are two things that I just remembered that really add to this point. So, I mean, I'm still in college, right? And one of the people that I work with in my mandatory, college internship for my major, they talked about this time because they were apparently from I forgot which state they were from, but another one in the East Coast, right? And they went and they talked about how in their old job when they were still living there, she had to adjust with actually telling her coworkers good morning when she walks in, because where she's from, they don't really say hi, good morning, how are you doing when they walked in. So everybody just assumed that she was rude at first until someone approached her about it.
Oh my god, it's kind of the same here. Because, like, living in Vancouver for, like, 10 years, you don't really smile or nod at people as you pass them. You just kind of ignore people because you can't be doing that hundreds and hundreds of times a day. But, like,
That's the second example.
Yeah, going to a small town like the one that I live in now, you kind of have to acknowledge people as you pass them by because there's so few people here.
Yeah.
No, that's exactly it. There was this classmate for one of my older classes, I think last year or the year before, that is, I forget which southern state that he said he was from, but he said it was weird just being here in Maryland where, people don't generally, do that, sort of like smile and say hi, how are you doing, to just random people on the street most of the time. So, like,
that's a different.
This is just fucking wrong.
Not only that, but like hugging and being physically intimate with other people is Western culture, and we know that because like all of us are into Japanese culture and we're friends with Japanese people, and we can attest that in Japan, they don't do that. That is not something that is a part of their culture. So that means that it's unique to ours.
It's really strange because, like, they're not big on intimate, like, touching, like, in terms of, like, showing affection outside of, like, a lover. But, like, obviously they do that in private. But one thing that they also don't have is, like, personal space. That's also really, like, a kind of a weird dichotomy where, like, we're really big on giving people a lot of room to stand around if we can. Meanwhile, they're like packed like sardines and they're just used to it, but they don't show physical affection all that much. Like the act of touching is the delineation. That's just interesting differences. It's like, because of X, there is Y.
This makes me really wonder what culture even means or what culture looks like to Lily. Because think of the example she's had so far. Having a culture means having a specific holiday or like particularly weird or like exotic food or something like that. So like all of the showy kinds of things that you would expect from, like, I don't know, a difference in culture is what she thinks of instead of like these very minute things.
Culture is a very, very multifaceted thing. It's very difficult to
Well, not only that, but like I think that a lot of people think of culture very wrong because a lot of people, they think of culture as something that is community based, which I don't think is true because generations have different cultures and individuals within a generation can have different cultures, and individuals within a different family within the same family have different cultures. Like
Yeah.
I would say that because of how I've immersed myself into Japanese culture and gaming culture or artistic culture, that I have a very different culture from the rest of my family who don't.
Yeah.
I can
And
partially speak another language that they can't understand. I have these specific nuances to my body language and how I speak and how I communicate with people and and the things that I eat that my other family members do not. I have a very different culture from the rest of the members of my family.
Yeah, and there's a delineation within nerd culture as well. Like, my experience on the internet and experiencing media was relatively like pretty individualistic. I did not grow up on fucking Tumblr or DeviantArt or any of these other, forum spaces like so many other people have. And let's just say the people who have been through those things are very different kinds of human beings. Let me just say that.
Crimson Rose says, nah, Kaiser, she reviewed her 5th grade history.
Ah, shit.
I was going to say, I think the best way to put it is culture as we define it is a snapshot of society in a constant transitional state. Because because there's the temporal aspect, but like then you also have the geographical aspect where there is a gradient going from one point to another of different cultural aspects that get adopted and dropped between the different areas. Because of that's why like isolated communities are actually such a big deal in sociology, is because they are so independent of everyone else. There's no influence upon them.
Right.
And that creates interesting like studies of the human nature. Anyway, humans bad.
Yeah.
Just basically all over Europe. Every single country in Europe has its own very distinct and identifiable culture. But white people, on a conceptual level, well, their culture is just...
Notice, there's a dark-skinned gentleman back here, as she's talking about.
Yeah.
Chilling out in the back of her footage, and she's not making any comment about it.
Also, what bland, generic, white person culture has armor like this?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
It's a very, like, okay, you want to go into this, Lily. What kind of armor is that influenced by? Like, look into the historical aspects of, like, that could be French. I could easily see that being French. I don't know enough about armor, but it could be French. It could be German. It could be English. Like, there are many different types of armor that have been stylized.
Could be French.
Kind of a melting pot of Europe, Africa, indigenous people, and East Asia that makes up most of North America. The fear of ethnic minorities is about the only white people on Ireland, Scotland, just basically all over Europe. Every single country in Europe has its own very distinct and identifiable culture. But white people, on a conceptual level, well, their culture is just kind of a melting pot of Europe, Africa, indigenous people, and East Asia that makes up most of North America.
What? Africa and white people.
Okay.
Like, I know there are some very light-skinned Africans once you get near Egypt, but they still typically have a little more color and pigment. They still typically have different, racial features and culture than white people. What the fuck are you talking about?
I mean, there are white people that live in Africa, specifically like Southern Africa, but like...
Well, those are like transplants typically from like the Dutch.
Yeah. But like, other than that, why would you include Africa and white people?
It seems really fucking wild that you would try to include that.
Also, wasn't her point earlier that all of these different races get to have these different cultural influences from other races and other cultures of people, like Africans, like China, like Japan, like the Middle East, but the white people, the humans, they only get Britain and America. And now she's saying that we're a melting pot of these different cultures, and that's a bad thing?
Oh, Lily.
The fear of ethnic minorities is about the only consistent culture white people have ever had, because what they actually are has been slowly worn away to fit into the concept of whiteness. And this isn't something old that's still having its effects, it's still in practice today. Look at how much of Gen Z slang can be summed up as AAVE, but used completely wrong.
Wait, what? AAVE?
African American vernacular something? I used to know what that was.
Well, they say Gen Z slang, but my generation started that shit. So when you sit down and
For the functionally illiterate, I don't know what AAVE is! Like, that's why I explained it, but what I mean is, like, you're assuming that we know, put the acronym on screen in full. You know what? You're just saying that because you want to sound pretentious. Like that.
Also,
yeah.
Nobody in the history of anything until specifically African Americans have ever made a slang, have ever shortened words because they're fucking lazy. No other person, certainly not white people, certainly not Japanese, who are notorious for shortening words.
Pocket monster. Pokemon.
Yeah, or convenience store, konbini.
That one ironically has combine in the sound. So
Yeah.
like humans in a fantasy world, they end up being white and therefore devoid of culture because other cultures are something else. They become the basic default blank slate, not limited in their eyes by culture. They can be whatever they want and do whatever they want because other cultures are inferior in their eyes. Outside of World of Warcraft, humans are usually exempt from the race class restrictions that give RPGs flavor. This is also the reason why some fantasy nerds get such a bug up their ass whenever elves are portrayed as objectively better than humans, to the point many fantasy series make them shorter than humans and physically frail. You can't be better than me.
No, because in fantasy,
What?
in actual fantasy, a lot of elves are short and physically frail. Oh my god, Lily, you're a goddamn idiot. You know the Keebler elves, they were based on something. They didn't just pop out of nowhere.
Well, the Keebler elves were based off of things that were not elves. They were based off of other things.
Like
Okay,
brownies.
I'm back. What I missed?
Okay, look. That's my bug up my ass, okay?
Okay, fair.
Because Tolkien had it basically correct in that elves historically are many different things, okay? But most typically they are the human-sized, very beautiful creatures. Do you know why? Because they're based off of Celtic gods. They are literally the gods that existed in our culture before Christianity came and violently took us over. And then what they did in order to make sure that Christianity was the default religion was they took our gods and they belittled them. They turned them into lesser beings. They belittled our culture and our religions in order to say that theirs was superior. And then our gods became our mythical creatures like elves. And then our other spirits, like the brownies, like the leprechauns, like all of these little household creatures that would help you with your chores, they became the Keebler elves that were effectively invented more or less in the 1800s as they are known as today. And then those elves became the more popular ones so that only Tolkien really had knowledge of what like actual elves are like in the modern day, so that Tolkien effectively became the only person who had real elves, while everyone else had the generic elves that were invented in the Victorian era, that are actually made up of different mythical creatures.
I came back with a quesadilla.
You can't do that. That's cultural appropriation.
But it's delicious.
Lily takes issue with that, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Well,
Lily can suck my
with the
balls.
cultural thing, actually, because it's delicious. She like anything with actual taste.
Because you're something else. Warcraft is the only one that bucks that particular trend, and it's wonderful for it. Despite their presence, humans there actually have a
there's the dick sucking again.
Yep.
massive inferiority complex because there isn't a single class they can be where they are the quintessential example of that class. And the lack of culture is a big contributing factor to that. Many races have classes based...
Lily, this sounds less like a problem with the fantasy genre and more like you have a real stick up your ass about World of Warcraft.
No, really? Lily just taking a specific problem from a specific series and taking that shit out of proportion? Never heard of it, dog. What the fuck are you talking
Couldn't be her.
Absolutely couldn't.
Into their DNA on a cultural level. I know you think humans are the quintessential paladins, but there is a race that literally has the light fused into their very blood, and another that lives around the most powerful concentration of light energy on the planet. Any presence of a real culture for the humans would make them less of a blank slate. They would be something else. Even in Warcraft, when they leaned fully into the British origins or even the British Navy, they had to make them completely separate races because the ones that get to be called humans just can't be anything. They're not allowed to be because you aren't allowed to be. If they had a culture, they would be something else.
Maybe they're a different culture than the one you saw there. What? My brain is breaking because she doesn't understand anything. Oh, this is the part when she just speaks nonsense. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the part where she just rambles about... Dog. I feel like this is... Lily is literally the opposite extreme of Synthetic Man. Like, both of them are clearly fucking racist.
Oh God, do you think we could get Lily and Synthetic Man in the same room?
No.
I feel like Synthetic Man would just make Lily cry.
Well, I mean, look, the thing I'm scared about is that Synthetic Man walks out pregnant.
Oh my God!
Oh my God!
I'm trying to eat.
They will kiss. See, Vandal Legion. Valiant, you got me. You got me.
This approach to culture affects more than just the world building. Many fantasy stories tend to have what I often call the elf paradox, where the story is almost unilaterally focused on how arrogant the ancient elves were, how they hated outsiders, how they thought they were better than everyone, and they might have done slavery. And then you look at the humans in the present day, and they are all of those things right in front of you, constantly. Dragon Age is especially bad about this. Here's a brief recap of Dragon Age lore. Mages are oppressed by humans because they might go insane. Elves are oppressed by humans because they might be dangerous. Kunari are feared by humans because they could be violent and warmongering. And humans are insane, dangerous, violent, and warmongering. You're shown the way elves are treated as second-class citizens and living in ghettos, and how they used to be enslaved. If you play an elf, the first exposure you get to humans is being kidnapped for an Arl Sun's rape party. Mages get it even worse as they're all rounded up into concentration camps for pretty much no reason other than the fact that Ferelden and Orlais used to be part of the Tevinter, which is a magocracy. But the game really wants you to pretend that this is some kind of gray area by showing you, look, the mages are out of control because all the abuse we do to them. Look, the ancient elves were kind of rude and arrogant, so they deserve to genocide, slavery, and
Maybe there's more going on there than you're fucking telling us, Lily.
I was about to say, I wish. All right, any Dragon Agers, that's what you guys are called, right? In the chat right now. Does any of this shit check out? Because all this tells me
there's a reason mages that get rounded up. They're at high risk of demonic possession. Oh, that's a little bit interesting. That might have been a reason people might want to, get rid of them.
This is just her Magneto villains suck video all over again.
We need Sai for this. Look, let Sai have a break. All right, we don't need to subject her to all of
Are we not good enough for you?
Are you not entertained?
I know that we are not Baldur's Gate people and we're not World of Warcraft people, but come on.
But that's the point here, is that we're not in this group, and you're trying to sell us on this this entire point you're trying to make, Lily, and you're not doing anything for us that we should understand. We're trying to scrabble at fucking straws because you're not actually qualifying your fucking points.
Most importantly, we can't trust you because if you're willing to actively lie about certain story tropes in order to fit your point, I have no reason to believe you about any of this shit.
Oh.
Yeah.
Live in ghettos. Meanwhile, you could track the date in Dragon Age by which holocaust the humans are committing at a given moment. This wouldn't necessarily be a problem, except for the fact that the series is constantly looking away and saying, oh my god, look at all these Darkspawn, look at that dragon, look at that elven god itching to be a dictator. You get told about the bad things the elves did in the past, or that Kunari did somewhere else, but you get to see with your own eyes the sheer layers of fucked up depravity the humans engage in every 5 fucking seconds. Despite...
Is it possible they live in a fucking hell world where demons are a constant threat coming through goddamned mages, and there is an evil eldritch elf god that wants to dictate their land, and that seems to be a regular presence happening throughout its entire chronology?
Yeah, like, even if you want to say that, like, oh, you know, maybe she's trying to make the point that, excuse me, that fucking Dragon Age doesn't allow you to directly address the prejudices that happen because of, you know, the humans' actions and their own racism.
Oh,
like,
my point isn't the specific elf god. My point is that there is a world-ending cataclysm being started by any number of different sources at any one given point in time throughout all of the story's history. So people, like humanity, being constantly on fucking edge about anything mildly magical or mystical is kind of an understandable thing, considering that a lot of shit goes down.
Right. Kind of elves were an empire who enslaved other races until their dominion was broken, at which point the Tevintar Empyrean enslaved elf kind. Gee, it's almost like it showcases... Sounds like they showcased the cycle of, you know, violence and subjugation, which happens in real history all the time.
Yep.
Who'd have thought it?
Setting up a number of very good
where's the bland part of this?
An antagonist, the series never uses it, because the crimes against the elves and mages have to do with things that are systemically wrong with human kingdoms at their core. Their entire way of life is built on oppression.
Systemically wrong with elves.
Unless the systems were put in place as a response to problems that arose earlier. Like, that's often the hardest kind of thing to overturn, is we have a clear example of, hey, mages get possessed by fucking demons. Maybe we should just kill all mages on sight. And a lot of people fucking agreed with that. I don't personally, because I think that's a really fucking stupid plan. But a lot of people would be swayed by that argument because it's goddamn demons.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, it's not justified, but it's understandable given the scenario and probably their lack of control over the situation. If assuming that Lily is correct, and and the games never really allow you to, you know, directly address any of the harmful actions to humans done, that's okay. You have another example with Dragon Age. I don't think these are enough examples to say that, oh, fantasy games have a pattern of doing shit like this. That's ridiculous.
Also, like, you have Lily saying that humans are just the demon hellspawn of these games, of these settings, of this world.
Yeah.
And that they are just born evil, every single one of them, because the only thing that they have ever done every single waking moment of their lives is just be enslaving people and, like, murdering people and being awful people. And yet, simultaneously saying that elves have also done things historically that were bad, like enslaving people, but also Lily just glosses over that in order to say that humans are the bad ones, despite the fact that they are doing the exact same things that the elves had done in the past. But because the elves had done it in the past, that makes it okay, because now they're the Ulu babies who are being enslaved, so therefore they're the oppressed ones.
3. You can play as several different races in 2 of the games. Someone's like, 3, don't forget Veilguard. No, we can forget Veilguard. I don't even like... I've never even touched Dragon Age, and I know to avoid Veilguard.
Same, yeah.
You guys continue ranting. I'm going to get a drink. Be right back.
No, but like, Twi, you're absolutely right. She is just blatantly contradicting herself. You know, Lily comes off like one of those people that did that trend on TikTok about... have y'all heard of shifting?
No.
Okay, so shifting is this trend. You know, like the theory that Chris Chan had about the multiverse.
Oh my god! Oh my god! I know what you're
it's
talking about now.
okay.
Yeah. Holy
it's
shit.
it's the TikTok version of that, where people just like do this crazy weird ass ritual, and they think they are in this like alternate reality. Most of the time, Hogwarts. Most of the time, Hogwarts, while being Draco Malfoy's girlfriend and or boyfriend for some reason.
You know that this got started on Tumblr, right?
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, no. It's because it stems from kinning. Like you had kinning, which became like D&D whatever where you or DID thing where you have like these multiple personalities in your head, and then it became like shifting into alternate realities. Like it all stems from like pretending that you are something that you are fundamentally not.
Yeah.
To the point where you like bully other people for it. Like again.
Exactly. So like I'm thinking that Lily is the exact kind of person who would who unironically does that. Like she just does this ritual, thinks she is shifting into the World of Warcraft universe, and is like the butt is like the butt slave of fucking Sylvanas Windrunner.
Yeah. God, like I honestly think that that's kind of what Lily is doing here. And like
no, 110%. She's going out of her way to be fucking speciesist to human beings.
She's going the distance. She's going for speed. She's all alone. Michaela's in the other room.
Okay, no. Vandal, Tulpa is a being that you bring into existence that is not of yourself because you think about it and you want it to be real. What we're talking about,
shifting is like the opposite.
Yeah, it's the opposite of that.
It's the idea that by mentally focusing, you can basically shift yourself into a new reality.
Yeah, literally think the difference of isekai and reverse isekai. There you go.
Crimson, thank you for the $1. That's nice of you. And then Jake the Surgeon. Lily would sell us out to aliens. Lily would sell us out for a fucking Hostess cupcake, all right? Let's be clear about that.
Yeah.
I don't know who would be selling, like, who she'd be selling out, but she would.
Yeah.
It's actually just daydreaming. Yeah, it's shit that I gave up when I was like 11.
What, you give up on that stuff just because you're turning 11?
Look, I can dream of getting isekai'd one day, but I know it ain't happening through my sheer willpower.
Yeah, that is true. Like that's the difference between a daydream and this insanity is that they have this delusion that they are going to have this happen to them, or that they are a dragon, or that they are Quickman from Mega Man, and therefore you can't draw Quickman with an Adam's apple because Quickman is literally female to male trans like me.
Jesus Christ. Vandal Legions, Lily brain thinks mages are the other, Lily is the other, therefore defend mages. That's exactly like how her brain works. She cannot, as much as she hates these games and other media for like having letting their own cultural biases plague their stories or whatever the fuck, she is 100% guilty of the same exact thing.
Mm-hmm.
And for the record, it's not that I've stopped daydreaming about that stuff. It's I've stopped believing that I can actually transmute myself into another world through magical thought. Like I realize that ain't fucking happening. I might as well become a writer. That's around the time I decided I'll start writing these stories because I think they're really fun.
Well, I've never had that specific desire to like, hopefully if I can just through my thoughts go into a different place. It's just daydreams, but I've always wanted to become a writer. So maybe that's why I never was like that as a kid. because I always knew that I wanted to be a writer.
Character is exempt from that kind of guilt. It would make playing a human noble an automatic evil playthrough because you can't do anything substantial to aid either oppressed group in Ferelden. It would hang a lampshade on the fact that one of your specializations is quite literally Nazi. And given that the Chantry is responsible for most of this, it would be really hard to put the Chantry in any...
What?
I guess the Templars
Raymond,
are like...
you have to believe or you won't survive the dimensional merger.
True.
And no human character is exempt from that kind of guilt. It would make playing a human noble an automatic evil playthrough because you can't do anything substantial to aid either oppressed group in Ferelden. It would hang a lampshade on the fact that one of your specializations is quite...
This is Templar, Warrior. Mages who refuse the Circle's control become apostates and live in fear of the a Templar's power. The ability to dispel and resist magic. As servants of the Chantry and Templars have been the most effective means of controlling the spread and use of arcane power for centuries.
Okay.
How?
So...
What?
This is not Nazis. This is religious, like... This is actually more so.
This is atheism.
No, this is the point that would hunt down the atheists. This is like It's like saying, as service of the Chantry, Templars have been the most effective means of controlling the spread and use of arcane power. So basically, mages who go outside the Circle's control become apostates. You go out and beat the shit out of them. This is quite literally what like a lot of paladins end up being. Is that you are like driven by the command of your religious leader. This is a Templar. We have historical precedents for them. Not Nazis, Templars. An actual order of knights that existed and still actually kind of exist now today, although they're much different form.
I'm just really confused by the description of a Templar saying that they're a group of mages who refuse the Circle's control and live in fear of Templars' powers. So a Templar lives in fear of Templars' powers? What?
No, it's describing, like, mages who refuse the Circle's control become apostates and live in fear of a Templar's... Like, the idea is, like, mages who become apostates fear the Templars. You are a Templar. As a servant of the Chantry, you are the most effective means of controlling the spread of arcana for all of centuries. Like, you control the mages. Like, you go out there and you...
I need you to take care of them mages.
Okay, because, like, I thought that it was describing... Yeah, it's a very weird way to describe the Templar by describing a different being first.
You know, BioWare games might not be very well written.
Yeah. Jake the Surgeon, $10. Mages are incredibly dangerous in Dragon Age. The Fade is basically the warp. Connection to it opens up for demonic possession and gives them various powerful abilities.
Oh, that's actually fucking worse. I know very little about Warhammer 40k, but when I hear the warp, I know that it's basically hell beyond the hell dimension. It's like double hell. It's like quintuple
super hell.
Yeah. It's when you start getting shit like Event Horizon. And I know exactly, if I knew that someone waving their hand to use a little, like, to make the spoon in their coffee stir it for them, if I knew that had a 1 in, I don't know, 1,000 chance of opening a dimensional portal to Event Horizon... Yeah, I'd probably kill them on the spot. I'd be like, oh, fuck. No, we can't let you ever use your hands ever again. Oh, God.
Literally
it's
Nazi.
Hell is over
and given
9,
that the Chantry is responsible for most of this, it would be really hard to put the Chantry in any kind of heroic role. And they like putting the Chantry in heroic roles. Things just get really uncomfortable for the demographic that is most likely to buy your game, because if you start looking at systemic problems in Thedas, you notice a lot of parallels to white supremacy, which not every white person is guilty of, but every white person benefits from. So in
Phoenix, out of context, in Origins, an apostate mage accidentally gets possessed by a greater lust demon who nearly plunged an entire province just as a side effect of existing in reality. Jesus.
Holy fuck. Okay.
Yeah, I understand why there might be an inquisition of people looking to suss out mages and keep them under very tight control and actively executing anyone that's not. I think I can understand that.
Yeah, so relating this to racism in real life, in contemporary real life, while ignoring, ironically, the cultural significance or the events that drastically shifted the culture in these fantasy settings, just proves how incredibly culturally insensitive Lily is.
Yeah.
Because culture is not an isolated thing.
Oh.
Also, like, in order to make these things comparable to what is going on in the real world by saying that what is going on in these stories is white supremacy and stuff like that, she has to ignore so much context for the story.
In fact, I'm pretty sure the Darkspawn are products of messing with the Fade, which has caused multiple blights almost taking over the world.
I'm gonna say this now, Lily. Black people, by the act of trying to build a wooden cart, are not going to accidentally summon Yakub and cause widespread destruction across the land. All right? That's not happening. Like, the racial discrimination that goes on in our modern day is so much, like, comparatively morally unjustifiable compared to, hey, if these guys so much as sneeze in the wrong direction, it's going to open the hell portal to the hell dimension where the hell demons live. It is a very different thing.
Yeah, it's very similar to, like, you know, like the whole thing with mutants in Marvel comics and shit like that. Although granted, I guess of the two extremes, it's kind of a bit more in the middle because most mutant powers suck. And there's very little chance that the usage of those powers will eventually lead to something crazy like what Dragon Age's mages got going on.
I was gonna say, on the tier of fantastical discrimination in terms of moral justification, Dragon Age right now is knocking it out of the fucking park. And then you get really far down the list, near the other side of the spectrum, you get the mutants from X-Men, where there is legitimate threat from quite a few of them, but not all that many. And then you get, like, even further down the list, you get racial segregation or racial discrimination in our world, which has some evolutionary precedence, but not really morally justifiable anymore. Like, that's like, it's like completely outdated biologically, almost completely outdated biologically. It's still, we do have an early warning system. I think we should probably keep some of that.
What do you mean by that?
What?
I mean, you ever get like a vibe about a person and be proven right? Like, you know, you see meet Lily in a dark room and you're like, I don't think I should be here anymore. That kind of thing. Some people get their asses saved by that instinct.
Yeah, it's true, I suppose.
It's not necessarily like it's one of those things you really gotta hone as an individual, or else you can overcorrect and do shitty things.
Yeah, women's intuition and all that.
Yep.
Right.
Looking at systemic problems in Thetis, you notice a lot of parallels to white supremacy, which not every white person is guilty of, but every white person benefits from. So instead, the series ignores it.
No, in fact, I've often been yelled at for being a white supremacist, and it's really damaged my reputation online, even though I have done nothing to indicate anything. I've been slandered as a white supremacist regularly by assholes that don't even understand what that means.
Yeah, like...
One of my best friends and co-hosts is the Black Robot!
Oh, I'm one of your best friends? I appreciate that.
I'm gonna hang out with you every single week. I don't know if we're not best friends by now. Something's fucking wrong.
But, like, this is another case, ladies and gentlemen, of... I hate using this word, but I think it fits the best here. Of woking too close to the sun.
Yeah.
Yes!
From a what was it? A sociological standpoint. On average, there are quite a bit of, like, different benefits that, you know, the majority races of any country are going to have by comparison towards whatever minority races of any country. That shit is going to be inevitable, right? Because it's just how things kind of tend to work. The problem with Lily is that she is doing the thing where she relates these sociological aspects and applying it way too much to the fiction that she is talking about, that is operating under different rules in different contexts, and completely neglecting that shit.
Yeah.
Lily
like
Orchard.
That's a fucking problem.
Sky Sasha says Lily Orchard is about as woke as a narcoleptic coma patient. I know. Yeah, she's a weird one. Like Synthetic Man is also a weird one.
Yeah.
Like they're both seemingly opposite sides of the politically charged spectrum, but they have these weird nuances where they're kind of like on the opposite sides occasionally. It's strange. I was gonna say Lily is so woke that she thinks someone else pissed her sheets.
But no, that's why I feel like these people are just like spiritually the same kind of person. They're both just incredibly culturally and ideologically inept.
Lorch is movie bobbing to the sun. Yeah, she's using him.
Oh
as
my
a
god.
trampoline.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the only difference is that she doesn't have the body mass, so...
You know what, Silver-Haired Freak, you're absolutely right. Lily and Synthetic Man are proof that horseshoe theory is real. That is true.
110%, yeah.
Yes.
It directs your attention away from it to quickly focus on other things. It does everything it can to make one-sided oppression into something more complicated than it actually is. And if you don't treat all...
It's almost as if oppression and victimization are a much more complicated and nuanced fucking problem in the world than making it out to be black and white ever will be.
Nah, but Lily just doesn't believe that is ever real, apparently.
Oh, Christ, Lily.
Twi can attest to that.
You are so close, and you actively defy the nuance.
I would be so interested in Lily reading my book once I get it published, because I think she would have a conniption.
I mean, we already know how we feel about her work. You know, we read Sith Resurgence.
Yeah, and my work is so much better.
Yep.
But, like, the very fact that, I guess, general spoilers for my book, that it is about oppression, but the fact that the characters can also oppress in return, and that they have to tackle that and come to the realization that just because they are oppressed in some aspects doesn't mean that gives them the right to basically become the monsters that these people think that they are.
Oh, Lily would absolutely fucking hate that. She would literally call your book some kind of like white apologist kind of thing. Like she would literally call it the hotbed for like wacko flacko white ringers, not ringers. Fuck.
Yes, we are all secretly Samara. We are all right ringers. We are coming out of the well to claim our victims.
All of this like a morally gray issue, the game and its fans get upset with you. Warcraft isn't any better, as fun as it is at the...
okay, and again, the shadow boxing shit. Can you show examples, please? Can you just show a single fucking screenshot of any of these people you talk about?
Considering our reaction to her, we are the people. We're not even fans, and I'm pretty sure what she's saying is, I call this a morally black and white thing, but everyone else gets pissy at me and says it's gray, and I'm like, no, it's not, and they get all bitchy. I totally believe this happened. I don't need an example. I absolutely believe people got pissed at Lily for this awful take.
Yeah, because she's lying. Yeah, because she's lying. She's neglecting other contexts.
I identify as Sadako. Thank you very much. Okay, sorry, I gotta... Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I completely forgot. Our two new genders are Sadako and Samara.
oppression into something more complicated than it actually is. And if you don't treat all of this like a morally gray issue, the game and its fans get upset with you. Warcraft isn't any better. As fun as it is that the humans get a supreme inferiority complex, it also does Dragon Age's problem of having the humans be hyper-violent, hyper-aggressive racism factories, where half their characters are wearing fascist cosplay and chanting about how they're the Light's Chosen, here to purge the savages. But the game would really rather you focus on literally anything else.
My God, Lily, religion doesn't equal the KKK. I know that a lot of them were very religious.
Lily,
but that doesn't mean
have
they're
you
the same
ever
thing.
heard of the fucking Crusades, where Muslims and Christians came into a bloody goddamned conflict over different religious beliefs, both sides of which, to this very fucking day, argue who started the fucking fight back and forth? Like, it's almost as if different ideological values and the desire to purify an opposing force and assert your own values over top of them is something that is very common and regularly expected in human societies because of how our in-group, out-group preferences work. You're an idiot, Lily. You don't know jack about humans.
That's the most that is the most surprising thing about this entire reaction. Lily being an idiot. Can you believe it, guys?
It surprised me as well.
I cannot believe it.
So, speaking of which, as much as I was the one that just went off, apparently Twi's the one getting the knockout punch in. Thank you so much, Daigato.
Oh, what? Oh, wait, hold on. Did you make more art? Hold on.
When Twilight has gone from the call and had to fight Lily, spoilers, Twi won. Is Lily a guy, gal, or non-binary pal? She was a guy and is now a gal.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now she goes by CD Cow.
Yeah.
Yep. So, she's a
she's a trans woman.
Gal, call, pal, thingy, majigger, an awful human being. That is what Lily is.
And for record, we're not saying that she's an awful human being because she's trans. She's a horrible person regardless of gender.
I'm not even calling her an awful human being. I don't even know if she's human at this point. She seems to not even have any kind of relation to the human experience, so...
Yeah, no.
You know what? That explains this video.
Humans do fuck it. It gets either walked back or ignored. When anyone else does it, it leaves reverberations throughout the story. A lot of Alliance players can't comprehend.
And yet you can only share this pattern with World of Warcraft and fucking Dragon Age.
And again, we have to take your word on it.
Yeah. Those are 2 games, Lily. 2 games out of the countless other fantasy games.
Why the Blood Elves joined the Horde and stayed there, to the point of calling it narratively absurd and have been demanding for High Elves to be a playable race for the Alliance. But the answer is because the Alliance has tried to wipe them out multiple times. Grand Marshal Garithos attempted to finish the job Arthas started, and he was leading the Alliance forces in Lordaeron. Moving into TBC, the Alliance sent spies under the guise of diplomacy, while the Night Elves were attempted to disable the Ward Stones that were keeping the Scourge out of Eversong Woods. And then in Mists of Pandaria, when they briefly considered escaping Hellscream by joining the Alliance, Jaina went on a fucking massacre of Blood Elf civilians in Dalaran. Hell, the faction wars which played a major role in Cataclysm, Mists of Pandaria, and Battle for Azeroth were both started by the Alliance, but you don't remember that because the story doesn't.
I'm actually gonna say I think Mupa knows about World of Warcraft, so I feel like for some reason I'm thinking she does. I know someone who knows about World of Warcraft. They would be able to tell us whether or not this is bullshit.
Hang on these things nearly as much as it does something like Teldrassil, the Wrathgate, or Theramore. So a lot of players just don't know these things, and God help you if you get your WoW lore from YouTubers. Most of them are Alliance mains who downplay these things or omit them entirely.
Or they're assholes like you who don't qualify a damn thing or let anyone that doesn't know a damn thing about this understand what the fuck's going on.
I was about to say, it sounds like...
It sounds like someone getting a fucking proctor...
Yeah, where's
exam.
The World of War? Where's the World of Warcraft Lorax? You know what I mean? They can speak for the no-lifers.
In both of these cases, human crimes, despite being systemic and very obviously approved of by those in power, are treated as lone wolf crimes because otherwise they'd have to ask unfortunate questions about the way these cultures operate, and they just don't have a culture at all, so there's nothing for them to pivot to. Without their weird quasi-Christian imperialism, they have nothing. This is an attempt to make you...
So how is it a cultural thing if humans don't have culture, Lily?
Yeah, how can you call it quasi-Christianity inspired or whatever the fuck you just said if there is no culture?
It's the same thing, like, it was something I was thinking about, like, people call, like, the typical, because we're going on Thanksgiving, it's like, oh, people call the typical Thanksgiving feast of mashed potatoes and turkey, it's like, they call it bland, and I'm like, it's not really, it's just because it's so common across North America for Thanksgiving, like, that's just it's a common food. That's why it's quote-unquote bland, but it's fucking delicious. Like,
yes,
it's still really fucking good, and it's normalized.
I mean, especially when the turkey isn't fucking dry.
This is just like, she doesn't realize that this is normalized to her. That doesn't mean it's boring.
Yeah. There's a difference between bland and common. Those are not mutually interchangeable things.
Just like
they
like blob and slop. Not interchangeable.
Yeah, like, this is why I get so upset, because words have meaning. That is the reason why we have language, in order to convey things to other people in a way that they can understand. And
I've decided that, like, I'm going to take great inspiration from Shakespeare. I'm just going to start inventing words when I write stuff. Like, if I don't have a good description for what I'm trying to convey, god damn it, I got a new word to make.
Oh, so you're going to the Tetsuya Nomura School of Writing. Awesome. New pronouns.
Yeah. Yes. I heartily. No.
Feel bad for playing humans in RPGs. Quite the opposite, in fact. I am trying to make you angry about the fact that humans are so often omnipresent in fantasy stories.
I dicked Dickily.
Wait, what?
I dicked Dickily.
I dicked Dickily. Jesus.
How is that? How has no one said that before? That's funnier than boobed boobily. Like, boobed breastily is funny because, like, that is how some people describe it.
No, I said it backwards. It was like breasted boobily down the stairs.
Dickily is. It's so much better exemplifying how ridiculous some people are with descriptions.
Yeah.
Yep. Yet they're as dry as Ben Shapiro's wife, even when they commit unspeakable acts of unforgivable evil. They don't even get to have the fun of being the over-the-top bad guy. Fuck me, no wonder Human Fighter gets memed on for being basic in D&D.
Baldur's Gate 3 most picked character editor options created the most generic dude possible. Larry and Collateral... Yeah, I remember this happening.
It's nothing. You get nothing fun to play with. And the only reason you don't get anything fun to play with is because of some idea that... No wonder Human Fighter gets memed on for being basic in D&D. It's nothing.
Okay, wait a second. You do realize that you can pick specific backgrounds in D&D, and you can be from a specific place, depending on the setting, if you have a decent DM.
Yeah.
You do realize that, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that they let you
it's
customize
not...
your character beyond just appearance.
Yeah, the culture of your character isn't just your race and class, you dumb bitch. What the fuck?
Like, we have... I mean, it's not D&D, it's Pathfinder, but, like, we have 2 humans in our party with interesting backstories. Well, actually, I don't know about Isaac's backstory, but I know roughly Dalek's backstory, and that's
Isaac
interesting.
Literally started out as an antagonist. Like,
yes,
like that's
also I'm
so distinct in there.
Also, I'm pretty sure Isaac isn't even human.
Oh, he's he's halfling, or he's not
right.
Yeah,
he's half human.
I mean, yeah, even still half elf. Let's see, who do we got? Dolok, I'm pretty sure is human, and Halara's an elf.
Yeah. Yeah, and
But look, just because Isaac is half elf doesn't mean that you have to ignore the human aspect of him.
Oh no, absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. Like his human aspect is what he was influenced by the most.
Yes.
Very much.
Also, Human Fighter is an easy entry for new players. It's better to have easy, bland entry point than just flooding people. Absolutely.
Yes.
That's why. Yeah, I remember one of the biggest struggles we had leveling up Solera was all the options that you had open to you and just trying to choose which ones you wanted.
Well, it wasn't just the fact that I had so many options, it's that you didn't give me enough ability to play with them in the setting. So like if I wanted to do a magic build, I can't really do that because I can only do like maybe 3 or 4 spells by the time I reach like level 20.
But you'll be able to cast them very consistently.
Yeah, but
it's like you're more of a summoner. That's you're more of a sorcerer path than a wizard path.
What's the difference? I don't know.
Wizard goes wide, but you're limited in how much you can cast. Meanwhile, sorcerer goes specified, but it can cast more.
I'm still vaguely upset at how limited you had made the options for me. I'm not gonna lie.
I can't have you overshadowing the dedicated casters. You're a gish. You mix martial and magic. It has to be balanced.
I know, but again, like if I wanted to be one or the other, I would be screwed unless if I am an all-rounder kind of person. But you know, that's whatever.
Crimson Rose.
I did choose to be a bit of an all-rounder.
I think actually I might make a feat that allows you to take one at odd levels as well, but that'll also cost you, a feat, which could be used for any number of things. But that'll help you give you options.
Crimson Rose says, I'm done dashing, I can type. This entity doesn't know the first thing about culture, world building, or anything they comment on. I'm kind of offended. Me too, man. I have never played a single bit of World of Warcraft or Dragon Age in my entire life, and I'm offended for those people right now. Izanagi, and if you're a warlock, you cast Eldritch Blast. Yeah.
Moopa says, I used to be someone who thought being human in a fantasy game was boring, but I've come to really appreciate it for how it makes a setting feel down to earth and gives a fish out of water vibe. Yeah, it's great.
Yes.
Moopa out here human maxing. Then Izanagi. And if you are a warlock, you cast Eldritch Blast. Yes.
I just read that one.
Sorry, I am my it's Lily, my brain is melting.
Okay, fair.
You get nothing fun to play with. And the only reason you don't get anything fun to play with is because...
Oh, almost forgot. The bigger reason, people don't really say that, like, oh, the fighter's a bland class most of the time. The problem is just that, at least in D&D 5e, marshals are severely underpowered and casters are just incredibly overpowered.
Yeah. It's typically happens.
That's the conversation that people tend to have.
In a lot of tabletops, what you typically see, at least for D&D influenced ones, is that early level, the martial characters rock shit hard. They kick so much ass because they can take a lot of hits and they can deal a lot of damage. But then typically by the mid game, they're typically overtaken by the casters. The casters begin to get their more powerful spells. They get a lot more of them. They can basically start dealing out huge amounts of damage with their preparation abilities. You see that kind of skew. And it's not even that. What's cool is that you can really make a fighter around anything. You can literally specify, okay, what kind of weapon do you want? Do you want a greatsword, some kind of axe? Do you want a pole arm? Do you want bows and arrows, crossbows? Do you want chains or whips? Do you want caltrops? Do you want shuriken? Do you want throwing knives? You can just go down a whole list of every single possible weapon. It's like, I want to specialize in that thing. Sure, it could be a little underpowered, but I want to do that, and you can. If you want to optimize, sure, you can get really boring with optimization, but you can also optimize into something more interesting because you have an idea. Just because you are a human fighter doesn't mean you're automatically bland. It depends how you want to play them. I like playing my human fighters with big-ass fucking swords because I like trying to make the as close as I can to the Buster Sword in real life.
I like playing as a monk, and I think the two classes I enjoy playing as the most are monks and artificers.
I liked, oh god, I like playing the Cavalier in Pathfinder. You get a mount.
Like
my mount was a fucking wolf. Because I'm an edgy boy.
Awesome. Of course.
Yeah.
And like I had this build down to a science where on a charge attack, every attack I made on a charge did 3 times damage. And if I crit, it did 5 times damage.
Jesus Christ. Of course. Yeah.
The DM did so much fucking work to make environments where I could not effectively charge. It was such
God.
It was a war of attrition. It was great. Izanagi said, I recall hearing Soar Clock and Padlock builds using Hexblade as a base being good for melee and magic, but yeah, martials are at Enifa. Yeah, because there's a reason everyone fucking multi-classes into fucking Hexblade. It's too damned good. Because you get magic and a magic sword.
Yeah, basically.
I just like being a Keyblade wielder.
It's kind of what Hexblade is a off-brand Keyblade wielder.
For the top bad guy.
Yep.
Fuck me, no wonder Human Fighter gets memed on for being basic in D&D. It's nothing. You get nothing fun to play with. And the only reason you don't get anything fun to play with is because of some idea that you need to be the default. The empty void of a template on which other races get to deviate from in interesting and fun ways. And if that doesn't piss you off, it really fucking should. Because you would be having way more...
Lily, it's this thing called imagination.
Also, I almost forgot to mention this. We've been talking about how allegedly bland the cultures of the humans are and how poorly done the humans are written. And all of these other races are so incredibly interesting. Yet you never tell us anything about the distinct cultures from these other races in these games. You never tell us anything about this. We just keep assuming.
She just says, "Oh, they're vaguely Japanese flavored," and it's like, what the fuck does that mean?
Yeah. Okay, and you also said that they're these humans are vaguely English and American. It's like, okay, so is that bad or good?
Nameless says, I want to try my hand at Armored Artificer someday. Blame the mecha fan side of me. That's more of like an Iron Man thing.
Yeah, that's an Iron Man thing. There is no mecha.
I was gonna say that's power armor.
Unfortunately,
as someone who tried to actually balance mecha into a setting with like tabletop rule and those kind of rules. It's fucking hard to have mecha mix with ground combat.
Because either you have to really, really limit it, or it's very easy for it to slip into just being incredibly OP.
And Moopa's like, literally people in an RPG choose to play a character like that. Why would they ever be pissed about their own choices? Only if they found it underpowered. If they found like mechanically it wasn't working for them, would they be mad? They're playing a character they want. What's your problem, Lily?
Yeah.
You don't have the fucking imagination to play anyone that doesn't have like all the things written for you? Izanagi, isn't there a Lancer as a mech RPG? What I'm talking about is mixing characters that are ground combat, like paladins and artificers and such, playing alongside a mecha pilot. Like, I built an entire class around the pilots from Titanfall. I gave my friend a Titanfall mech, and it was really hard to balance regularly.
I can imagine so. Which in a lot of ways is unfortunate, because Xenogears is one of my favorite JRPGs of all time. Partially because it's one of the few JRPGs where half of the time you are also in a mech, as well as just playing the human characters on the ground. And I would absolutely love playing another game like that. It's like a tabletop, but
more fun if they didn't do it like this.
Also, who are you to dictate how much fun I'd be having? I'm chilling,
I was gonna
bro.
say, like, do you? What if I just want to go smash shit with a fucking battle axe?
Yeah. I don't know, man. But yeah, Lily being incredibly wrong as per
Oh, damn, I missed the whole thing.
usual.
No, Moopa, because we have an entire second video to cover.
Woo!
Oh, also, Moopa, we might need to ask you some questions about World of Warcraft. Are you a World of Warcraft fan?
Yeah, I was gonna say, for some reason, I remember you being a World of Warcraft fan, but I might be getting it wrong. Oh,
yes. Oh, okay. So
okay. So are the humans horribly oppressive, or is it, more or less like, I don't know, are they at all justified in being horribly oppressive towards, I don't fucking know how to describe it because she said so much bullshit in this video.
Yeah.
You might need to go back into the VOD stream and feel free to just comment your thoughts.
There's
No,
assholes
not really.
and there's good
There's
guys.
assholes and there's good. Okay.
Okay, do the humans, okay, better question. Do the humans not have culture? Like, that's the big question. Do they not
do
have
the
culture in
human
World
factions
of Warcraft?
have culture in World of Warcraft?
It's an orchard overload. No, we just found. She's probably thinking of that one human general who went on a huge power trip against the High Elves. Humans have tons of culture. Okay. She argues against that. She says humans are bland.
Apparently.
Nameless. I got an interesting idea for Hexblade regarding them as character. A mute idiot with a talking sword suffering from burnout as the straight man. That sounds amazing.
Yeah. That sounds perfect.
God, dude, if you want good inspiration for that, watch Wakfu.
Yeah.
Dali and why am I blanking on his name?
Yugo?
No, the sword.
No. Sword. Oh, Rubelax.
Rubelax is like the best character in Wakfu. That man is so fucking sick of everyone's shit.
He really is. And he has like the best kind of redemption arc because he's like, I want to get out of this sword so I can kill each and every one of you and take over this world and I can destroy it. And then he's like, nah, you guys are pretty all right. I like you guys. I'm gonna betray my entire race for you guys.
Jeez. Okay, cool. By the way, Raymond, here, right up here in the top right, here's a video you can probably rant about in your own time because I know nothing about
Voyager
Star Trek.
apologist. Unfortunately, I only know so much about Voyager because I watched the first 3 episodes and thought it was bad.
Yeah.
Like
the big pee pee poo poo.
I know people. There's a lot of people that defend Voyager, but I can never forgive the fact that their entire inciting premise is that a Starfleet ship and a Maquis, an insurgency against the Federation, 2 ships get sucked through a wormhole to the other side of the galaxy. The Maquis ship gets destroyed, and the entire crew from that ship has to integrate into the crew on the Federation ship, and almost immediately it's like there's no tension or any actual strife between the 2 crews that were actively fighting each other beforehand. It's like immediately they put their difference aside, and it's like, I don't believe that whatsoever. That's bullshit.
Different races of humans are made even more distinct depending on where in Azeroth they are from and how they may differ from the humans in Elwyn and such, the playable humans. Okay, so she's just straight up lying.
Nameless says, forgot to say, but the sword is also the mute idiot's voice, hence why he's stuck with the brainless contractee. No, absolutely, I completely understood what you were talking about there. That's exactly what I imagined.
Yeah, same here. That sounds great.
All right, well, let's load up.
Alrighty, on to the next video.
Cannot be played directly on Watch Together. Uh-oh, one moment.
Uh-oh.
Wait, what?
It's not letting.
Damn, is this video so toxic that even Watch Together doesn't want to play?
YouTube cannot be
I guess
played
so.
because it's age restricted, not signed into YouTube account. You're using a VPN or ad blocker. The upload of the video disabled embedding.
Ooh.
That last part might be the thing.
Let me reload Watch Together. Let's just choose a random video here. pause, and then if I paste and click, oh no. Sync video in a separate window. You need to install our browser extension. Add extension. All right. So
I was about to say, maybe we could
play
just
this video
use
in a separate
the
window. Okay, so if I reload this,
should we try it with cast instead?
maybe. Oh. To sync play this video, I got a pop out. That's strange. Okay. How does this work?
Hooray, we're saved! Don't cheer too much, chat.
Let's try cast.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, that's probably the better route.
I'm gonna have to go on to Chrome.
I'll just get the link. Sorry, technical difficulties that were totally Lily's fault. That's a rarity.
Yeah.
Normally my scuff, but no, it's just Lily being a fucking prick.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Oh, they changed up cast a bit.
Oh yeah, it looks like it. Also, I don't know why she prevented embedding for this video in particular, but
well, maybe it's age restricted.
I guess
it did say that it was probably age restricted.
Well, I said it was one of the reasons.
Yeah, those were
possibly.
Yeah.
All right.
Join party.
So if I explore videos on YouTube, is there a way I can just search and paste?
What the fuck?
All right, Lily. Get the copy.
All right, I'm just signing into cast right now.
Post this.
What the hell? Digital world.
You can hide the chat now.
Oh, okay. And re-invited.
Ah, this is okay. Found the channel. Can I click on the channel?
All right. Let me
wow, like none of her stuff shows up on cast.
Really?
What?
Well, unlike the direct use in YouTube thing, like almost none of them appear. All right, so what if I just
weird?
Okay, so I will pull.
Damn,
this
didn't
out.
expect cast to change shit up.
And I will open this over here.
Zio go. Lily's doing what she can to keep people from responding to her videos. I mean, to be fair, given what she has tried to do with Psy, yeah, that's probably likely the case.
All right, and I'll just move that over, and I'll just stream this to you guys normally, I guess. If I can just open cast and throw this over here, and then share your camera, share your screen. That's what I need to do. And share. All right.
Okay, cool. I can see it.
All right. I am not going to full screen, unfortunately, because that's how I have it set up on whatchamacallit.
Yeah, it's whatever.
We have 480p.
Yeah.
All right. Well, here we go.
This video was originally part of the video about Princess Knight and Stop Hibari, covering the more critical elements of both. It had to be cut because I was already straining my voice to the point of agony and couldn't bear to record any further. It actually got to the point where I was not only unintelligible, but actually brought to tears by just how painful it was. However, the decision to cut it—
I'm going to stop you right there, Lily. You're already unintelligible, and you bring us to tears regularly, so...
Yep.
So I need to adjust this a little bit. Raise it up, and then there we go. All right.
It had a lot of consequences. Namely, people were taking my call to examine old media critically and honestly, and interpreting it as accepting that it was a different time. That was the opposite of what I wanted people to take from it. So I took that segment and expanded on it for this video. I hope you enjoy.
No, we won't. Glass of water with Lily. I don't want any water that you're handing out, okay?
Okay, I've taken some antibiotics and enough painkillers to cause a second opioid crisis. Let's do this! Let's talk about a book called Gone with the Wind. Gone with the Wind was a romance novel released in 1936 that was, to put it bluntly, little more than white supremacist propaganda. It was a book that egregiously romanticized slavery,
Everything
even as
is white
far as to give
supremacy.
heroic characterizations to fucking Klan members, and was adapted into a film in 1939 that, when adjusted for inflation, is still the best-selling film ever made. God, that's grim fucking news.
No, it's not, because it's actually a very well-written story. Like, it gave a snapshot of the mindset of the South around the time of the Civil War. It's one of the ones that actually is very critical of the South, because the South, there's an opening moment in the film. It's a very well-shot scene where it's a party at one of these plantations.
Right.
Everyone's outside, they're having a good time, and you see the sheer gusto of all the young men and all the people that are itching for a fight with the North. That, like, after all these tensions are raising, they're like, oh, well, just let them see them. See them come and get us. We'll put them right in their place. And you go from seeing that bravado and all of that, and as time goes on, the characters and the world around them gets whittled down by the war more and more and more. You see destruction and hell breaking out around them. There is a legendary crane shot that shows the sheer, like, it's one of the most famous shots in all of cinematic history, as it's one of the first crane shots ever done, where it's pulling up and back, and you just see lanes of bodies, people covered in tarps being treated, the few wounded that are alive being treated on these train tracks in, I want to say, Atlanta, I think it's like, said him. Just the sheer scale of the mass casualties caused by the war. It is not a film that displays necessarily the South as good or the North as bad. It shows just the sheer it's critical of the South, while also showing that there were good people and good things going on in the South. It's very neutral in terms of saying, this is a horrible fucking circumstance that could have been avoided if people hadn't been hubristic about bullshit. If people had just made better choices. And it's all about flawed characters doing flawed things. It's very humanizing towards a very contentious time in history towards everyone involved. It's a very well told film, and all of it is framed around a very complicated romance. It's a good damned movie. Shut the fuck up, Lily.
I'll have to take your word for it, because I've never seen this movie. I've always heard about it, but I never seen it.
I've never seen it either, but like I always find it very sad whenever somebody looks at a film, and just because it's an old film, like maybe it was set 100 years ago, or maybe it was made 100 years ago, and the only thing that they can really say about it is, oh, well, it has racism in it, so therefore it's bad. They don't really take into account anything else about the film that could be worthwhile, or could be the reason why it's still stuck around how it is.
What gets me is, like, what you're seeing pictured on screen is that they have a live-in nanny, a nurse, a black woman, a slave, who is taking care. But she's also very much treated like part of the family. It showed the complexity of slavery in the South, in that this woman, while, yes, she was treated as lesser, was still very much integral to the family. She was she was responsible for delivering their children. Like, they put an incredible amount of trust in this woman. She took care of the family. She treated everyone in the family like her own children. It's a much more complicated and interesting story. I'm just frustrated because, like, and Mupa is right. As apparently the movie is better than the book. It's the kind of movie where you can't look away because, like, 20 characters will have died and 10 plot points will have been introduced within 5 minutes. God, oh God, there are so many good points. Like, she gets 2 of her husbands killed because she's a fucking idiot. Well, more so, she's a selfish idiot, and, like, that's part of the problem, is that she is a very, like, she's a good character. She's a wonderful character. I don't want to spoil it. Go out and watch Gone with the Wind. It's better than watching it.
In the 21st century, whenever Gone with the Wind, the film, the book is thankfully obscure and forgotten, is re-released anywhere, there's a public debate about the merits of problematic media, about whether these things should no longer be shown or profited from. And the refrain from uncritical consumers is that these things were made at a different time, and it's unfair to criticize them based on modern-day standards.
They are.
I mean, it was only...
Well,
hang on, let me check. 75
Lily.
years after the abolition of slavery. How could people have possibly known better? The notion here is...
What do you mean, possibly? Holy shit, woman! 75 years is a lot of fucking time!
I mean...
Well, yeah, no, she's saying that how dare this book think that slavery is wrong. It's only been 75 years since the abolition of slavery.
Yeah, in the movie, the story does think it's wrong. It's just trying to give it... The beauty of Gone with the Wind is giving a relatively neutral snapshot into the reality of the South during the Civil War. Like, it's...
Yeah, it's a period piece. It's called a period piece, then. Like, the problem is, in regards to this whole thing, is that, like... Okay, I understand that there is an extent that it can be understanding when acknowledging issues with like certain pieces of media given, you know, what time that they were made. But the reason why people say things like, oh, you know, it was made at a different time is because there is an extent where that can be completely fucking unfair. Like, you can't judge, what's the word? What's that one film? Fuck, I forget the name of it. Oh, right. You can't judge something like, I don't know, that Rosebud movie that gets referenced a lot.
Citizen Kane?
Citizen
that obscure
Kane,
little film known as Citizen Kane.
Okay, my bad. I forgot.
It's a niche indie hit. You know, you haven't heard of it.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, you can't judge Citizen Kane's in terms of, like, I don't know, the standards of cinematography and filmmaking.
Oh, Moopa's interesting because Moopa has apparently read it.
Really?
Yeah, arguably the book doesn't think slavery is wrong. The author was very much a deep Southern woman.
It's the best Marvel movie that's ever been made, probably Civil War or something like that.
And pretty much every racist Southern myth can be traced back to Gone with the Wind's book, but it's still very good. I mean, that's the thing. It's like it can be very interesting. Cover to cover, the movie is shockingly woke compared to the book. Interesting.
Okay.
And that's
so they even change certain things.
God, can you imagine like an adaptational challenge between? I would love to see Crimson Rogue cover this.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that sounds like a Dominic Noble episode.
Yeah,
he does
I'd rather Crimson Rogue than Dominic Noble.
Oh, you have an issue with that guy?
I do. He's a bit of a snooty kind of person.
I can see that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can hear it in his British.
I don't think it has anything to do with the fact that he's British. I think that it has everything to do with the fact that he has this holier than thou attitude about him.
Yeah.
And then he tries to blanket that in comedy, but you can tell that it is because it slips out sometimes.
Okay.
1939, everyone, yes, everyone, uncritically accepted the romanticizing of slavery, the uplifting of white supremacy, and goodness, where did these photos of protests in the 30s come from? Oh no, was this a lie the whole time? Okay, let's drop the sarcasm.
Okay, oftentimes, I actually want to challenge this. Oftentimes, a lot of protesters will not have actually seen the film itself, will not have actually consumed the content itself. They will go uncritically protest something based upon a cursory summary. I'm sorry.
Well, not only that.
No, that can be very dumb.
Not only that, but some people will protest a film simply because, well, not even a film. Someone will go after something simply because it is popular at the time or it is considered something that is sacred. Like a couple of years ago, there were protests in Canada and some statues of some very important people were vandalized. Who got vandalized? Terry Fox, a man who got famous in Canada for running across the country on one leg raising money for cancer. His statue got vandalized because the statue was made by the government and they were protesting the government.
Silver-haired freak, they will protest a film
Also,
without having seen it. Time is a flat fucking circle.
Well,
I'm applying it across the
yeah.
board.
Well, like, even aside from all of that, like, even assuming that, you know, the protests back then were justified, because again, I haven't seen the movie, I don't know how offensive it is or not. But fact of the matter is that, she's making the point that, like, just because slavery is abolished, that everyone should have automatically have known better after that point, which is the most maverick thing I've ever heard in my entire life. If that was true, why the fuck did we have Jim Crow laws? Gee, it's almost like there were certain attitudes that were still present in the West that might have influenced aspects of this film.
I stand up for H.P. Lovecraft a lot because people say, oh, he was a horrible racist. And like, well, considering the time, they say, oh, but even in his time, it's like, no, you need to understand this man was deathly afraid of fucking everything in his life. The fact that he's also afraid of black people and indigenous tribes, yeah, that checks out. I don't even think he's just very, what's the word for anti-human? There's a anthrophobic, is that it? Something like that?
Anthrophobic?
Like,
So.
he was just... it's Lovecraft's real sense for being ignorant and scared of everything he doesn't understand. Exactly. Misanthropic? Yeah, misanthropic, that's it. Thank you. Agoraphobia? He might have had agoraphobia. He was a very sheltered... Don't ask him about his cat. His cat was named by his father. So that's not really on him. I'd say the South more than the West, which covers east Southern America only as far as West Texas. But yeah, it's one of those things, like, the time period, people really want to ascribe the morals of racial understanding of our day to the ones of the past, and it's like, that's not how that works. That's very unfortunate.
Yeah, the context of a film being made is absolutely important in understanding why it is the way that it is. And you can probably say that, like, I don't necessarily mind creating some kind of comparison, right? In comparison to, like, how the standards of, like, morals nowadays or something like that. But it's fair to acknowledge that, hey, you know, this is made at a different time, so of course they probably didn't think that, you know, do things in this particular way. And that's something you have to keep in mind.
Lovecraft was less of a man and more of an amalgamation of character flaws shambling around in a roughly bipedal shape. That's a very Lovecraftian description of Lovecraft.
Like, we were talking about how just watching Adventures in Babysitting was a very different time.
Oh God, yeah. I've never heard so many shits flung around in a children's film.
Rated PG-13, but still, yeah.
Mupa says, I will tell you the most enlightening experience of reading Gone with the Wind is that the modern-day racists are leagues more liberal and open-minded than racists of the early 19th century. The early 1900s, the author's time. That's actually kind of wild to think about, actually. People don't realize maybe we are making gains on racism if our modern racists are nowhere near as bad as historical racists.
Yeah. Wow, what a wild concept.
The thing is that the book Gone with the Wind was popular. You don't just get a film adaptation in the 30s 3 years after the book comes out if you weren't. Which means it had plenty of time to be read and discussed by fucking everybody. And here's the thing about which means it had plenty of time to be read and discussed by fucking...
This is a time when you still discuss books without 14-year-old girls calling you a Puritan for thinking, if you were white at least. No, they're calling you a... Actually, no. You're like the opposite of a Puritan, but you're weirdly puritanical.
You're a radical Puritan?
I don't know what to call someone who is like, you're not writing women right, you're going to go to hell, but at the same time is over here writing smut fic of sisters molesting each other.
A hypocrite?
I don't even know if that it's like a weird form of hypocrisy. It's like, because it's not like you say one thing and do the opposite. It's like you just have such a skewed moral lens.
Yeah.
Everybody. And here's the thing about 1939 that for some of you I bet will blow your mind. Black people existed and had opinions of their own. And surprisingly, they didn't think a book that romanticized slavery and uplifted the Ku Klux Klan and pushed the myth of dignified slavery was all that good.
Okay, first
yeah, and you know what the other issue is? Yeah, but do you know what? The majority of white people didn't think that was correct.
Well, no, I need to actually clarify.
So, like,
one, you are grouping all black people into a fucking monolith right now. So,
I mean, yeah, there's
that's disgusting. That's not how this works. Give me some percentiles, and maybe we can actually agree with, you know, a majority or a minority or what have you. But that's
I wouldn't be surprised if a majority probably felt that way about it. But yeah, sure.
But and then let's see. Also, I don't recall the KKK being in Gone with the Wind. Like, Moopa, remind me if I'm wrong. I don't think the KKK were at all relevant. Like, that's Jim Crow era shit, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm guessing what she's trying to say is that by this book,
not in the movie. Okay.
Yeah, by this movie trying to like romanticize slavery or whatever the fuck, by extension, that's giving, you know, leeway to the KKK and their ideology and all that other shit.
What about
Birth of the Nation, Birth of a Nation is a much more like direct example because not only does it actively do those things, it's literally propaganda that was shown in the White House.
Moopa says, actually, this brought up that the history of the KKK is a little intricate because there was an initial KKK that was disbanded, then another KKK that was started later and disbanded, and then there's a third one. They were not in the movie. They were in the book. Initially, the KKK actually were a citizen-formed militia for a southern state that was actually being very poorly treated by northern occupation. Interesting. I didn't know that about them.
Yeah, me neither.
It makes sense. Like, if the North came down and occupied a southern state, then yeah. I mean, it's one of those things that always, like, kind of blows a lot of people's minds when it's like, well, the South was an independent nation at the time that the North came down. Like, it wasn't the United States of America. It was a different country at the time that the Civil War happened. We call it a civil war because we forcibly, like, reintegrated them. But at the time, they considered themselves a different country. So it's one of those things that people have to kind of reorient their brains around the current time of the actual incidents that are happening historically.
And they made that opinion known.
Hey, that's not a different time, that's today.
I'll tell you what's going on. White people in the 30s, if you can believe it, didn't really give two shits about what black people had to say about anything. And so the people who got to control the narrative
neither do you.
Ignored them.
Wait, 1 minute. 1 minute. I have to check something. Oscars Gone with the Wind. What year was that? 12th Academy Memorable. Yeah, so 12th Academy Awards. Bucks, I'm pretty sure. Outstanding production, best actress. Scarlett O'Hara, Mr. Chips, best actor. This is the first time that a black woman ever won any kind of award at the Academy Awards.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
The woman that played Mammy, the nanny of the house, she won it for her performance as best actress in a supporting role.
Nice.
So, and she was up against another actress in the same film who was white. So, historically, this film is huge for black representation in film.
Yeah, I guess.
Is kind of a theme. Rocky Horror Picture Show is a fucking ghoulishly transmisogynistic piece of fucking
my god,
garbage
I
that in
remember
recent
her
years has come under fire from trans people for showcasing every horrible thing TERFs believe about trans women. Oh wait, no,
only
sorry,
recently.
I mean, well, not only that, but like even that is incredibly contentious. I've seen Trixie, formerly known as Digibro's, reaction to
Kaiser, you're cutting out again.
Lily, and it seemed. Wait, hello?
There,
Am I back?
You're back.
You're back.
Okay, so I was saying that like even that is incredibly contentious about this whole rock.
Oh no.
I saw. Is it happening again?
Yep.
Am I going again?
Yep.
Okay.
So Trixie Digipro talking about Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Yeah, basically. And I saw a video talking about that. So apparently even this point is incredibly contentious, and it doesn't even seem like a majority of trans or LGBT people believe this.
It's one of those films that you have to experience in theater with the crowd for it. Because there is a whole culture around this film and all the in-jokes and all the different shenanigans that a bunch of people play acting in front of the screen actually do goofy shit all the time. Like there's a whole, like, basically a stage play element to this film in the culture of this film that needs to be acknowledged, and it's people celebrating because they love this film.
Recent years, I meant always. See, here's another shocking truth. Trans women existed in the 70s, and I know you know that because you all think the Stonewall riots were started by one. And surprise, surprise, didn't really much care for this kind of portrayal. But why do you never hear about that? Well, it's pretty simple. Cis gays didn't care. They just didn't fucking care. It was a film that had all the decadent fucking around and rape they could ever want, and they got to dance around to some shitty songs, which, as is still the case today, is the only thing some of us care about, apparently.
Lily, why are you raising rape as an issue?
Mm.
Methinks I heard a window cracking inside of a glass house.
Yeah, seriously. But even putting that aside, like...
Oh, is this why this was age-gated, maybe, that line?
Maybe.
Possibly. But, like, the, what's the word? I mean, you're not really the trans Lorax over here, so I can't even rely... I can't rely upon you
I am the trans Lorax. I speak for the titties.
Oh my god. I don't think that you're a reliable source on what the trans people think about this film at the time. And like, even putting that aside, like, again, you're just on this route of like not showing any proof about, oh, these people actually felt this way about this, but you're just basically telling us to take your word for it, which is stupid.
Pretty much.
Okay. I don't even like Steven Universe, but I know this song is a goddamn bop. All right.
Yeah.
I've seen the fight sequence to it. It's really good. I hate how good it is because, like, oh, maybe I should give Steven Universe a try. No, I will not be tempted. I will not be swayed.
I don't know. At some point, I feel like I definitely want to rewatch the show. Just so
like, Steven Universe isn't that bad. Like, the main thing that was wrong with it for a lot of people was the Steven bombs and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's got a great cover by Christina V. Didn't know that. All right.
Yeah.
Trans people generally do not think highly of this film, or its adaptations, or its creator, who has routinely claimed that trans women can never be women. Oh, gee! I wonder why Rocky Horror is so transphobic. Could it possibly be the openly transphobic creator? In fact, the only trans people I ever see defending it are the occasional millennial who has been Pavlov since 2013 by its status as an icon, despite nobody ever really explaining why it's an icon aside from the aforementioned terrible music and fucking. I covered Princess Knight
again. I don't really. I am not going to.
Dumb film that makes no sense. It's like a stage play by a bunch of fucking nut jobs came to life. There is literally a character that in the middle of the film shows up riding on a motorcycle through the open doors of the castle, has one musical song, and is summarily killed, and is never referenced again, and his name is Meatloaf.
Also, like,
this is not a serious film.
Lily,
right?
When you say all trans people, you don't actually mean all trans people, because trans people are not a fucking monolith. They have different opinions than you. They have opinions that you aren't going to agree with.
It was the Meatloaf, guys. It was the actual guy, the celebrity Meatloaf. He just shows up, does a song, and dies.
Yeah, and like and even putting all of this shit aside, okay, so the film, so let's say hypothetically that she's completely right that the film is incredibly offensive towards like trans people and things like that. Like, why should we still not see, you know, certain merits from the film and use those good aspects in future films going over similar topics, but in a much more, you know, culturally sensitive way? Why can't we talk about that? Like, even if what she is saying about Gone with the Wind in this movie is completely true, which apparently it's debatable in both cases, there can be good aspects to these films that are worth exploring and talking about. And I'm sorry, given how incredibly culturally like correct a lot of conversations online are, I find it incredibly hard to believe that you have gotten this much trouble over conversations talking about this fucking film.
I was gonna say, Time Warp alone. I don't really like Rocky Horror Picture Show. Again, it has to be like an in-house experience. I don't even like most of the music in Rocky Horror Picture. But Time Warp is a goddamn bop. I will not have slander against it. Let's do Time Warp again.
Oh, that's where that movie came from?
Yes, because they time travel at the end of the film.
What the fuck?
The film is just fucking bonkers. That's all it is.
I have never known about this. That is insane.
Video, and one of the thing of note is that Princess Knight used a gender essentialist framework for a supposedly feminist message, but Princess Knight was criticized at the time by Japanese feminists for being misogynistic. That's why future Prince of the comic would have Sapphire permanently lose her male heart yet still be able to kick ass, because in previous Prince, he would lose it only temporarily and exhibit massive personality changes and be unable to fight. So to call Princess Knight fair for its day or a product of a different time is false. It was criticized back then, and the author responded to those criticisms with rewrites and republications. That's a good thing, by the way, and yet, this is something you can look up, you know, like it's on the Wikipedia page. Why is this here?
So I don't know anything about this Princess Knight thing, but for one, there are plenty of people that when something is being progressive in some way, shape, or form, people complain that it's not being progressive enough. People will complain that it needs to be even more progressive. It needs to do things their way, completely ignoring things like theme, the nature of the story it's trying to tell, the nature of the characters themselves, or the lore or world building. It will always, always come down to, you're not doing enough for what I want you to do. That is an incredibly selfish and entitled fucking viewpoint on this.
Well, hang on. So, from what I'm understanding, because I haven't watched Princess Knight either. It is on my list to watch because I want to do a big thing about shoujo anime at some point. But from what I'm understanding here is that there is a female character who, in order to do something that is considered stereotypically male, has to literally embody a male heart in order to do these masculine things. I can see how in a very sexist time in society, which is the 60s, you know, the time where Silent Hill F takes place.
Yes.
Where some feminists would take some issue with a female character. The only way that a female character can do masculine things is to embody being a male.
Princess Knight author outed as being a salamander who can't stand up to audiences bullying, according to Lily.
Yes.
Okay. I know what you're saying. I understand the words come out of your mouth, but when I think of salamander, I can only think of that one from Slayers. Like, you know the 1 minute. I've got this. I actually have it on hand. Weirdly enough.
Yes. I remember. Oh my god,
It was such a just a what the fuck moment, but it was great. Where did I put that thing? It's somewhere.
There were so many what the fuck moments in Slayers.
Where's my salamander?
The dragon.
I refuse to hear slander of hot patootie.
Is it in news?
The-
There it is. My salamander boy. This is my salamander boy.
Yeah.
Oh,
Remember-
that thing. I don't think
Remember
I
the
ran into
time
that one yet.
when Colonel Sanders was in Slayers?
Vaguely.
I think you mentioned.
Was that an OVA
before.
or was that just an episode?
No, that was just an episode.
Oh,
Also,
you guys
the
didn't understand
dragon.
the reason the dragon. Yeah, you couldn't do that anymore.
Yeah, no.
But like this little guy, literally just a fucking gag in Slayers where they're going through a cave. She's like escorting like a weak little guy, and he's like, "Oh no, a scary monster!" and points at something, and she blows it away. And it's like it does that sequentially, and every time she does, it just gets faster and faster. This guy's on screen for all of like 1 second before he's completely fucking obliterated.
Oh my god!
And I saw him, and I was like, he's just a little guy. He's just a funny little dude. So I took
He's
a
just
screen
a little
cap
guy.
and cut him out because I liked him. But anyway, yeah, I could see people being angry about it, but at the same time, is like, would it have even been published had it tried to go even further? Like, that's always the other question you need to ask: is at what point is the general society willing to actually accept a more progressive message?
Well, hang on. For when, like, we are speaking about a specific show and a specific manga in this sense. Was that even the intent of Osamu Tezuka?
That too.
Because
this
like,
is a Tezuka work.
Yes, it is a Tezuka work. Because here's the thing, like, there are a lot of people who put a lot of stuff onto shows that were never meant to be there in the first place. And then they get upset when those things tend not to be true. That's why we get a lot of people bitching and complaining about what is it? When like queer baiting or something like that. Like I remember
Bakugo and Deku.
Yeah, Bakugo and Deku, but I was thinking of like Supergirl or something like that, where people were thinking that Supergirl was queer baiting or something because there were two.
Wait, for real?
I'll be right back. I'm getting a drink now.
Something like that. It was never meant to be there to begin with, but because people like these characters together, whether it's Bakugo and Deku or it's Supergirl and whoever, and they get it in their head that these characters are going to get together in the end, and then when that doesn't happen, they throw a hissy fit. It's like, you have to understand the intention of the author. If that was never meant to be there in the first place, that is not what was going to be there in the first place. And it's the same thing probably with this. Is it necessarily that this character was supposed to represent non-binary or trans, or was it meant to be a feminist message where a female character could also do masculine things, but because it was written by a man, maybe he was a little bit dumb when it came to writing female characters and representing what women wanted in a female character who was a more active protagonist role that wasn't just turning into a magical girl and getting dressed up in pretty dresses and stuff like that and going to the ball.
We might get some insight. Espionada for $10 says Dororo, back when it got adapted in 2019. Dororo is a girl who dresses as a boy for her safety. Modern anime fans instead saw her as trans when Tezuka didn't write it that way. Yeah, I remember that. Because and you're absolutely right. Dororo, like herself, in the story is not meant to be trans. They just were sort of like dressed and was raised as a boy because holy shit, it was the fucking it was feudal Japan, and being a woman in feudal Japan, especially as a child, is kind of a near
yeah, not great.
Yeah, for lack of a better term, Raymond. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't necessarily doubt that like there might be some very specific things that were called out in regards to Tezuka's work back in the day.
We need to like also step back and be like, all right, so there are masculine activities, there are feminine activities, like things that are generally accepted as those things, but anyone can participate in, and that's kind of an important thing to realize. Just because you're feminine just because you're a woman doesn't mean you can't do what are typically manly things like construction work or fighting wars or what have you. Like, you can do those things. That's perfectly fine. If you're a man, you can do baking, you can do ballet, you can do these types of things that women typically get characterized as doing. Like, and that might have been the story that he was going for. It might have been a good lesson about how women can actually hold a masculine soul to some degree. And
also, I don't know, because like Lily's trying to combat whatever random shadow box point that she probably made up, that like there are people who say, oh, you know, who uses the statement "it was made in a different time" as an excuse to bar away, you know, problematic media from being criticized at all, when I don't really think that is what people typically do. What people typically do when they say that, oh, a story was made at a very specific time, they use that as an explanation as to why something is like this, you know, so we can have a proper understanding as to why things are written the way they are. Not to say that, oh, nobody criticized it back then because it was a different time. Of course people were going to criticize it, but the majority of society, it didn't really pay it any mind.
It's an invitation,
because, you know, cultures. Yeah, go ahead.
It's an invitation to expand the discussion around the time that it was made and understanding the. You know what? Actually, this all goes back to Lily doesn't understand culture. It goes all.
No.
We can just call this Lily doesn't understand culture, the movie, and that's what this entire stream is.
Yeah. Also, like, it's not like anime and video games don't do this to this day. Like, was it Persona 4? Gets shit for this to this day.
No, literally every couple of months there's like a time-honored tradition among Persona Twitter that complain about Naoto being trans when that is not what the fuck the story is about.
God, when that fucking remake comes out, the amount of shit we are going to see.
Oh,
well, it's not just Naoto, but it's also the other character. Yeah, Kanji.
Yeah, people try to say that Kanji is gay when he's not.
Yeah.
Oh, because I am actually far more open to Kanji being gay than I am to Naoto being trans, weirdly enough.
No, 100%. It's just that neither of those things are even true.
It's literally that their stories are both the same thing. It's that they are trying to do things outside of what is typical for their gender.
And they feel judged for it.
Yeah, and they feel judged for it. And it's the same thing of, like, a lot of people to this day. Like, Silverhaired Freak literally said that the fandom threw a shit fit at Knights of Guinevere because a non-feminine female character wasn't trans because she was more masculine.
Which it blows my brain at that, and just like, okay, so you guys cannot accept that there is a masculine type of woman out there. It has to be trans.
Dude, what the
fuck?
Like,
what the fuck? That's so fucking rude.
Freaking tomboy erasure is real, guys.
Not only that, but if the character is too feminine, then they're also trans. So women cannot be too feminine, and they cannot be too masculine.
Yeah.
They have to be apparently Goldilockses.
Someone made a
in order
Persona
to
4
be like
rewrite
real
mod
women.
because Naoto's story made people that mad. You know what? Here's the thing. More power to them. If you wanted to rewrite the game, you have that power. If you wanted to make a mod, as long as you're not forcing it down someone else's throat, fine.
Yeah, I
go
don't give a
for it.
shit.
That's
But, like,
fine.
whenever, but don't say that, like, okay, this is how the story should have been, when that is not. That was never the fucking intention of the story.
Now, if the story was
anything-
poorly written, then we can have a better conversation about what it should have been. But I don't think it was. It's a hard argument to make that it was.
Yeah, absolutely it is. Because, like, in the context of the story, Naoto, the whole point of, it being, like, Naoto being trans wouldn't make any sense. Because the reason why she wanted to be a man is to be a respected detective, not because she has dysphoria.
Right. And I was
Like,
going to say, like,
being a man in that context would unironically be appeasing to the patriarchy.
And someone was like, is Kanji not gay? And it's like, no. Well,
no.
This is why, like, I'm more accepting of it, is that he does have things, like, he does admire the male figure that in a way that may or may not indicate that either he wants to emulate them or do something else with them. It's kind of unclear, and he's struggling with a lot of that stuff as the story goes on. And by the end, it's never really confirmed one way or the other. I think he ultimately kind of winds up bi, but, like, that's not the point of his story. His point of his story is coming to terms with that he likes doing feminine things like crocheting and creating cute little animals. He likes cute things.
Yeah.
And it's not okay in his society for him to do that.
Like,
he's a teenager in a very confused time in his life.
Yeah.
Who literally, like, the reason why his shadow is like a gay version of himself, like a foppish diva or whatever, is because that is he has internalized the projection that other people have onto him. The
way that I have interpreted Kanji, as someone who hasn't really experienced the game for myself, but have learned about these characters in a roundabout way, is that Kanji is struggling with the dichotomy between being masculine and being feminine, and how the idea of needing to be masculine in order to be seen as a man, but also enjoying feminine things. But if you enjoy feminine things, that must mean that you're gay. And so getting those things twisted in his mind makes it so that his shadow is this very over the top gay figure, because you have the hyper masculine of what he views society as wanting him to be, but also the feminine aspect, which is what he desires to be, but also that means that he must be gay.
And so that perception got distorted, basically.
Yes.
And that's why
Isa saying,
shadow.
The way I'm seeing it, people are trying to overcompensate for issues regarding LGBT representation in the past, and it's now looping back to sexist. Yeah, basically.
Yes.
Yes. Super Easy Walker said, don't forget about Danganronpa Chihiro Fujisaki. I haven't forgotten about them because I haven't played Danganronpa, and I don't plan to.
I do remember people. I think people really did complain about that. I forgot the reasons though.
The funny thing is, the shadows in P4 are not the true selves; they are perceived selves. The shadows are themselves a persona. Like it's a complicated, like, it's the whole thing about Persona 4, particularly how I handle it, is they are a reflection of the selves. It is both true and false. It is a distortion of what they think of themselves. That's probably just saying what you said, but more complicated.
Yeah.
My apologies. I do that from time to time because I'm also trying to work it out in my brain to make sure I get that right. Chie and Mikko, to me, are more than friends. You know what? I'm in the same boat as you, but I'm also more than comfortable with anyone saying that they're just friends. That's perfectly fine. There's no yes or no answer to that, really.
The point is that I think that it is very disingenuous of Lily and anyone else to say that just because you can recognize a modern day pattern from decades ago doesn't necessarily mean that that was the intent of the author, and that you need to keep that in mind, or else you're going to go so far away from realistic discussion of the show that you're basically making up fan fiction at this point. So again, like the idea of the princess character, the Princess Knight character having a male heart, and what it sounded like from her description was a an outside thing has like come to possess her. A male embodiment has come to possess her heart and turn her effectively into a man so that she can do masculine things. That can come off as very sexist because, again, that is you're needing to become a man in order for you as a woman to do anything that requires adventure or requires danger, because only men can do those things. So of course feminists are going to criticize that because women can do those things. So
I was gonna say, like the important thing to qualify here is when you're analyzing a work, and I'm very much a believer in death of the author, but death of the author only gets you so far as analyzing the work's structural integrity and any ancillary themes that may be sprouted naturally from it. But understanding why the work was made in the first place, you must necessarily try to analyze the intent of the author. And if it's not done properly, you get shit like Lily here, who's not actually bringing any of that up and just asserting something.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
I discussed Stop Hibari, I indirectly compared it to the Family Guy episode Quagmire's Dad, because the two are the definitions of mixed bags. They both feature trans women who are just living their lives and aren't all that interested in your objections, and who are routinely mistreated by other characters who are frequently derided as unreasonable. But at the same time, the sheer degree of that mistreatment can't be ignored. There's a scene in the comic where Hibari's father threatens to...
It might have been a kind I couldn't actually find it, but it's listed in more than one place.
But it's listed more
From
than
where
one place.
was...
Okay, maybe you should have done a little more work.
Yeah, for real.
murder her with a samurai sword because he's a member of the Yakuza, and the Yakuza are not really known for being sane, level-headed individuals. Hibari's father isn't a good...
Fuck off? I mean, Yakuza are sane. They just have a different moral measurement. You know what? Maybe we should send this to the Yakuza and see what happens.
Oh my God, no.
I forgot to say, Crimson Rose says, my GF works on trains, electrician. I love her. That's wonderful. That's cool. Really cool as a career. I've considered electrician as well. That's kind of cool stuff to get into. I'm always afraid of dying though, because electricity is really, really fucking scary. Yakuza should not really be compared to directly the Mafia, if that's what Lily is getting at. I don't think you want to say that either of them are not rationally thinking and completely emotional. They have their own code of conduct. That's basically it.
Person. But at the same time, it can't really be all that fun for trans viewers to see a trans girl's life threatened by an unhinged lunatic, because that happens every fucking day. Brian projectile vomiting for 30 seconds straight has always been very clearly the behavior of an asshole, who the show has always been unsubtle in reinforcing how much he is a fucking asshole. Even Stewie's looking at him like, dude, what the fuck? But trans women are frequently...
Do not use that comment. That artist is a fucking gem. You stay away from her. All right. that
Wait,
is
what did she show?
That was I'm trying to remember the artists. The art is basically of it's a lesbian couple. Like the entire story is framed around this lesbian couple. They're just doing their day to day. They have some cutesy stuff. They have some spicy stuff, but it's really just a fun, wholesome comic about these two getting into shenanigans and being in love. And there's a very sweet like wedding arc that went on. But like Lily, don't go anywhere near them. All right, you don't deserve that.
Okay.
murdered by men who think they're trying to trap them. Hell, this is why trans women are frequently called traps by assholes. So despite
No. Well, okay, by assholes.
Well,
Yes.
yeah.
Traps I
Yeah.
always consider something it's an anime trope. That's where I always put that. I don't consider real people.
Yeah,
traps.
I have never heard any real person, like people in real life, in these situations.
I was gonna say,
like calling
there
trans
are people I
traps.
know that could qualify, but like the biggest thing about this is, do you lie to someone about like? I always hate the argument, oh, they get attacked. I don't think anyone should get attacked. But if
No.
you're actively trying to mislead someone about your nature as a trans individual, if you are not expressly like saying that to them to the point that you are in an intimate setting with them before they discover it on the fly, I mean, you don't deserve violence against you, but getting yelled
No.
at and maybe kicked out of someone's house, that might happen.
Yeah, that's probably
the most rational like result of that, other than someone being like, "Oh no, I'm chill."
yeah.
I mean, that's still considered sexual assault by being sexual with someone through lying by omission.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Don't. Yeah, that's a horrible fucking thing. Don't do that. I don't want violence upon anyone, but if you're trying to get into someone's pants and you're not disclosing the full nature of things,
Yeah, I was about to say, especially
that's playing
given
with
how,
fucking
like,
fire.
Yeah, essentially. Like, and again, it's not like you will have less chance. You might have some less chances because of that, but like, you shouldn't have to hide who you are in order to get
That's
any
really
of the
it.
relationships that
Just-
you would want.
I only ask people be upfront with the people that you're trying to actually romance, or
Yeah.
in certain
Yeah.
cases, just get in bed with. Like, just be upfront with them. Don't lie. And then if they attack you when you're just trying to be honest with them, that's wholly on them.
That's on them.
If you surprise them in the middle of the action and they get violent, I do not approve of the violence.
Right.
But you also misled them and then put them in a completely compromising position.
Yeah, it's not justified,
Yeah.
but it's like,
I'm
there
trying to
is
get away from
a-
the blame the victim mentality, because it's not blaming the victim. But
It's
at the
just
same
showing
time,
that,
the
X,
victim
Y,
did
and
put
Z is
themselves in the
thing.
situation. It's like, I don't know how to
Like, there are
word this and it
ways
not
to
sound like an
avoid this
asshole.
happening. Look, there are ways of making it less likely for you to be attacked in these situations, and 9 times out of 10, effective communication is the way. That's the brass tacks of that. But bringing it back to what the hell Lily is trying to say here is like, okay, these stories are clearly incredibly sympathetic to the trans character. The people that are that are treating these characters this way are unreasonable, but I guess it's a problem because some, there are trans people that watch these episodes or read these mangas or whatever the fuck, who are going to not feel very good because it hits too close to home for them. I don't know why that's a bad thing. If they don't want to experience that, then that's on them. That's fine. If anything, when I only have experience with the Family Guy example, wouldn't it be good for, I don't know, somebody who doesn't really know all that much about trans people to watch the episode, because like, hey, that's their experience with this type of people who they probably never been exposed to. This might be a good chance to learn about them. Now, granted, that's assuming that this episode was good.
Ryan
and
Carson.
knowing it was Family
So-
Guy, probably not.
Also, there's like this weird thing where LGBT people have this obsession with needing things to be their personal experiences, which is why we've had discussions in the yaoi and yuri circles about like really toxic tropes.
Yup. Yeah, you should. Oh God, I love the manga. My girlfriend's not here today. All the characters are horrible fucking people and should not be ever recreated in real life, but they are just wonderfully flawed. They're awful fucking characters, and just the amount of vitriol you see in comments about it, it's hilarious how many people go into it's like, man, they're all being so mean to each other. It's like, oh, they're all terrible. And it's like, yeah, that's the point. That's the point of the story, is that they're awful. They are bad. They're bad. They're teenagers that don't know what they're doing, and they're hurting each other. That's the whole point. Oh,
yeah. Well, like we also talked about like because I was doing that one role play with Shoto with Hanahaki, and like how that was considered a very toxic trope as well, and it's mostly in yaoi and yuri circles, and it's mainly popular because it's the tragic the tragic lovers trope of like the bury your gaze sort of thing.
yeah.
And it's like a lot of the tropes like that a lot of people who are into gay media, at least for yaoi and yuri or BL and GL, happen to be very fall into these categories of the bury your gaze or other toxic stereotypical tropes that a lot of people criticize, but for some reason they are extremely popular in these circles.
And yes, Ryan Carson, I was trying to read your comment because I was going to say, you said, yeah, you should tell people what's in your pants because some people aren't in a certain genitalia, and that's okay. Some people don't like rolls and some don't like donuts. I'm like, yeah, some people like breasting boobily and some people like dicking dickily.
Oh my god.
Yugok says, can't make a nuanced story for these people because presenting any personal image struggle, masculinity, femininity, sexuality will be taken as bigoted. Absolutely. Like, if a character struggles with their sexuality and ends up seeing like, oh, no, I'm completely in line with my sexual, like my sexual identity. I was born male and I am male, and I've come to peace with that. It's like, well, that's you can't say that now. That's transphobic, and it's like, how? Well, he's not turning trans, and it's like, well, he's at peace with being male. Like, if you do that, you'll be called a bigot, even though it's an interesting story and a struggle many people will struggle with, but come to actually land on they are who they are.
Right.
Like I've thought of scenarios of like the idea of starting a story about a person going through gender dysphoria and going through a journey of like figuring out whether or not they are trans and then coming to the conclusion that they actually aren't, but maybe like the deuteragonist is trans, and then they like talk about the struggles of that, and maybe there is like betrayal of the main character not being trans, and then they have to reconcile that and still be friends while one of them is trans and the other isn't, and going through like detransition and stuff like that. But I'm like, I can't write a story like that because I know that I'm gonna get shish kebabbed.
And I think this is just a product of just how polarized things are right now, really, which is that, you know, my understanding of this whole sort of divide, I guess you can call it, is just that like the gender and gender norms and, you know, sex and all this other stuff are incredibly complicated aspects of the human fucking experience, and there is a spectrum to these sorts of things. You might end up on one scale and end up on a completely different part of that scale, and that's okay. And I think people have the right to, you know, share and talk about those experiences however they fucking wish. But I think that partially because of like, you know, trauma of the past and also certain things, you know, happening currently that aren't very good, people are just sort of just hyper fixating on trying to prevent anything that can be taken as like a bad or bigoted representation of X thing, because they have that nightmare scenario. You know, it's the Stonewall riots all over again. If we don't treat trans people or gay people like absolute monoliths of society.
I remember people
or talk about the gender or experience or transitional experience is wholly incredibly positive.
Going back all
When
the
it's
way
more
to the beginning of
complicated.
the stream, Crimson getting all we were talking about Crimson, and the whole blowout on Twitter that happened was over the fact that in Fixing Ruby Volume 7, we made the choice to kill Robin Hill in a very, very dramatic way. And it was all geared basically towards huge major plot points that were happening and major character decisions that she made. And I got raked over the coals by a bunch of very crazy people, including Crimson, that said that I was being misogynistic. Even though if you look at the population of Ruby, like 90% of the main named characters are female.
Yeah. And, you know,
oh yeah, spoilers for Fixing Ruby Volume
spoilers
7.
I guess, but like and also you have killed off other female characters in Fixing Ruby before. They're just upset that you killed off the one they actually liked.
Oh no, they bitch about killing Arslan, that's for sure.
Yeah, they got upset at you killing Arslan. They got upset at you for killing Adam the wrong way.
Yeah. I mean, but
they got upset at me for giving personality to Vernal. That was a weird argument. It's like I keep telling define Vernal for me. Give me her personality and then tell me how in any way that wasn't at all present. Anyway.
I understand. But yeah, this whole thing is just really, really dumb.
Despite these people being mocked, they are still very real and very dangerous to trans women. At the end of the day, these are very real dangers for trans and very...
fucking hell, what the fuck? What are you doing here, Hibari? Are you okay? Overreacting, Mafia...
dangerous to trans women. At the end of the day, these are very real dangers for trans women being played as a joke. Well-meaning or not, they aren't a joke.
Mention that part. It was really bad flu. I'm sorry. Later panels have him in war paint with a bone in his nose. Fucking kill me.
That's not a bone.
No, he says later.
That's
later panels.
Later panels.
Why didn't you show those then?
And also,
I was gonna say, it's also Tezuka. Wait, is this still Tezuka?
I thought this is Toriyama. This looks like Toriyama. But like even then, with the Family Guy example, you do realize Family Guy makes fun of literally everything.
Yeah.
So like, okay, yeah, they're playing off something incredibly, you know, sensitive as a joke. I'm like, okay, yeah, that's what it does. Problem? Sorry?
Yeah.
And you can look at this a lot of different ways. I, in fact, have positive feelings about Ida, just as I do have positive feelings about Hibari. But that fact, that looming fact that hangs over them cannot just be ignored, even if you come away from them with positive feelings. You can't just ignore those things. You can make fun of bigots until the cows come home, but you have to be aware that you are still making a joke out of very real violence. This idea of fair for its day is
just because you're making something into a joke doesn't mean that it's harmful. Like, if the joke is literally on Brian for not being into Ida, as you said before, then, like, that's ultimately going to be positive for the pro-trans movement, is it not?
This isn't a Jim Sterling video? Honestly, I've never seen Lily and Jim Sterling in the same room, so...
I mean, you might not have seen them in the same room, but, I have seen Jim Sterling, and they have a much bigger gravitational pull, let me tell you. So.
To be fair, I haven't seen Lily physically, and I've only seen like one photo of her.
Wait, yeah.
So.
You haven't seen like the.
I don't know what she looks like now.
Okay, I feel like there were some streams where she has her thing, but you know, whatever. Fuck it.
Opposite of what I wanted to talk about in the last video. I wanted to give these things a measured look. Admittedly, I wasn't able to because I just couldn't record any further.
Induced deadlines, fickle patronage, dwindling YouTube and rates, and a right-wing pick-me jumping on Fox News' trans groomer grift. What the?
Why are you blaming Fox News for your throat
I'm sorry,
being hurt?
Lily, that you have to support yourself to live. I'm sorry
what
that living is actually a thing you have to take effort into.
Yeah,
but it was something
like,
I encourage
what in the-
people.
Also, fickle patronage. Thanks for telling your patrons that. I'm sure they
Yeah.
appreciate being called fucking fickle to their faces.
To do, and seeing some people just ignore that was practically infuriating. Here's the problem. When it comes to Gone with the Wind, the opinions of people of color are the only ones that matter. The opinions of white people on the
Wait,
topic
pause.
Fuck off.
Wait, pause. Wait a second. Pause.
It's
I
paused.
Okay, what if I as a black person watch the movie and think that you are absolutely full of shit when it comes to this movie? What then?
Yeah.
Does it then escalate into, well, what does the majority of the black population think? Well, by that logic, the majority of the gay population thinks Steven Universe is the best thing ever, and you have a problem with that. So where does this shit end, lady? This is the problem I have with this kind of shit, because this is tokenism with extra steps.
Oh my god,
Yeah,
Pete's like,
it really
hey,
is.
Lily, if black people's opinions are the only ones that matter on this, why are you talking about it?
Yeah.
Oh, right, she's 1/16th indigenous, right?
But she's still not black.
Still not black.
romanticizing
not
slavery, don't.
She can talk about how much she hates Free Willy then. Oh, by the way, Lily, don't you go fucking near those films.
Yeah, no, they're actually really good.
They're really solid, and we will strangle you for it.
Mhm.
And for the record, it's not because you're trans. It's because you're an awful, awful entity.
Fucking matter. When it comes to Rocky Horror, the opinions of trans women are the only ones that matter. Nobody else's matters.
Oh,
Especially if they're
trans
only-
men. Fuck trans men then.
Fuck trans men,
or
I guess.
literally
Like-
don't fuck trans men, I guess.
Oh my god! But like,
Wait,
okay,
what about gay
but-
people? That were like, 'cause gay people are in the film too.
No,
Yeah.
because she already shit on gay men in
Cis gay,
particular
yeah.
for liking this film.
Yeah, but like also, oh well, I guess even trans people don't count because, you know, Trixie, formerly known as Digibro, also disagrees with Lily's take here. So
I was gonna say Jim also transitioned. I think she goes by Stephanie Sterling, but like I don't think
is the channel still called Jim Sterling?
Jim Sterling. So
Why have they not changed that?
I think branding, honestly, which is like
Yeah.
the most logical thing to me. It's why I haven't changed fixing really. It's like just stuck.
Okay, well,
attachment to it is the
Like-
fucking music. If you need bad music for the gays so badly, Lil Nas X is right there and doesn't hate trans people and is lovely. But when you wash away
okay, Lily,
so
I
badly,
highly
Lil
doubt
Nas
you
X
listen
is
to
right
rap
there and
music.
doesn't hate
Shut the
trans
fuck
people
up.
and is lovely.
I actually think his music is bad. I just couldn't resist doing that bit again.
But
What
when
bit?
you
That
wash
wasn't
away
funny.
all criticism with "it was a different time," you elevate people whose opinions don't
Wait,
match
wait.
criticism. Nas X is right there and doesn't hate trans people and is lovely. But when you wash away all criticism with "it was a different time," you elevate people whose opinions don't matter as the only opinions to even exist. It's
No, it's an
I mean-
invitation for a conversation. If people are sweeping it away with "it was a different time," there is
Then
a
yeah,
problem
that's
there.
bad. But
like-
Lily, you're shadow boxing. You're not showing any of these fucking people, and I don't fucking believe you.
Crimson Rose asks, who's her fucking audience? So they heard this thing
Just-
called sludge before.
It's
Symantry,
people
I
like,
think
well,
Jim-
it's Discord kittens, basically.
Yeah, Discord kittens. I Love Kim Possible a lot was one.
Etsevitsky, I
yeah,
think
they
Jim
used
can
to
be
be,
gender
yeah.
neutral, maybe. It's not, but Jim
I've
now goes by
never-
Stephanie.
I've never heard of the idea that Jim is a gender
Yeah,
neutral
absolutely
name.
not.
It's always been masculine. Ashley is a gender neutral name, even though that I personally see it as being more feminine. But I have met male people with the name Ashley before.
Just because GYN can sound similar to JIM doesn't mean.
God.
not even a matter of
Also,
dismissing
I
real.
got some new art.
New art
from the Tundra. I already put in Jacked art. Showing Celtic as a right ringer.
Hey, my Salinator friend, how's it going? As image.
Yeah.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. What? I was gonna ask, why do I have 6 fingers? But I have feathers, I guess. That's actually weird now. That's really weird. I know it's a wing, but it's like, why do I have 6 fingers?
You got appendable feathers, yeah.
Even ignoring criticism, you're denying the very existence of that criticism. When you defend Gone with the Wind as fair for its day, you elevate the opinions of dipshit white people who either didn't know what people of color thought of this piece of dog shit, or more accurately, didn't care. It was a different time. No, it fucking wasn't. It wasn't a different time. Because white people back then were being just as dismissive as you are now. It's just that back then the phrase was, who cares what them uppity think. The opinions of people of color were dismissed with brain dead bullshit, just like you're doing right now.
That explains the age restriction. What the fuck?
Jesus Christ! I mean, at least you bleeped it. But did you? Okay, Lily, did you actually read out that word and bleep it?
I doubt it. Probably. I doubt it.
I don't know. Lily seems like the kind of person to do that.
Oh yeah. Oh, that she would actually use the tactical N word.
Oh God, Lily.
Okay, but like,
it's not.
We'd just be repeating ourselves.
Again, you're not. You lost the fucking plot in terms of, hey, it actually won the first black woman in the Academy Awards. Like,
the only thing that's changed is that the internet has made it so that criticism can exist in your vicinity whether you like it or not, and that's a problem for white people in fandom who are.
What? No. I can literally go anywhere on the internet I want. I can turn off my PC. Fuck you.
I have literally never heard anyone on the internet talk about this film until I watched this video.
Yeah, and now you have 2 people. You have 1 person here who has seen it and think it's it's a classic. It is a classic for a reason. It's really fucking good.
And I've seen a lot of people talk about it and talk about how it's a classic. And I have seen people criticize it. And from what I've seen of the criticisms, it's fucking stupid. Because, again, it still is a period piece that was made during the year that it was made.
What are the name of
like, I'm sorry.
Having
our channel should be linked in the description down below.
Yeah. Yeah, so expecting, this movie that is a period piece of the time that was made at a time where, integration of the 2 races are, kind of stringent at the time. Like, that's a really dumb expectation to have. It's there's obviously going to be some fuck ups. And that's not really me saying that, you shouldn't acknowledge that those fuck ups exist. It's just that you gotta be fair about it. Like,
the Reconstruction era of America following the Civil War is one of the most tense and difficult times in American history for any number of reasons.
Yeah.
And it only started to really fade away in the 1920s when we started hitting the Roaring 20s. And then everyone was fucking miserable when the Great Depression hit. Then World War I really started getting anyone. I gotta rewind. Things only started really getting good, or better, I should say, in 1911 when World War I started, or was World War I 1909? I'm trying to remember the exact dates. But anyway,
I would say the industrial era, maybe.
The industrial era kind of started putting people on the same foot, but it was really the unifying element is typically there is a larger force outside of us. It's that mentality of like, oh, we're all together fighting a bigger problem. That helped unify things. And then when we get to World War II, I think that's when the Tuskegee Airmen started being really big and a lot of interracial military units started to be introduced. That's where you started to see a lot of big leaps being made and really sewing up the divide. No, not the industrial area, because the South was largely unindustrialized. Yeah, that was. Regardless, like, understanding that the racial tensions in America are a very, very broad river of different things coalescing, and understanding that this film was a major landmark in unifying the racial disparity, it's important to remember that. Anyway.
Were increasingly uncritical of the media they consume, and in some cases are hostile to criticism in the first place. I mean, this is a demographic that wishes the Jeffrey Dahmer series had more gore so they...
You finished it.
Shut up. Not everyone who is a white woman watches the Jeffrey Dahmer series. It is like, I don't know, 50 fucking people.
Yeah, and again, you're just merging two groups of people together and keep on saying that these are the same types of human beings when you have literally only shown evidence of this, but you never show any evidence of people arguing with you about Gone with the fucking Wind.
I was gonna say, Lily, while yes, I do encourage gentlemen out there who are wooing the fairer sex, if they tell them I listen to true crime podcasts, there is something to be wary of there. But I don't want to hear that shit from you, who has actually committed fucking crimes. So,
yeah,
allegedly.
And for the record, that's more or less a joke. I don't actually think if you listen to a true crime, you're fine. that was literally for the sake of the joke of saying Lily's a horrible, horrible being.
They could enjoy the murder
also,
dismemberment.
Like, I'm really getting sick and fucking tired of Lily acting like 5 people in the world represent the entirety of the population.
Yep.
Yeah, or like even just one or two people represent the entire fucking population. You are not representative of all trans women, Lily.
Yep.
Notice one thing that she's not actually done. She said that there was protest, but she has shown any actual criticism that could be analyzed, studied, and argued against. She hasn't.
Yeah,
she hasn't presented any
she just blanketly
who wrote
she
about
just
it.
blanketly
she just blanketly crashed your systems.
Kaiser and I are both going through it tonight, man.
It's not me for once. Yay!
Wait, what?
It's still your fault because it's your scuff semblance.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, this was Lily's fault. We can all agree today's Lily's fault.
Yeah, that is true.
Lily is using Goomba fallacy. That's a thing?
I mean, this is a demographic that wishes the Jeffrey Dahmer series had more gore so they could enjoy the murder, dismemberment, and cannibalism of the very real gay men of color he murdered in all its grisly reality. So I imagine the concept of basic human empathy is completely alien to some of these fuckers.
Oh God! I paused at the wrong time.
Fuck my
Oh God!
Also, Lily, how the fuck do you find these people?
And do you go out looking for them? For Christ's sakes! Yeah. By the way, Lily.
And I want to hear this from the bitch who wrote fucking Stockholm. Okay.
Yeah. What was your intent behind Stockholm? Let's talk about that, shall we? If you're just honest with us and just say it was just to get your rocks off, I mean, it's fucked, but at least you're honest. But you're not going to be.
But yeah, you can't act like you're better than these people.
Oh God, I had a thought, but that fucking blast of Linkin Park just completely derailed my thought process. Oh God. I'm gonna scroll up and see. The Dahmer series. People romanticize historical figures all the time. It's just that,
yes,
because of the nature of modern media, this seems much more recent than it was. I mean, people fucking fillet Vlad the Impaler via Dracula all the time. Yeah. You don't think that's a bit of a problem? Vlad the Impaler?
Probably.
Silverhair, the purpose of Stockholm is to violate the Geneva Convention.
Also, Ugok says the Goomba fallacy is a logical fallacy common on social media where a person mistakenly concludes that contradictory opinions were expressed by the same person and calls them hypocritical.
Oh.
Well, never
Why
heard
is
of
it
that
called
before.
Goomba?
That's new to
That's
me.
weird.
Yeah, why Goomba specifically?
Hard to not be dismissive of criticism. There's this fake dilemma that exists in white LGBT spaces because a lot of our quote-unquote representation is about as tarnished as you can get without devolving into full-blown rust, and most of it has aged poorly, and a lot of it was already spoiled when it came out. But when we talk about that, the discussion never goes anywhere productive. It just ends with this circular hand-wringing of, how do we deal? How do we approach problem critically?
Dude, this is the greatest crossover of all time.
Oh my god, it is.
I never imagined. Okay, if you told me like hours ago that we would see Lily dunking on Neuralities, I would 100% say that you are a fucking liar.
Should we
Holy
cover that video? That Neuralities video? Should we add it?
You know what? Enough time has passed. Fuck it. Let's go for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll take on the
have
big shots.
The chains are broken. I have always wanted to cover that video. But I was like, you know what? I wanted to chill because she was facing enough shit. But I think enough time has passed. And enough information has came out to really put forward that, you know what? This needs to be said. Also, Excalibur for $5. Thank you. Lily, Geneva Convention, more like Geneva Suggestion.
I mean, okay, in fairness to Lily, she is Canadian.
True.
For them, it's a checklist.
But,
Yes.
But yeah,
no, it's
Also, wasn't Neuralities talking about covering the Neuralities video the reason why we made this podcast in the first place?
I don't remember. It's been long.
I thought.
Well, no, I'm talking to Kaiser because it was our idea.
Yeah, I think this was like one of the videos that we definitely suggested. Like, and this is even weird. This is even weirder. Oh my fucking god! This opened my third eye. Neuralities in her video that she is showing in the screenshot, right, is literally saying the exact same thing as Lily is right now. Neuralities is saying the exact same shit, and yet she is on the fucking chopping block.
Yeah.
Like, what are you talking about?
Yes, the whole thing about Ledger's Joker. These people, they'll eat each other.
Yep.
Yep.
Lily, very poor choice of words.
Oh my god.
How do we deal? How do we approach problem critically? You approach it critically. I get it. Your English teacher once tried to get you to examine the concept of applicability by suggesting the color of the curtain.
You look at the intent of the author, if you can find any kind of expression of it, or you look at the intent of the work as best you can delineate from the work itself. Then you look at the time frame and what was acceptable by the general populace and what may have been verboten in order of publishing. Good example of this, the fucking whatchamacallit code. Why am I blanking? It's for the comics. The Comics Code Authority or whatever.
Yeah.
For there was 30-year period where you couldn't do anything fucking interesting with your comics. You had to be family safe all the time. You couldn't actually challenge it. And it took a really long time for them to break away from that and actually do darker stories with more complicated and fucked up themes. And
the Hays Code,
The Hays Code, thank you. So that sort of thing would inform studying any of the comics in that time period and whether or not they would need to be made, anything controversial would need to be made outside of that system or otherwise adapt to that system and be subversive in some way, trying to get those kinds of themes in under the radar. That's always something to keep in mind. If the intent of Tezuka with that Princess Knight story was to actually express a feminist theme, but he needed to encase it in some level of misogyny in order to actually get it published, that might have been an unnecessary evil in order to still try and make a progressive message. If that was the case, then well, you have to take it with the times. You have to accept it's unfortunate that it couldn't be more than what it was, but for what it needed to be, it managed to succeed or it managed to fail. You need to actually analyze it within the time period that it's there, and whether or not it holds up now is more in question for whether or not it holds up now is not necessarily what you need to be studying.
Yeah. It's looking at what aspects of it are worth, giving credit to, and what can potentially be replicated for pieces of fiction in the future.
Alternatively, if he just wrote that as a fun story about a girl that gets a man's heart and he was just misogynistic about it, but you just want to tell a fun story, what the fuck are you trying to read into it?
Yeah.
Means something, and you were too stupid to get the lesson and have been...
The infamous lesson is actually about teaching you to reach for symbolism even if it might not actually be there. This is called applicability, where a story can fit in the framework of allegory even if the author never intended it. J.R.R. Tolkien was famous fan of this concept and encouraging it.
No,
no,
to an extent.
For him, it was trying to depart from being allegorical.
Yes.
Fucking hell.
Applicability by suggesting the color of the curtains means something, and you were too stupid to get the lesson and have been mauling about it ever since. But uncritically accepting bad shit with bad excuses and imagining that leftists want to burn everything problematic to the ground are not your only options. I love the Warcraft universe. I've loved it since I was a kid.
I do love how she's basically criticizing herself here, because
100%.
She's literally been doing this the entire fucking time and then saying that that's a stupid thing to do.
And it's even worse because she's apparently shitting on another creator who is doing the same, saying the exact same shit in this video.
Yep. It's lovely. It's beautiful.
Are not your only options. I love the Warcraft universe. I've loved it since I was a...
No, you don't. You love looking to one character in it.
Kid, and I am extremely critical about the fascist, misogynistic, hateful fucking direction the story has taken since Chris Metzen left. And frankly, it had its problems before then. I would not hesitate to beat the writers of WoW to death with a fucking rock because they are vile human beings who get off to the suffering of women and non-white people. If you watch my video about JK...
She's completely wrong about the storyline. Moopa, would you care to elaborate for us while we wait for Twilight to get back?
Jesus Christ. Yeah, is this reaction from Lily warranted? I mean, it's never warranted to beat the shit out of people because they made bad fucking stories, but like...
Also, is this Black Harry Potter? What the fuck? Or, I guess, Indian Harry Potter? He's a lighter skin, darker skin, but...
I don't know what this is. Moopa, are you still even here?
Oh, she's here. She was, wow, completely wrong about the storyline. I'm just waiting on her. She's probably typing up a fucking Screedo for us.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Oh.
Anyway.
Modern MMO WoW storyline is completely criticized for being extremely woke, promoting modern SJW ideals, etc. Oh,
okay,
really?
So, like, what about... Okay, so is Lily right to say that the writers are just, like, insanely bad people or whatever? Who, like, get off to harming minorities or whatever the fuck she just said.
The exact opposite of what Lily is claiming. Interesting.
Okay. Well.
Hey, Rowling, you notice that I do still have positive feelings about Harry Potter, but it hasn't stopped me from mercilessly criticizing it, and J.K. Rowling could get the same rock. It's not hard to be an active, engaged viewer, and...
The writers are still shit at their jobs, but they're definitely not racist or sexist. Okay. Are they racist and or sexist by accident in how shit they are written? Like, we talked a lot in the stream about how horseshoe theory is proven by Lily and Synthetic Man. And that you can come around and be on the opposite side of where you think you stand by basically being so extreme. Do they do that where they're trying to be so woke they go racist and sexist? That's where... I
think Lily just hates every kind of person. Probably.
There was a point when Rowling literally said that Hermione could be any race somehow. Rowling, as much as I can stand up for Rowling in certain ways, she has fucked up before in the past pretty badly.
Yeah.
No, not even by accident. Lily's mad because Sylvanas is being held to a bare minimum of consequences for her actions.
Wow. How fucking surprising. like again, like even if these writers are like, I don't know, really terrible people and shit like that, you need to fucking control yourself when it comes to these things. Like, absolutely.
Is it really bad to say that I think Lily is controlled more by her dick than anything rational?
Dog. Okay. Chill. She does have a huge love boner for Sylvanas.
Well, no, I was gonna say, like, I actually don't know what stage trans she is. But like,
and I don't want to know.
Well, yeah, I don't want to know, but I get the impression that she is literally just more. Can I rock my rocks to it than anything? Moopa, you would be correct. Thank you. Lily's been thinking with the wrong head this entire time. Yup. That's my opinion on this. I think Lily just, like, if I like something and it's being not handled the way I like, in fairness, not all trans people get bottom surgery, and there's many good reasons for not doing so. Yes.
Sure.
Absolutely. I hazard most trans people about getting bottom surgery because, as I have learned, it's a self perpetuating money mill for big pharma. You're some, like, that's, you have to constantly get upkeep on it, and if you don't, it leads to some very bad consequences. Everything I know about it is just not a pleasant procedure, option, or anything like that. It's unfortunate. I genuinely wish people.
I never knew about that.
Oh yeah, I genuinely wish people could be comfortable and identify with their bodies, or be able to transition comfortably into a body they are comfortable with. But there are some limitations to modern medical science, and I would not wish, I would consider that the last resort option. And because of the negative consequences that come with it. If you're comfortable taking that dive, more power to you. Just, I would really warn you against it and really recommend researching it very deeply.
Yeah, especially with, like, healthcare system as is.
Yeah,
in regards
absolutely.
To, like, what trans people are going to have access to in the next few years. It's gonna be very dicey for y'all. My heart genuinely goes out to you guys.
Yeah, I genuinely only want the best for people. Even if I disagree with how people get there, I want you all to be happy as much as possible, and I want you to do right by you. First I'm making it to a live stream. Welcome. Here's Zach Sherm.
Yeah, welcome.
Almost done with this video. Doing all right, starting to have a headache. Oh no, Chet Manley. Maybe you should tune out then. Get some headache medicine, relax. Like, legitimately,
I was about to say Lily has that effect on people.
I literally just sat here. I'm like, I really want you guys to do right by you. If you were getting a headache listening to Lily, never. All right, you know what? If you want to grit and bear it, fine by me. That's what Lily does when Sylvanas is involved. After all.
Think about what you consume. But that's not what this excuse is about. It's never been what it's about. It's exactly what it is on the tin. It's an excuse. You say Gone with the Wind was made in a different time because you like it, and engaging with the criticism might reveal unsavory things about yourself. You don't like the idea that the things you like might say something about you. You don't like the fact that other people are suggesting that you liking a movie uncritically might say something about how you view the themes the movie pushes and what you choose to not care about. So you make
okay, so then instead of excusing that with it was a different time, you just say, well, I like the film. And then someone's like, yeah, but it's bad. And it's like, well, I don't think so. But it's racist and such. It's like, I still think it's good. I think it's well written. Prove me wrong. Like that.
Yeah, or
even better, it's like, even if it's not well written,
conversation.
Let's be like, well, I enjoy it, and I don't want to think about it critically. I just want to enjoy it non-critically. Then the conversation ends. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. Well, also, like look, it's racist. Okay, and what are we supposed to do about it? The film was made how many fucking years ago?
Let Lily meet me, the person who knows it got racist shit, but also it's still crazy well written and well directed story. It's almost as if when you're writing about the time frame of the Civil War, there's going to be racist shit. Like, it's going to happen. If you write a period piece set anywhere in the world pre-1900s, at the minimum, there's going to be racist shit in there. You're going to get the Greeks bitching about the goddamn Carthaginians. I didn't even match that up right. It's the Romans. Like, you're going to get
racist.
Yeah, I was racist. I got the Greeks and the Romans mixed up.
Zero's gonna kill you.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
I'm sorry that I mixed up you for having actually quality food, Zero.
Oh my
lord. That's gonna stick him. I joke. The Greek food's great. I love it. I just want to take that pot shot.
I have no feelings about this one way or the other, just so y'all know. He doesn't speak for me. But fact of the matter is that, like, yeah, like, people, the problem is that this is also Lily that we're talking about. So no matter which side that you choose in regards to any conversation, she's always going to judge you.
Yeah.
So it doesn't fucking matter what she says about, oh, what this and that work says about you as a person. It literally doesn't matter.
If I understand it right, the entire original novel for Gone with the Wind was written because the original writer was trying to give a snapshot of her life. It was very much in the same way as To Kill a Mockingbird was supposed to be a childhood snapshot of her life, and that has a lot of racist stuff going on because I'm pretty sure that's set in Jim Crow.
I think, it was set during that time.
These are people trying to capture moments in time with their writing, and that's the intent. It wasn't to be a racist scredo or an apologetics, as far as I am aware. It might be. Yeah. I might be wrong on that, but if it wasn't, then you got to take...
No, it really wasn't.
You've got to understand those types of things. That's part of the conversation. Yes, it was very autobiographical and based heavily on her own experiences and beliefs, also filled with her own desires and wants as an early feminist. You see, that you got to treat it from that perspective. She was giving a snapshot of the time, so she wasn't trying to be racist. It was just the nature of the thing at the time.
Yeah, part of being... thinking critically about the media that we are consuming is to be as accurate as possible in regards to why and what we are criticizing.
What's this? Do you hear about Sai's meltdown on Discord and her deleting her Twitter?
No.
What?
No, I didn't hear about that. I think I heard that she and Anthony were fighting about something, but I didn't really look into it.
How recent is that?
Like a few days. I'm pretty sure a couple weeks ago.
No, I'm asking, like, did that just happen? Because we've been streaming for like almost almost.
No. I know. What I'm saying is that her deleting her Twitter and like her Discord and all the other stuff. From what I remember, that was like a couple weeks ago.
Sai has tweeted a whole bunch of racist shit. It's from a couple of days ago.
Really?
What?
That's
Sai attacked Ant because he didn't want to be friends anymore due to her fighting with Leo.
Right.
Lio?
Like, Lio Convoy. Sai and him have been like screeching at each other on Twitter for about like 3 fucking months straight without stopping, and like after a certain point, because they kept showing up on my feed, I just muted them both because I did not want to keep fucking seeing that. It was getting so sad. So if anything else happened after that point and she decided to like delete her Twitter or whatever, I had no fucking idea.
Yeah, she deleted her Twitter weeks ago, apparently. Damn, okay. I didn't know any of this.
Well, like, it makes sense. If she doesn't want to fight with him anymore and she can't stop herself, then I can see that. But at the same time, I've said this to Iza, because Iza, for a time, like, I love you, Iza. I hope that you don't mind me saying this, but, like, sometimes Iza can get obsessed with things, obsessed with, like, watching certain things. For a while, it was, like, media criticism. For a while, it was, well, it's constantly like food videos. He never stops watching food videos or cat videos. But for a while, it was Sai's drama streams and videos, and it was stressing him out. But then he wouldn't stop watching them, and I'm like, Isa, if it's stressing you out, stop watching it. But like I've told him that Sai and Malcolm both are kind of mean girls.
I was gonna say, we've had Sai on, haven't we?
No, we have
not
not.
on the channel. No.
I thought we were going to have Sai on at least once. I can't remember. I think we were going to.
I think
we suggested to have Sai on, and I think that Sai has popped in the chat once and rated us once.
Ah,
Yeah.
right.
Like, I'm not saying that necessarily to like be mean to Sai or to like say that Sai is a bad person, but like just the way that Sai and Malcolm act sometimes is very mean girlish. Like one is Gretchen and the other is I don't know, one of the other ones. I can't remember the
Grendel.
She came
Gold
like-
Beowulf.
Yeah, I mean, she has indeed, and she's responsible for my sprites, which I'm still very thankful for.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
I can still
Grilla.
Grilla.
I'm just saying that this is like one of the pitfalls of the kind of attitude that they kind of have. And I'm kind of not surprised, especially because both Sai and Malcolm, when it comes to Lio Convoy, they kind of want to make him into a lolcow.
I thought Sai might have been the lady you had on for the second Silent Hill F stream. No, that's Noel. That's Kaika Productions, and she is an absolute sweetheart.
Yes.
Sai is. I've not really like. You two are more into Sai than I am. I've only seen Sai because of you guys, and I know she's here.
Right.
I've talked to her briefly, but like,
Yeah.
like from what I understand, she is much more aggressive than Noel ever could be.
Oh,
very much so, yeah.
Like,
I mean, and that's saying something considering the fact that Noel can be so aggressive that a lot of people in her school are very scared of her.
Well, to be fair,
Wow.
for the time in Japan.
For the time.
I was gonna say
in
Noel
Japan.
can be aggressive in the same way that like a cat doing like when you're scratching their belly can get over aggressive and scratch your hand a little bit back when you're doing scritches on like that's how Noel gets angry. She's like doing like she's trying to claw at you with the back paws.
That is adorable if they get scared of that. Oh my god.
But yeah.
I still love the story of Ostrich Boy and Gazelle Boy. Like
Gazelle boy.
Yes.
It's what she
yes.
named her
No.
members of her student council or her friends or something like that.
The former members of her student council, like she called them that because like one of them just ran away like a fucking gazelle, and the other one just always put his head in the sand and like ran into a door when he tried to
Oh
run
my
away
God.
the opposite direction. It was so funny.
They tried to screw
That's
her over,
funny.
didn't they? Isn't that the story?
Yeah, they did.
And like she just stood
they
up to
did.
them and it completely derailed them.
Yeah, but they still spent like a lot of really unnecessary money that the school had, and she had to sort out all the receipts. It was a mess. I watched her sort that shit out. It was not fun.
Oh God.
Like for her, it
But
was not
yeah.
fun.
But yeah, no. I have
yeah,
not
with
heard
the
about
whole
any of this Psy
Psy-
stuff. That's news to me. Unfortunate.
Yeah.
But you know,
Yeah.
if she, cooler heads prevail, we'll see. Maybe things will settle dust and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, hopefully. But like spending even a few weeks just arguing with Lyle Convoy back and forth, like even if
Yeah.
whether or not he or somebody else was right in that situation, just arguing with somebody for that long of a time is just not fucking worth it.
It's why I I always say this: you stare into the abyss, and the abyss stares back. If you're going to be a commentary channel on drama, you're going to become a target for drama eventually. This is why, like, when we do our coverage, it's much more about the topics being discussed and less about the people that we're discussing. Like, we can have we have our own share of like people that we cover because they're consistently entertainingly bad, like Lily here, but it's less about them and more about how they argue things and what interesting conversation is sprouted. And occasionally we'll get jibes in, but we're not talking about Lily's horrible past. We're here to talk about Lily's horrible opinions in the present.
Don't let her sister hear you say that. Apparently that's bad to do.
Well, her sister is also just as bad in different ways. So
yeah, just because you're a victim doesn't mean that you're absolved from all the bad you can also do.
Yeah, like they're still siblings. They still grew up with the similar mindsets, and they still do things in the exact same fucking way. She is Lily 2.0 in this kind of way, in that sense.
Yeah. I didn't know he was is a dad until now. Ant's a dad?
Yeah, he is.
I didn't know that. Did
I'm pretty sure he's...
Did he mention?
Oh wait, no, he did announce that on Twitter. Yeah. Oh my God, this reminds me. I know this is a bit of a derail. So, some of y'all might know a former friend of the EFAT podcast. What's his name? SK, and he has this thing called Disagreement Days, where he streams and talks to people who disagrees with him about his takes on movies and games and shit like that. And so, for some reason, Anthony Gramuglia came on because he had Anthony come on, and there was this guy who just hated his fucking guts, like literally, like Anthony just say, "Hey guys, how y'all doing today?" Hey, and like this guy just pops up being like, "Who the fuck do you think you are?" Like they literally pulled the whole, what's wrong with you, buddy? Don't call me buddy, pal. That kind of
Jesus
shit.
Christ.
He literally pulled that shit during this entire conversation. You know what I mean? Wait, SK used to be part of EFAP. Yeah, they used to be. Him and Southpaw, I believe, used to be cool with them, but they have falling out because of I think terriers or some shit. Like I forget the exact time.
Terrier? What?
Over what?
Like,
over dogs?
What?
Okay, look, I understand that Rags himself is a sheep, but I don't think he's like racist against other dogs.
Oh my!
Oh my God, Zero! Boy, your ass is lucky. I'm driving to the store right now. Zero, pick up some pasta for me while you're out there.
This guy in SK's stream was like debating Anthony about like him faking having a kid because he doesn't show his kid's face.
Oh,
on Twitter.
I always hate that when I see a content creator and they're showing their kid's face and like one thing that I will say. In defense of Nick Rekieta, even though I think he's gone through a very complicated time in his life and done some really fucking awful things, been neglectful.
God, I haven't heard about him for a while.
Yeah, I mean, he had a really good stream where he came back and he said, "Look, guys, I did a lot of awful shit," and he's not.
Anyway,
it was like he covered it pretty well. But one of the things that he always did his damnedest to do, and sometimes failed because just how kids are. He always tried to keep his kids off camera, always.
Yeah.
He did not want them in the room when he was streaming. He did not want to do videos with them present. He always wanted to keep his kids out of the limelight. And that's always something that stuck with me is like, there's so many creators out there that just show their kids off like it's not going to be a big deal.
Yeah.
There's this one YouTuber that I've followed ever since practically the beginning of his channel. So I was there when he announced that he got married. I was there when he announced that he had his first kid. I was there when he announced that he had his second kid. I have been with this man for a very long time. And I just remember, like, there are some times in his, I think like once or twice in his videos where, like, it was maybe like a year or two. No, it must have been like 2 or 3 years after he had his first kid, where he's just trying to do one of his videos, and then all of a sudden you hear just off to the side in the background, just this little kid's voice just asking him a question. He just stops the video and like answers his kid. And then
Right.
the kid
Oh my
goes away.
God.
He continues on with the video.
Yeah, this guy was just so fucking mad about not showing, like, Anthony showed, like, oh, you know, when his child was born, it's like him holding his kid's hand, right? And that's the picture that he showed, you know, symbolically, right? But like this guy was saying that, oh, that's fake, that's Photoshop, like legitimately.
Mumblejoy, literally, guys, I've been on EFAP. It was for like 20 minutes, but I've been on EFAP. I embarrassed myself. I don't deny that because I was kind of fanboying a little bit. I was also like really early in the morning for me. I was just waking up. That's why one of the reasons I've tried to keep my schedule
To
at least
ash and
healthier.
dust.
But like, yeah, it was just me kind of trying to get on there and be a middle ground between EFAP and Fat Man. I was trying to like merge the two. Fat Man, Muller is much better than CinemaSins. Yes, absolutely. In fact, if you watch their breakdowns of CinemaSins and Cinema Wins, it so reveals how shallow those particular critics are and how much depth the EFAP crew actually go into analyzing film. Whether you agree with them or not, they take it very seriously in how much they dissect the film. But yeah, if you want to know, I was on EFAP, I want to say 51 or 52 back in the day for like 20 minutes. Anyway, what was I going to say? You know what? Yeah, family channels are a plague on this earth, and they should be verboten. And anyone, like, you should have to have consent to be shown on YouTube, I think.
Yeah.
Anyway, let us watch Lily's video self-implode again.
Excuses to avoid thinking about it, because the idea that you might be problematic is, for some reason, too emotionally traumatizing for you to accept.
Okay, for one, stop using that cat because that cat's adorable and you're a monster.
And number two, like, yeah, if you're outed as problematic, you know what happens? You lose friends. You get people calling you the worst possible things over possibly nothing or something actually meaningful. There is a legitimate emotional distress that comes with
take it even further back, like not even talking social repercussions, which, by the way, just having opinions, I've had social repercussions and it sucks. But the idea of someone telling you you're wrong to your face, that you are wrong about a moral topic, making you feel as if you are evil, is one of the most disconcerting and uncomfortable things. It's why people have a violent reaction to it. It's why people are so against being told, hey, you're an evil person. Because at the end of the day, most people want to be good. Most people want to do right by the other people in their lives. They don't want to cause harm. The most average person on the planet wants to generally be as unobtrusive to anyone else in their lives as possible. And being told you're evil because you think this way, because you think this thing, because you think X, Y, or Z, because you enjoy this piece of media uncritically, that is such an obnoxious and just it enrages people. Like, that's actually like a thing that just Lily.
No,
if I tell you you're
absolutely fucking stupid. That's why I hate Crimson so much, because the guy is going to so much bullshit over the most minute differences in how we think about a fucking cartoon.
Also, Lily, just because you like something that could be problematic, it doesn't mean that you like them because of those problematic elements. It's just, so saying that somebody is a terrible person or might be racist or might be this, that, or the other because they like this thing makes you a terrible person.
Yeah.
It's Zach Sharma asks Zach Sharman asks, would you ever want Lily on your stream for a debate?
I mean, that would never happen.
That would never happen because she would never agree to it. We're all pretty certain of that. However, if the fucking planets aligned and shot a beam of moonlight into her brain, and for like 20 seconds she were to agree to it,
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I
I
am always willing to extend the olive branch in attempt. If she were wanting to come on and have some sort of discussion or debate, I would probably say yes. I don't know what kind of restrictions we might want to put on it, if any. But
well, restriction number one, I call dibs. Okay, she's
Yeah.
my problem first.
I would say like the she wouldn't debate Ant and he offered her $600. Yeah, that's it. The thing is,
Yeah, that's true.
I fully expect her to be incredibly hostile and incredibly unforgiving and not really be there for a productive conversation. I still would like to at least make the attempt, but I would be basically ready to kick her at a moment's notice if things got out of hand.
Yep.
Yeah, it's because Lily loves her echo chambers. She, like, we've seen it a lot of times over and over again, how she manipulates everyone. She shits on everyone, even her own Discord kittens, where
I mean, we saw how she treats her fans.
Yeah, I've never...
Yeah, no, I was just about to fucking say that, where it's like, we've seen how she treats her fans. We see how she treats the people in her life, her friends.
See how she treats her wife.
Her wife, her fans, everyone in her life. If they don't kowtow to exactly how she needs them to be at any given moment, then they are terrible people. Then she is free to yell at them, to scream at them, to abuse them,
to call them abusers. You should cry bully about them.
Yeah, in order to get the thing that she wants most. Because she is just an inherently selfish person.
Like, this is something that really needs to be said. I have never seen, Lily debate anybody about anything. Really.
I was gonna say,
I mean, granted, some people are never, or some people just aren't right.
Zach Sharman says, if she's a grifter as I think she is, I wouldn't be surprised if she accepts and try to clear her name. You need to understand. I don't think
she's a grifter.
I don't think apologizing is even in Lily's vocabulary.
No.
It's not. In our coverage of her and in anything that I've seen subsequently outside of that, I don't think I've ever seen her apologize for anything. I don't think she's ever taken accountability for her own actions.
No, many times she says things that seem like, oh, she's apologizing for this. She's admitted fault for these things, but it's absolutely minimizing things that she absolutely did wrong. When you look at a creator and see how they responded to their mistakes, don't just focus on them seemingly apologizing. See them focus on how they fucking apologize. And then the 1 in a million chance you get people like Manga Common who are very explicit and specific about what they feel they did wrong and how they felt about it and why they did it and how they're going to move forward. Every single other apology in video or things like that in YouTube are absolute bullshit.
To go back to Rekieta and the stream he did when he came back from his arrest, his whole thing was, like, I don't know if he didn't really say, like, apologize per se. He's like, I did a lot of really stupid shit. I had a really good time doing it, but it was really stupid shit, and it did endanger people. And like, I think that's how he forwarded it. It's been a while. I haven't really watched him since, but I remember him being just very frank about why he did what he did, how it affected his life. And he also did stand up for himself. Like, there was there was some report that said that maybe one of his kids was on cocaine, and it's like, no, he says he does not know where that came from. He says that is not true. They have not released that report to him to see where that came from, and he still holds his ground that his kids were not exposed to any of the narcotics he was on. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, all right, you've been very upfront and direct with the things you did wrong, why you did them, and like, then I believe you, or at least I'm willing to give you benefit of the doubt that you're telling the truth in this instance. Like, there is a way to handle it with grace, and he was just very frank. Like, there is a way to do it. Lily would probably just...
Well, you've always given him grace anyway.
I have. I admit that. I am biased towards him, but at the same time, I'm willing to be proven wrong. I waited to hear the report at the very least. But yeah, to the point of like Lily, if she ever apologized, it would be absolutely backhanded. 100%. She'd be talking out of both sides of her mouth. And that's probably why she would never come on for a debate.
Don't care, and you don't want people telling you why you don't care. So you have to ignore the criticism, and ignore the criticism that existed back in the 30s. You have to invent this fantasy that malicious people never existed, and the racism of the 30s wasn't the product of direct malice, but just innocent ignorance. White people didn't understand that being racist was bad back then. That's it. If it were made today, it would be different. Except it wouldn't be. Because just like in the 30s, you're sitting there looking at your phone wondering why all these uppity won't just shut up and learn their place and let you have
Okay,
their
you
fun
said
at
that.
their expense.
You
Let me
said
ask you a
that
serious
so
question.
quick. You must have actually said it.
Yeah, I think she actually is saying the N-word.
You are dropping 2 tactical N-bombs right now, dude.
Why should outside
Holy
criticism
shit.
be necessary part of consuming and interpreting media? It's all about your frame of reference. It's like, are you going for a holistic review? In which case, that requires a massive amount of analyzing. That requires you going basically frame by frame in a film, and also studying every ounce of ancillary material, including the book, memoirs by the novelist, memoirs by the filmmakers, memoirs by the actors. It requires a lot of extra work that I guarantee you are not ready to put in, Lily, considering how little effort you put into these fucking videos. But if you're going for it from a racial lens, you need to maybe support that with racial reviews at the time, commentary from other from reviewers and people who disagree with the film, people that were pro on the side of the film. You need to actually give us full coverage of what was going on at that time. You can't just flash up a couple of images of protesters back in that time who may or may not have even seen the film at that point. So you
Well, not only that, but like, even if they are critical of the film, what were they saying about it? Because you're just putting up pictures of protesters saying they didn't like the film, but you're giving the assumption that they didn't like the film because of this, that, or the other, when we do not know that. For all we know, again, like we said earlier, they could be protesting it based off of the principle of it. There's a reason why I specified the Terry Fox statue got vandalized. Despite the fact that Terry Fox had nothing to do with whatever the fuck was going on at the time, but it was because the statue was made by the government and people were mad at the government. So they vandalized the statue of a Canadian hero.
It's just vandalizing like statues in general. Like it has to be very targeted at like the individual, the statue. Like, okay, fine, you're angry at the government for putting up a statue.
No,
all your tax.
No,
they're saying you're angry at the government, and so you're trying to destroy something the government erected. Yes, that's what that's the only logic they put into it, right? That's it.
Yeah.
So that's really stupid, because if you're angry at the government, that's your tax dollars that put up the statue. You are just wasting your own money by destroying the statue. Like, on every logical level, you're not sending a message. You're just wasting everyone's time and effort. Like, completely excising the fact that this guy wasn't even related to what you're pissed about. Like we're on levels of stupid that you're super, super high.
Yeah, like, what the fuck did Terry Fox do to you guys? The only thing that the man did was raise money for charity before he died of cancer.
What's my opinion on Knights of Guinevere? I've not watched it, and I have no interest in it. And Twilight is holding an egg. No relation to me, for the record. People have asked that. Being very clear. She found that... Yeah, people have joked about it being my egg. It's not.
Wait, why is she holding an egg?
It's a digi-egg.
If it's mine... Yeah, it's a digi-egg, but if it was mine and Raymond's egg, I think I would be the one.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Oh, Yui made some new art.
Oh, it's not clear. Do you see any red on there? Do you see any purple on there? Do you see any blue or dark navy on there? No? Not mine. This is
No, it is
it is
my
one of her
second
pets lid.
It's my second Digimon.
Yeah.
Also, Yui, beautiful art. Thank you.
Oh,
Absolutely
more art from Yui?
fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, congrats for
yay!
100 episodes.
Oh, that's the wrong thing. There we go. Paste. No, I said paste. There we go. Congrats for 100 episodes. Oh, God, we are so close to that. You guys,
Yeah.
I don't want to spoil what we're watching, but we are going to have a lot of guests. That's going to be great, including a certain someone that's in the name of our podcast, may or may not be returning. Yeah, we've got 2 videos planned to cover. Probably a long coverage, considering, but they're both going to be fun topics. This is great art. I adore it. I love how chibi anime Kelpie is in this.
Yes, it's so cute.
I look like I'm from that Princess Knight show. Super Easy Walker. Celtic Phoenix is a father. No, not yet. Not yet. I want to be one day, but not yet. Excalibur. That's not my child. I pulled out Celtic Phoenix. God damn.
Oh, God.
Oh,
Anyway.
Yeah, I knew.
Let's finish this fucking
yeah.
video.
How do you think we got to the point where we can even make this excuse? How do you think we got from this
Behave yourself like a good girl should.
to this?
Yeah.
So, the head witch of the Bard Coven likes pretending to be a rebel. Too bad they're not very good at it.
Ada, you're embarrassing me in front of my crew.
How do you think we got from this
Hey, Jean.
to this?
Amity Blight, do you want to go out with me?
Oh, thank you for
Yes.
spoiling Owl House. It's on my
Okay.
list of things to show
Amity.
Twilight.
I'm so glad my awesome girlfriend is okay.
Also, stop talking about Owl House. It's actually a fun, good show, and I don't want you touching it.
Unfortunately,
Me
she has
too.
done.
Oh, but
She
hello.
has touched
Did
it
you just
several
call me a
times.
sweet potato? Yes. Is that not a
Apparently.
term of endearment? Loose!
Oh, God, stop
Okay, why are you showing multiple scenes?
Yeah, I'm just gonna fast forward past all of
I'm
that.
sure that she's showing the multiple scenes because 16 was made in the mid 90s when the LGBT stuff was still a little bit this and the other. Like it was fine in Canada, but at the same time, like it wasn't really all that prominent.
Do I care about spoilers for the Owl House? Me and Fatman did a whole reaction series to the Owl House. So I know everything about Owl House at this point. Twilight has not seen it, and I don't want to spoil her on it because I plan to show it to her because I think it's a fun show she might like.
I mean, I knew that the two got together. So
Yeah,
that
but it's like
really a
ruining all.
spoiler,
Like,
but-
I really hate how it's like, oh, if I show you all the cute scenes with them, it's like, no, the reason these scenes are cute is because they built up a relationship over time, and you get to know them.
Yeah.
It's like you're missing the key point. Like, you're focusing on the big moments and not the important small moments, Lily.
Yep.
Yeah.
16 was so much fun. Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, it's a really good show.
Wait, Lily has touched Princess Tutu? When?
Yeah, wait.
Was that a video we covered? Did we cover that video? If not, we need to scorch Earth.
Oh, and if she says anything bad about Princess Tutu, there is gonna be some words.
Why does she hyperfixate on kids' cartoons that are already over and not airing new episodes? The fucking creator of Owl House has a new short with Glitch that hasn't been. I think she's talked about that. She liked it at first, but she started to hate it during season 2. I'm assuming mostly because of Hunter. I could see her being so pissed.
Oh, she made a video talking about like, fucking white characters are sheltered or whatever the fuck.
Oh. Anyway.
Also,
yeah.
You know, I love how there's all this talk about like LGBT shows, but it's all lesbians. There's no gay characters. There's no main characters. Yeah, there's no male couples except for maybe if they're in the background. It's all of these shows, all of them, they're all lesbians.
So
Lily
fair,
is
Owl House does have a canonical male gay character.
They're not the main characters though.
They are very well loved by the fandom, and also the fact that she didn't show them shows you where her priorities lie.
I was about to say, like, she shits all over, you know, cis white people for, you know, lapping up Rocky Horror Picture Show, whatever the fuck, despite, you know, all of its flaws, or ignoring all of its flaws or whatever, and ignoring the voices of trans people. Yet she's not putting any sort of scenes involving any trans characters in these examples at all.
No.
Yeah, that's.
Well, I mean, there aren't really all that many to begin with. But I do just find it weird in general that there is just this focus. Well, like, just in media in general, but also how these YouTubers talk about it. Because I don't watch a lot of these newer shows, so I kind of do rely on people who talk about these shows to inform me about what's going on. And the only thing that I know about these shows is that there's a lot of like lesbian characters in them, but I never see a gay couple.
Yeah,
ever.
The thing is, I know I prefer lesbian characters. I'm the Yuri-holic. I recognize that is a niche that I enjoy most ardently. However, I do think it is a shame for those that enjoy yaoi or boy love or whatever you want to call it, that enjoy the romantic ships between male characters. They haven't gotten the equivalent of representation that I have gotten. Well, it wouldn't appeal to me. I would very much like for those people to have content that they can go to as well. And it's a shame that it gets overshadowed by people that like the things that I like. I don't want to be part of this weird majority that's overriding everyone else. And it makes me very uncomfortable because, like, I want to enjoy my thing, but now I feel guilty because it's like I'm eating a cake and I see a starving child on the side of the road, and it's like, would you like a slice of cake? And I was like, that's not a cake I like. And I'm like, I'm sorry. If I had a cake you liked, I would give it to you.
Also, it's not that I enjoy these or particularly want to see them. It's just a thing that I've noticed. I don't care one way or another for lesbian couples or gay couples or whatever. It's just a thing that I've noticed that most people just focus on the lesbian characters when they're specifically talking about LGBT. The majority of the time. And I'm just like, that's weird. that's a weird thing to focus on, is just the lesbians.
Strange. It's not a fetish, is it? I mean, possibly counts as a fetish. I find cute girls soft. I find two cute girls being cute together, or plus beyond that, like, I just find that visually and emotionally appealing. Like, it's any number of things. Like, it could be a fetish, it could just be a preference. I don't know, and I don't try to, like, label it. It's just a thing that I prefer, and I will seek out quality content containing it. All right, anyway. Lily is a hypocrite.
It wasn't magic or some ill-fated destiny bullshit. It was pressure. It was criticism. It was the direct action of people who refused to settle for just being the butt of a joke, or to settle for crumbs, or to settle for someone's weird fetish material. But
is it possible that the pressure was also pushing upward and not downward on the content? Is it possible the content was pushing those boundaries, making small incremental leverage into acceptance for the general population? I hate this mentality that we have to criticize things that are not progressive enough. Like, sometimes they just need to be a little bit progressive to get it into people's minds. The idea of maybe telling a little boy, like back in the 60s, in 60s Japan, that a little girl can accomplish something that a little boy can, maybe they need something extra, quote unquote. That might be the little push that the boy needs to actually recognize that a little girl can do something that he can. Like, it's not ideal, it's not like perfect, but it might be a little bit of an inroad.
Yeah, this reminds me of this is like a fire quote from this. There's this guy named Conduit who has been going after different online political figures, but his first breakout video was talking about Hassan Piker. He had this the very end of his videos are just absolute bars. Okay, he'll come up with these amazing quotes, and he says that fighting against injustice can be in of itself an injustice, because a lot of the time, in order to make effective change that comes after a single protest, a single thing, whatever that may be, it just has as much to do with what you're willing to stand by and let happen, as much as it has to do with what you're willing to actually, contribute and, actively fight against, right? And we can view this in the same lens. We can apply that the same way when it comes to media and representation of, LGBT or other minorities in society, where it might not be perfect. And you are free to criticize the things for not being perfect, but we can also acknowledge that these are in of themselves small, but at the same time, huge and important steps towards us actually being in a place where we can criticize them to this level, because now we see where we can actually go. And I think that's something that Lily does not fundamentally. She says and pretends that she understands this concept, but she absolutely doesn't.
Chet Manley's for $10. Fun fact: Lily thinks that the reason shows don't have representation is because the showrunners don't put it in. Because with companies, it's either fully approved or not. Literally, the showrunner of Gravity Falls went to war with Disney over gay characters and left Disney for his gay characters. Like, that's huge. The creators want these characters.
Yes. So like, that's the thing when it comes to inserting progressive things into media, and the whole thing about like ignoring the fact that ignoring the historical and cultural context. It's ultimately kind of sort of fucking disrespectful, because you're also not acknowledging the possible constraints of those things during the time.
Yeah, reminder, if you take it in isolation, that's an approach, but you need to take it in isolation. And that's mostly for the structure of the thing and any accidental themes that may have slipped out. Flip side, if you're going to study it in context, you got to study it in context. That's all I can say.
Yes.
Like, you got to actually do the research then. Both Owl House and Steven Universe got canned for having gay stuff, and Lily just won't acknowledge that. Yes.
Yeah.
Owl House cat tragically short.
Thought-terminating cliches like this are anti-criticism. They're excuses not to think, not to reflect, and reflecting is the value of problematic media. Reflecting and criticizing and learning how to be better is the reason we don't just burn every copy of Gone with...
You're taking this wrong. Reflecting is the heart of challenging media. There are going to be ones that challenge the standards of the day. Those are the ones that are really pushing the envelope. Not that they slip past, but are actively meant to be inflammatory in some ways. Inflammatory media get you thinking about that. It's weirdly one of the things I appreciate about Cuties is that it actually fucking highlighted how disgusting Hollywood and other filmmaking cultures are across the globe.
It just did in not a very great way.
It did it by accident. It didn't mean to do that. So it's like, this isn't supposed to be challenging media. This is supposed to be media that's just pushing a little bit at a time, and that's fine. Oh, Christ.
The wind and forget it ever existed. It's the reason old terrible films have inserts at the start reflecting on the horrid state of society at the time. And it's important especially because while things have improved...
What? Example? What do you mean old-timey films have inserts about the horror that... Are you talking about modern coverage of it? Like if Disney were to release Song of the South, they have like the whole prelude of it? Like, yeah? What about it?
forget it ever existed. It's the reason old terrible films have inserts at the start reflecting on the horrid state of society at the time. And it's important especially because while things have improved, these problems haven't gone away. You remember old TV shows that trivialized brutalizing women to the point that it was clearly the writer's weird fetish? You know we're still doing that, right? Just a thought.
Okay.
What?
Well.
No, we're not.
All right.
Why is there
All
She-Ra
right,
and
hold
Kendra?
it. Back the fuck up. Okay, I've only seen like
I was gonna
2
say,
or
if
3
anything-
seasons of She-Ra. That is not fucking true.
And if anything, we have gone far in the opposite direction, where the man of the house is treated like a fucking idiot because everyone's harping on the Simpsons train. Like, they've gone so far in the opposite direction because Homer was a satire, an inversion of the father knows best type character. And now that's become the norm, to the point that in society, it's common to accept that the man is the stupid one in the relationship and the woman is the only smart one in the relationship. It's like we have had a weird inversion from the point you're trying to take.
Yeah. And also the notion of challenging female characters in stories is very contentious nowadays as well.
Which is weird, considering it used to be, like, pretty understandable. I mean, can you imagine if they made... Oh, no, I don't have to imagine. I literally forgot they remade Adventures in Babysitting.
Yeah.
I'm so scared about that fucking film.
So am I. I'm not looking forward to it.
Fucking.
And that was literally it. Oh, look, it's her little half human, half Gardevoir monstrosity.
Wait, that's the Gardevoir baby?
Yes,
yeah,
that's
we've
the
seen it
Gardevoir
before
baby.
in a different video.
You have that in your video?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Are you proud of your zoophilia? Your pokophilia there? I mean,
she's the one that made up the term, remember?
Wait, is she the one that made the pokophilia?
No, well, no,
She's credited as the one who made up pokophilia as a term.
I think there might be. I mean, I do know that there, in the freaking what's the word? The Wikipedia article, it does say that, but there doesn't. As far as I know, there isn't a source for it. But hey,
yeah, that's true.
I wouldn't put it past her.
Oh, well, to no one's surprise, Lily continues to be awful at everything.
Yep.
We did it. We did it. Raymond.
Bestiality is the best reality.
No
one says that. No one says that. Like, again, I just want to be clear. Anyone, you're allowed to keep your kinks. I'm not going to judge you guys, and if, my horrible, disgusting fetishes ever get out, I expect the same in kind, but I typically keep mine private. I don't typically speak about the things that I'm into. Lily, you're quite literally advertising your bestiality love child on your channel.
Yeah, dude.
Oh God, that's so.
Good Lord.
Well,
all right. Well, I hope y'all enjoyed the Lily double feature we had tonight.
Yeah, I hope everyone that lives in America, happy Thanksgiving. Everyone that doesn't live in the U.S., have a happy Thursday. No, they can have their own Thanksgiving types. I mean, Canada has its own. And yes, I'm going to keep calling it Canada.
A happy Thursday.
But yeah, happy Thursday. Happy Thanksgiving. Before anyone spills out, even the people are, no Fixing Ruby this Friday, no bad fan fiction night this Friday, just taking a nice week off, letting the artist relax a little bit. Don't worry, next week will be the finale, the final episode of Fixing Ruby Volume 7, so feel free to wait patiently for that. I was supposed to hang out with friends and family in Charlotte for Thanksgiving. That fell through because of recent events. Oh, that's not great. Yeah, that
sucks, man. I'm sorry to hear that, CBF.
Yeah, sorry to hear that.
What happened?
There was a shooting. I think it was in Charlotte. Two National Guardsmen were killed. Basically just straight up ganked by some guy.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that was not not great to hear about. I only caught a little bit of it, apparently. It was Border Patrol. Oh, that's not great. All right, well, on that delightful note, do you two either have any announcements? Anything you want to pot out there?
I guess I have some to announce. So hopefully this Sunday or possibly the next one, I'm going to be having the dispatch stream. I'm going to try having the dispatch stream again. In what form I will leave as a surprise, but I just need to look over some things.
You'll be a surprise tool for later.
Yeah, it's a surprise tool. Help us later. So fucking yeah, hopefully I'll be able to do that stream probably around like 6 or actually 5 or 6 o'clock.
Are we doing Mahar Volin this Saturday or next? Mahar Volin is unfortunately on pause, just because I need to get my hard drive back if I can. I've already been making roads in restoring what I can from memory, like reworking things, but there's no guarantee how much I'll be able to get done. And I really, really hope that things are recovered because I need my maps.
Yeah.
Twi, do you have anything?
No, I do not. I was planning on streaming at some point, but I think that I need to get my computer repaired, to be honest with you. I've been using duct tape on it for far too long.
You need to send it to the greatest technician that's ever lived.
Yes.
All right, well, thank you all so much for watching. I hope you all had a good time, and we'll catch you on the flip side.